Alexandra, how many votes left to be counted?
Yes, look, certainly the pressure is on, Allison. You've got a relatively smaller number of votes left to be counted now, under 90,000. Phil walked you through where they are. The fact of the matter is this, and it might be slightly unwelcome news on a Saturday morning. We do know that we're going to get more returns later this morning, but officials in both Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh, here in Allegheny County, are warning us that the rate of the returns might actually slow down at this point. And that is because the outstanding ballots are what they dubbed the most difficult ballots to deal with. These are ballots that all have to be reviewed by hand. Here in Allegheny County at 9 a.m., they're going to start that process up once again. They're dealing today largely with a pool of about 29,000 ballots that were incorrectly sent out. Those ballots were then reissued, so the correct ballots were then sent out to voters. But this return board, which was sworn in by the chief executive of the county yesterday, has to go through each of these ballots by hand to make sure that there are no duplicates. They've got to make sure there aren't any other errors. This is a process that will take a bit of time, so they're going to report these results as quickly as they have them, but this isn't the same thing as just opening up an envelope, taking a ballot out of a security sleeve, unfolding it, and just putting it through a machine. It's more labor intensive than that. We are hearing something similar in Philadelphia, where they've been working on 20 to 25,000 ballots overnight. These are ballots that could include an error, something like a signature in the wrong place or an envelope with the wrong barcode. These are also ballots that have to be examined and prepared by hand. We should then get some of these returns later this morning. So again, we can't tell you how quickly this will happen, but you've got officials across the state who are saying it is so paramount right now to exercise some patience. They are trying to show us, and we are trying to convey to all of you exactly how the process works. It is important, of course, to protect the process, the integrity of the process in any election. It is particularly important this year to also defend the integrity of the process. And that's because the election has been coming under fire with baseless claims made by the White House for months now. Efforts to claim widespread voter fraud without any evidence of it. The governor here in Pennsylvania, the secretary of state here in Pennsylvania have continued to say they have seen no evidence of problems. This is just how the process works. Despite that, you've got Republicans in the state who have called on the governor to implement an immediate audit while the counting is still ongoing in order to bolster confidence in the election process. Democrats here have continued to say you don't need to bolster confidence in the election process. There has been no evidence of a problem. But if anyone is questioning, if anyone has any confidence about the problem, you would have to draw that line right to the president, who has been making an attempt to discredit this election before it ever started. John, Allison?
Alex, thank you for all of that. It sounds painstaking, and obviously so much gratitude to the counters who are going through it piece by piece. We'll check back with you, of course, throughout the program. Yeah, quickly.
Yeah, just wanted to tell you, this is a process that is happening in the open. We were able to observe it yesterday. We'll be able to observe it again today. We could see the ballots being counted. You had poll watchers from both campaigns watching, and even cameras in the building.
I really appreciate you making that point, Alex, because obviously that is one of the lawsuits, or certainly that's one of the complaints on the Republican side. So we'll get into that as well. We'll talk to you very soon for an update. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign already launching legal challenges in court. So let's bring in Jessica Huseman, who may be able to hear me. Oh, Jessica. Hi.
Yes, hi.
Okay, good. We're just parachuting you in right now to talk about these lawsuits.
Sorry.
No problem. You're a reporter for ProPublica. Let's tick through some of these lawsuits, okay? And you can tell us which ones have merit. Let's start with Pennsylvania, okay? So where we just got that report from Alex. First is that postmark battle, okay? So ballots that are postmarked by Election Day, we know, can still be counted in Pennsylvania for 3 days. That deadline has expired yesterday. I thought the Supreme Court already ruled on this. Why are we still fighting this one in court?
I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know that anything will happen with this lawsuit. The ballots that the Trump campaign is convinced are going to come in for them have already been taken care of by this lawsuit. It's not an open question anymore. I think that the Trump campaign is really throwing out lawsuits just so that they have something to talk about when they go on the news for the next couple of days. This is really sort of a covering their area move. I don't know that anything is going to come, especially in Pennsylvania, out of these lawsuits.
Well, I have a couple more in Pennsylvania, and that's one that Alex just ended her report with. The Trump spokespeople, I don't know if they're actually officially on his campaign, but I've heard some on other networks, talking about how they're very upset that they're not getting observers. Alex says they are getting observers, but some observers were moved, I think at the behest of the Trump campaign, from 10 feet away to 6 feet away to better eyeball the situation. So are we good now?
I mean, I think that we were always good. They have always had observers in the places where observers are located. The Democrats did not get a better view than they did. They were not 6 feet away while the Republicans were kept 10 or 25 feet away. They have always had a viewpoint into the counting and into the voting. So again, I think that this is just a lawsuit to file a lawsuit.
So just to be clear, outside of Pennsylvania as well, we're talking in Nevada, we're talking in Arizona, observers are allowed, and it's all equal distant between Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely the case. I mean, you know, poll watching has been a thing in the United States since the 1800s. This is incredibly well regulated. Every single state has a very specific set of laws. All poll workers are trained to work with poll watchers in the exact same way. And so I think that there's really no basis to claim that Democrats were given a bigger advantage or Republicans were prevented from observing the polls. That's simply not the case. It has never been the case.
There are legal challenges in lots of states from the Trump side, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada. But in some of these, judges have already heard them, and they seem to be kind of dismissing them out of hand. So let's move on to recounts, OK? So Georgia's is definite, right? That's happening. Georgia will be recounting. And what about the other states?
You know, I think that there could be a couple of other states that come within recount territory. But I think if you look historically at the recounts that have happened during presidential elections, they really don't move the needle that much. We're talking about 100, 150 votes here or there. Certainly not enough to turn around the margins that we're seeing coming out of Georgia and Pennsylvania and Nevada. And so I think that we might have to be patient and wait for some recounts. But again, I don't anticipate that bucks the trend that we're seeing across the country today.
How long do those normally take, those recounts?
It depends on the state. In some states that they can do these recounts in a couple of days, and other states it takes a week or more. I think that this year we're probably looking at, just because of all of the new mail-in votes and all of the paper that we have, we're looking at a little bit of a different recount process. You know, I think that there have been a lot of people for many years saying that we need paper backups for all of our votes. Well, we've got that more than ever this year, and so we will at least know the recounts are as high quality as they have ever been. I do anticipate, though, that in some states it'll take several days.
Jessica Husband, thank you very much for all of your reporting and all of this information. It is super helpful. All right, let's go back to John.
All right, Nelson, one key thing about recounts, historically and traditionally, they can change tens of votes, hundreds of votes maximum, not thousands. And that's where we are right now. Other major news overnight. White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows tests positive for coronavirus. Officials there tell us he has been all over the White House since Election Day. We have new details on what's happening behind the scenes. Next. Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. Let's look at where things stand in Nevada and Arizona. In Nevada, with 6 electoral votes up for grabs, Joe Biden leads by 22,000 votes. What you need to know about the remaining vote, more than 100,000 ballots. Most of it comes from Democratic-leaning areas. Joe Biden has been growing his lead when these ballots are counted. Arizona, a little bit of a different story. Joe Biden leads there by 29,000 votes, 11 electoral votes up for grabs. Most of the remaining vote here, over 100,000, it's been mixed. Donald Trump has been leading in the vote as it comes back, but Republicans will tell you he needs to get about 60% of the remaining vote. He hasn't been getting quite that much. We are watching that come in very closely. If Joe Biden were to win both of these states, it would be enough to give him the election. Overall, let's take one last look at the map at where things stand. Right now, Joe Biden has 253 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 213. The states in white are the states we're watching. We could get more votes over the next few hours. Allison?
Okay, John. Meanwhile, the White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, has tested positive for coronavirus. In the past week, Meadows has been traveling with the president and his family to campaign stops and election events all over the country. He has not been seen wearing a mask. CNN's Ryan Nobles live at the White House. So what are they saying this morning, Ryan?
Well, Allison, this is just another example of the stark reality that still exists in this country as we wait for these election results to play out. The coronavirus pandemic remains a serious threat in this country as the cases rise, including right behind me here in the White House. Mark Meadows, the White House Chief of Staff, testing positive for the coronavirus. This after being seen all week in many public events with a number of staffers close by, inside, with Meadows not wearing a mask. He was here at the White House on election night for what was supposed to be the election night victory party for President Trump. And he was also with the president that morning when he traveled to Arlington to be at the Trump headquarters. Right now, the White House not providing too much information about exactly, who Mark Meadows was in contact with, saying that they have been contact tracing. But we're told, sources telling our Jim Acosta, that Mark Meadows was actually asking staffers to keep his diagnosis a secret so that it wouldn't become a big story. That's obviously not what happened, Allison.
Ryan, when is the last time we saw President Trump, and what does he have on his schedule today?
Well, the last time we saw President Trump was when he came out and spoke as the election results were still coming in and made a number of baseless claims about the election supposedly being stolen from him. That was the last time we saw him in person. Of course, his Twitter feed has been very active, but as of today, there are no public events on the president's schedule, and that is very rare. It is unlike him to go this many days without being seen in public, make some sort of a statement. There are no plans right now for the president to come out and speak to reporters or speak to the public in any way, shape, or form. Not even just a campaign event, perhaps some sort of an event that shows him still governing. He is, of course, still president of the United States. We'll, of course, see if that changes, Allison. Of course, the former Vice President Joe Biden had the last word when he gave a speech last night. It's not like President Trump to go very long with letting a political opponent have the last word. So perhaps we'll see the president in some way, shape, or form today. But as of right now, there are no plans for that to happen. Allison?
Anything can change on a dime, as we know. Ryan, thank you very much for all of that reporting from the White House. So up next, former VP Biden calls for calm as President Trump threatens a long legal battle. We'll discuss where we go from here.
Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. John Berman here along with Allison Camerata. And by this morning, really, by the end of the morning, we could know a winner in this presidential race. President Trump is promising that his legal proceedings have just begun. Joe Biden is urging calm and promising to be a president for all Americans. Let's bring in CNN political commentator Errol Lewis, as well as CNN national political reporter Maeve Reston. Maeve, I want to start with you. Joe Biden gave a speech last night. The former vice president is trying to begin the process, I think, of looking forward and imagining what happens once and if he becomes president-elect. What did you see?
Well, I think it's been really fascinating over the last couple of days to watch the way in which Joe Biden is trying to take the temperature of the country down. I mean, he came out last night in a purple tie. He has been talking about how there are no red or blue states, that he'll be a president for all people. And I think that, you know, he talked about having a mandate last night, but I think that that is still very much in question, given the fact that we are seeing these incredibly close margins in these states, and that one challenge that he's going to have is that Donald Trump was, in fact, able to turn out a lot of those so-called hidden Trump voters that we were also skeptical of, and turn out a lot of his people. And so I think that in order to succeed here, to the extent that he can, if he is in fact president-elect, Joe Biden's really going to have to think about a more pragmatic agenda that's going to address a lot of the economic uncertainty that we saw reflected in this election. We expected it to be the COVID election, and to some extent it was, but it also was a reflection of the deep economic uncertainty in this country. And you saw that in particular in states like Nevada, where Biden could have potentially done a lot better if people weren't as worried about what the economy is going to look like as this pandemic continues, John.
Errol, I'm just curious about this process, because let's just say that Pennsylvania's numbers come in today. Let's say that we can call it for Biden, and President Trump doesn't concede, and he never concedes. Then what? How does Biden move forward? I mean, this is more than a nicety. The concession call is more than a nicety. It's a trigger, right?
Well, do you know what the Constitution says about concession phone calls?
Nothing.
Exactly.
I know. How dare the founding fathers?
Well, no, the point is it has absolutely no legal or official role whatsoever.
But then when is the starting gate? I mean, when's the starting bell in that case, Errol?
Right. Well, it's interesting that the former vice president is waiting for media organizations to essentially dictate when he can step forward, publicly start organizing his transition, and otherwise try to put things in order. The reality is, yeah, he's waiting on other people. President Trump is not going to be one of those people. I mean, it would make absolutely no sense to wait for the Trump campaign and the Trump administration to decide that they're going to drop their legal arguments, drop their political arguments, and declare that the game is over. On the other hand, allowing media organizations to do that puts Joe Biden in a tricky position as well. We know that he wanted to get a declaration yesterday and start moving forward. Well, that didn't happen. And if you look at what the Associated Press and other news organizations are doing, they're going to wait. You know, I mean, it takes Georgia off the map in some ways until there's a recount. News organizations aren't going to declare anything definitively, I don't think. And there are a number of other kind of forms of uncertainty that could really cloud his ability to move forward. On the other hand, you know, look, I think we all see where this is heading. We understand that the Electoral College count at some point could, in fact, if a certain number of states line up for Joe Biden in a way that is unimpeachable, then yes, he will be declared by one or another major news organization. He'll then pick that up. He'll start his transition, and we'll all move forward. I mean, whether or not the Trump folks want to sort of sink into a morass of conspiracy theories and complain to their dying days that they were kept too many feet away from the vote counting process in Philadelphia, you know, that's up to them. But the country clearly is ready to move forward, Allison.
One sign that the apparatus of government is working independently from the political operation inside the White House is the Secret Service, which is already treating Joe Biden differently than they did before Election Day. They have increased the security around him substantially. And the traditional transition apparatus will, in all likelihood, kick into gear once things become clear, regardless of the lawsuits. The lawsuits will play out how they're going to play out, but it will not keep the business of the country in all likelihood from moving, though we have to watch it very closely. Babe, on the issue of mandate and the issue of Joe Biden's behavior, one thing is clear is that Biden is handling this a certain way and reaching out to all parties. He has chosen not to spike the ball. Granted, the game's not over yet. He's chosen not to spike the ball. But one thing I learned from covering George W. Bush in 2000, after he won by 530 votes and 2 electoral votes, is the mandate you get is the mandate you take. I mean, this is a guy who lost the popular vote, barely won the election, and went into the office and passed a huge tax cut that was politically complicated and controversial, passed a huge education bill. You get what you get. You get what you take. So Joe Biden might be able to make a difference no matter what people perceive to be his mandate or otherwise.
I think that's so true, and that's such a good point, John. I do think that remembering those times that we are in a much more divided and polarized America, and we've seen that, play out just in terms of the temperature on both sides. I think it will be hard going forward for Joe Biden. He is a person who has spent his career, trying to make deals, working across the aisle, putting bipartisanship at the center of his persona and his agenda. But you have a lot of Republicans around the country who are going to look at these margins and think that, they still are beholden to some extent to Donald Trump's popularity around the country. And I think that will make it very hard for Biden to move forward and bring some of those people along. We already saw Brad Parscale, for example, on Twitter when the president was wanting more Republicans to come out and defend him, say, anybody that wants to win in 2024, now's the time to speak up. So I think we will see Trump world continue to try to keep Republicans sort of under their control with those kinds of threats, John.
Errol, what do you think about that? I mean, Joe Biden seems to me built for this moment in terms of he has a history of compromise, sometimes to his detriment, or sometimes he's taken hits for that. And so what do you think about how he plans to move forward?
Well, look, he's built for this moment, but this moment is not going to last, right? I mean, we're only 24 months away from the midterms, Allison. And he's going to have to deliver for the industrial Midwest. If there's a Biden administration, they are going to have to deliver. They're going to have to come through with jobs, with hope, with economic recovery for states that are the worst hit in some cases, like Wisconsin, by the coronavirus pandemic. He's going to have to really produce, and he's going to have to do it quickly. There's going to be a partisan wrangling. There's going to be enormous fights. There is going to be a showdown in the midterms, a short 2 years from now, and then it'll be time to start talking about the reelect. So he's got his hands full. I mean, the states that deliver him this victory, which ones are decreed to be the actual margin of victory, it's going to be very important. But for sure, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, he's going to have to really, these are essentially blue wall / swing states at this point, right? I mean, if you look at the numbers, the fact that it's so close this time means that it is by no means a sure thing that these economically distressed areas are going to simply support Democrats indefinitely. So he's going to have to hit the ground running, really. There's not going to be too much time, I think, for the healing that he talks about before he has to really get down to brass tacks and start delivering for the people who gave him this victory.
I'm not sure that'll be hard for Scranton Joe, for Lunch Pail Joe. Appealing to the people of Pennsylvania may be something that comes, whether it will work, I don't know, but it comes naturally to him. All right, Errol Lewis, Maeve Reston, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
In the state of Georgia right now, a razor-thin margin, but relatively speaking, a big change overnight. What it means, next. Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. We could have a president-elect, sometime this morning. Why? Well, let's take a look at two of the most important states right now. In Pennsylvania, with 20 electoral votes up for grabs, enough if Joe Biden wins it to get the presidency, he leads by 28,000 votes at this hour. There are tens of thousands, potentially 100,000 or more votes left to count, most of them coming from largely Democratic areas. It's quite likely he will add to his vote total throughout the morning. In the state of Georgia, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. It's razor thin there. A 7,000 vote margin there with Joe Biden in the lead. Not much vote left to count. It's important to note Biden actually grew his lead from 4,000 to 7,000 overnight. There will be a recount there no matter what. Still, Joe Biden's lead is growing. Let's go over to Kristen Holmes at the voting desk to get a sense of what the rules are surrounding recounts. Kristen.
Yeah, John, I mean, I want to say something before we even get into the rules here, which is that in the history of the United States, it is very rare that a recount actually flips an election. Usually you see something like a single-digit number of votes, maybe a couple hundred votes, but the idea that there would be thousands and thousands of votes that would change a presidential election is very, 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 if not completely not possible, but at least very slim. So let's start with the rules in Pennsylvania because we're still within that margin. There is an automatic recount threshold, which we are still in, of 0.5% or less. So let's look at the margin we have right now. Biden is ahead by 29,000-ish votes, so 0.4%. So within that margin. Now, if you talk to Democrats in the state, they say that this margin is going to be way bigger. They're counting those votes still out of Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia. But right now, just for the sake of argument, we are still in that margin. We know that it would be a big deal if this went to a recount. Now, Georgia rules. As you said, they're already going to have a recount, but we'll just go through the rules anyway. There is no automatic recount. Candidates can request one if the margin of victory is 0.5% or less. So we go to the margin. Biden is ahead by 7,248 votes, 0.1%, so still in that margin. Again, though, the last two recounts that happened in Georgia, there was no change at all in the actual winner. So something to keep in mind here. John?
Kristen, it's so important. Recounts tend to change dozens of votes, hundreds of votes at the outside. Almost never. I can't think of a time where they've changed thousands of votes. That is crucial. Terrific work. Thanks so much for being with us. Allison?
Okay, John, as of this morning, there are less than 20,000 ballots left to count in Georgia. CNN's Nick Valencia is standing by in Atlanta. So, Nick, can we expect the results today?
Well, I would love to be able to tell you that answer, but it is another we'll see this morning. Today, there are those 20,000 overseas provisional military ballots that they're expected to get through. And overnight, as you mentioned, there were some potentially significant developments as Fulton County here in Metro Atlanta got through 5,000 provisional ballots, giving Joe Biden a 7,248 lead in the unofficial tally over President Trump. Yesterday in Gwinnett County, they attempted to get through up to 1,500 provisional ballots, but they had some problems with the Dominion voting machines. They say that caused the delay. They'll try a second attempt at that later today. But remember, because those ballots are provisional, they may not all reflect in the overall tally. The bottom line, as Kristen was just talking about, is there is probably going to be a recount here in Georgia, but not just a recount, also a runoff, and not one, but two Senate races that could hand the power of the Senate to the Democrats if they're able to get those two races in their favor. This is no question about it. Georgia will be the center of the political universe for at least 2 more months. That runoff is scheduled for January 5th, 2021. Allison?
Okay, thank you very much for all of that, Nick. Tell us when anything breaks there. President Trump and his aides have been conspicuously quiet for the past 24 hours. What's going on in the White House? That's next. Joe Biden is leading this morning in the final 4 battleground states. So how is Fox TV, the network that has amplified President Trump's message for 4 years, how are they framing the results? Let's take a look at some of Fox's coverage over the past couple of days.
It seems inevitable that in this initial vote count, that Joe Biden is going to win.
The Trump campaign has said that they wanted to have their poll watchers there, and that I guess they're being asked to provide evidence for something that they say they weren't able to even participate in or to be able to see. And so that's, I think, where they would say that needs to be rectified, if it could be.
That's not true. It's not true. It's just not true. The election poll watchers, they are called canvass watchers. Republicans have been in that room, where they're supposed to be, standing alongside with the Democrats.
When they are talking the fraud issue and they are talking, irregularities, illegalities, what are they specifically referring to?
Neil, I think you're right on target. You see a lot of passion and a lot of anger, but you don't see any specific examples of where was the irregularity.
At this point, the president needs to win at least 3 recounts to even get to 270 or maybe tie it at 269. It's a really tough uphill battle.
To all you patriots who supported President Trump, stand tall and be proud of your efforts and his. It was all worth it. We all helped reshape the national conversation on China, on immigration, on trade and political correctness, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have time to bury our heads in crying towels.
Let's bring in CNN chief media correspondent Brian Stelter. Brian, wasn't that interesting to see the real reporters, yes, Eric Shaw, Steve Harrigan, have to shoot down the hosts by saying, that's not true. That's simply not true. I mean, they're on the ground. They're doing the real reporting, but you can see the kind of, schizophrenic take on what's happening over there.
I think this is a giant tug of war, and it's so important because President Trump is watching this happen. He's watching TV all day, and tens of millions of American voters have their minds influenced by the coverage on Fox. Fox is in the middle of a giant tug of war right now. 1 minute, Sean Hannity is yelling about voter fraud, but the next minute, Laura Ingraham is talking about the Trump presidency in the past tense. Some of the news anchors have been gently pushing back at these ridiculous voter fraud claims. Others have been letting it slide on the air. I do think on Friday, Allison, we started to see a tone shift at Fox. There was more skepticism toward Trump. And I think Laura Ingraham's commentary last night, where she talked about grace and conceding with grace, that was hugely significant. That was a message directly through the camera to the president. I know it's wild, but we're in this world where these stars on Fox try to communicate to the president through the camera. And that's also happening in print. The Wall Street Journal editorial board, also owned by Rupert Murdoch, is sending the same message right now.
Look, I agree it's all interesting what Fox and the Murdoch empire does, but they don't get to decide who the president is. The American people get to decide who the president is, and the voters get to decide who the president is. And we'll figure out soon enough what the voters want here, maybe even by noon today. I will also tell you, Brian, I think the White House knows which way the voters are leaning right now, how this is going. Why? Because they've disappeared. We haven't seen anybody really from inside the White House for more than 24 hours. Why do you think that is?
Well, I called it a tug of war. I think a tug of war is happening in the White House as well. Think about the end of a football game. Think about the end of any sporting event. Sometimes the last minute is the most important. Sometimes the last minute is the only minute you remember. And I think these White House staffers are wondering, how am I going to be remembered? How is this president going to be remembered? And that's been the rhetoric on Fox, by the way. How is your presidency going to be remembered? Yesterday we reported that some staffers at Fox were told to stay away from the term president-elect when Biden crosses the 270 mark. After we reported that here on CNN, there was internal angst about that idea. There was backlash. And then anchors on Fox started to, in hypothetical conversations, refer to Biden as president-elect. This tug of war is happening at Fox and at the White House right now. And it's understandable that some staffers don't want to be caught up in the president's lies on Twitter, his lies about voter fraud. By the way, he has been labeled on Twitter many, many times this week for bogus lies. We've never seen that before. These platforms, these networks are taking a stand right now.
Brian Stelter, please keep us posted. I expect we'll hear more from them over the next several hours. Obviously, the voters will have their say, and as soon as this morning, we might know who the president-elect will be. And the one place that might decide it soonest, Pennsylvania, one region, Allegheny County. We're expecting thousands of votes from there soon. Up next, we'll speak to a key official from there to find out how much vote remaining and when they're going to provide it. Stick around. I'm John Berman alongside Allison Camerata. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and all around the world. An anxious nation's wait may soon be over. Joe Biden is closing in on the presidential election.
Biden's lead over President Trump continues to grow in key battleground states, and we do expect a new round of counted ballots this morning that could put Biden over the top. But The president is vowing to fight on in court while Biden is urging the nation to come together.
All right, this is the electoral vote count as of this moment. Joe Biden has 253. The president has 213. Joe Biden is potentially one state away from crossing that 270 threshold. That's where we begin with a CNN Key Race Alert. So these are the states that matter this morning. The state of Pennsylvania with 20 electoral votes. Enough votes to give Joe Biden the presidency. He currently leads by 28,000 votes. That number has been growing. Tens of thousands of votes outstanding this morning. We could be getting some of that in. It's coming largely from Democratic areas. His lead is expected to grow. Georgia. We got new votes from Georgia overnight. Joe Biden now leads there by 7,000 votes, 16 electoral votes up for grabs there. This is a razor-thin margin. Again, Joe Biden has been expanding it. There will be a recount in this state. The state of Arizona, 11 electoral votes. This is different. Joe Biden's lead has been shrinking. He leads now by 29,000 votes, well over 100,000 votes left to count. Republicans will tell you that the president needs to win 60% of the remaining vote to win. He hasn't been getting that. So stay tuned. More vote expected from Arizona this morning. Finally, Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Joe Biden leading by 22,000 votes at this moment. Most of the remaining vote, over 100,000 ballots left to count, from Democratic Clark County, which has been padding Joe Biden's margin. Again, we'll hear more from Nevada later this morning. Let's look at where things stand overall at this moment. Joe Biden has 253 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 213. The white states there, the states we still are waiting to hear more from. One state we're watching very closely is Pennsylvania, because with its 20 electoral votes, it could give Joe Biden the presidency. That's where we'll begin when we walk over to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. Talk to me about Pennsylvania.
Well, look, it's the anchor of the blue wall that Vice President Biden claimed he could reconstruct, and he's almost there. Slowly, steadily, surely, his vote total in the state has been growing, overtaking a nearly 600,000 vote margin from President Trump. And as things currently stand, as the ballots that are outstanding grow fewer and fewer, Joe Biden looks to be on a path to win the state. But it's not done yet. So where is the outstanding vote? This is why Democrats have confidence in the state of Pennsylvania. Look down here, the blue of southeast Pennsylvania. It's anchored by the city of Philadelphia. Philadelphia, if you want to know how things stand right now for Joe Biden, look at this margin. 80.8% to 18.3%, 95% reporting. Our understanding right now is about 20 to 25,000 votes outstanding from Philadelphia. And those votes, they are all mail-in ballots. And mail-in ballots in this county, they have been going 85 to 86% towards Joe Biden. In other words, whatever margin you're looking at now in the top line, it's going to grow just from Pennsylvania alone, or just from Philadelphia alone. And if you push out from the city of Philadelphia into the collar counties, again, Joe Biden racking up vote after vote after vote as those absentee ballots come in. Those absentee ballots are counted. And without fail, those absentee ballots are going largely to Joe Biden. You can even move west in the state and you get to another Democratic stronghold. You get to Allegheny County, you get to the home of Pittsburgh, where about 29,000 votes are left outstanding. Those votes also mail-in ballots. Those votes also going heavily towards Joe Biden. You pull up Allegheny County and you look at the margin. It's a little bit tighter here than Philadelphia. However, 59.2%, 39.3%. The reality of those mail-in ballots, which Democrats focus so heavily on in the middle of a pandemic, they have been going to Joe Biden in this county at roughly 75 to 77%. So, John, when you look at the outstanding vote right now, at least in terms of mail-in ballots, not just provisionals, but mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is looking mostly at places where he's picking up every single batch that comes in, including the outstanding vote that might come as soon as this morning.
All right, Phil, hang on one second. Leave this up.
Yep.
Leave Allegheny County up. Why? Because on the phone with us right now, I'm just hearing the county executive from Allegheny County, Rich Fitzgerald. Rich, thank you so much for being with us right now. First of all, thank you for the work you're doing. Please thank all the poll workers for us. Give them a giant hug. If you can you tell us how many ballots you have left to count?
We probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of a little more than 20,000, 22, 23,000, something like that. But not all of those ballots will be good, because some of them may be duplicates. They're going through those today. They're painstaking because they have to be done by hand, so they can match them up to make sure that those votes did not already get counted. But probably, we're probably looking at about 20,000, I think, that would get counted. And in Allegheny County, the mail-in ballots have been running about 80-20. So 80% for Joe Biden, 20% for Donald Trump. So they'll begin that process today in a few hours. And then we have about 17,000 provisional ballots that will be counted. They will probably trend similarly, maybe a little bit less, maybe more like 70, 75 to 25. But those will be counted, probably begin early next week.
All right. That's important information you just gave us, information we didn't have clarity on. 20 to 21,000 mail-in ballots that still need to be counted, although there might be some duplicates because of some certain circumstances that happen in your county. An additional 17,000 provisional votes, so maybe more than 35,000 votes left to count in Allegheny County. Rich, when do you think we'll be getting our next update from you? When do you think you're going to feed us more results?
I would think some point either late this morning or early afternoon. They'll begin this process a little after 9 o'clock, and they'll upload a certain batch. I don't know, maybe a few thousand at a time every few hours, and that's probably almost like what happened yesterday, last evening. That was similar to how things were going. I think we did one batch of about 5,300, then a batch of about 9,000, and I think our last batch was a little over 3,000.
Hey, Rich, Phil Mattingly here. Again, thanks for all the work you and your folks are doing. I think in terms of timeline over the course of the day, you guys moved pretty quickly over the course of yesterday with the batches that you put out. What's your expectation? If you've got a batch moving a couple thousand out this morning, kind of throughout the course of the day, are you going to do several different releases? How are you kind of mapping that out right now?
I believe that's how they plan on doing it. What I will tell you is, though, the deeper they go into that batch, the slower it will go. They went probably with, I'll call it the easier ones first. And the more you go in, the further down you go in that 29,000. Those are the ones that really have to painstakingly be looked at, monitored, checked for the duplicate, checked that it went to the right district. If it didn't go to the right district, then certain parts of the vote would have to be canceled out, like for the state rep or the state senate. It wouldn't affect the presidential other than the fact that it'll just take a little more time.
Do you have any sense, you said there may be some duplicates. Have you been able to see yet what percentage of duplicate ballots there are? And the reason for this, so people understand, is you had to send 2 rounds out because of an error from a third-party contractor. So you sent 2 rounds of mail-in ballots. What percentage of duplicates are you seeing?
Very few, to be honest with you. So that has been, but they still have to check it. They still have to go through it. So what people would do is they would most likely discard the incorrect ballot that they got and send back the corrected ballot that had a bright orange slash on it, bright orange banner on it, so that they knew. But you still have to go through it, ballot by ballot. Some people did send the wrong ballot, but not very many.
Rich, can you go into, given a lot of the, misconceptions that are out there, or perhaps allegations that are out there that have all been unfounded, can you kind of talk about the access campaigns or parties have to the process that you're going through right now, given the fact that you got to this place because, as John was talking about, with the duplicate ballots? What are the parties, what are the campaigns able to see and do during this process?
They're able to see all of it. They've been there. In fact, your cameras have been there. Other media outlets have been there watching and monitoring the entire system. There are cameras everywhere, cameras eye in the sky and on the ceilings. Probably as many cameras as you have at a casino or somewhere like that. So it is well documented. It's well viewed by all parties, the Biden party, the Trump party, the Republican and Democratic and Libertarian. I mean, it's visible. So you sit there and you watch these folks as they open the ballot, as they go through the ballot and look at it. So it is very, very transparent. And quite frankly, they've been praised at how transparent it is by all parties involved.
All right, Rich Fitzgerald, we can't thank you enough, again, for the work that you're doing, for the work the poll workers are doing, and for giving us this update, because this is solid information right now that's very helpful to us to understand where things are and where they're going. Terrific work. Thanks so much, Rich.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Phil, can we just do the math here for one second? Let's just talk about the mail-in ballot so people know what we're talking about here. He said 20,000 largely, coming in 80% for Joe Biden at this point. just so people know, if it's 75% or if it's 66%, it would be 15,000 to 5,000, which would be a 10,000 vote pad.
Yep.
You're going to see a 12,000 vote pad or so by his calculations from Allegheny County alone. Is that fair?
That's the math. And I think that it underscores, and you're being very conservative there based on what he was saying. And so again, the name of the game right now is what's outstanding and how can President Trump make up margins. And if he's down by 28,000 votes, the reality of what Rich was just describing, which tracks with what we've seen in mail-in, not just in Allegheny, but kind of across the board, even in some conservative counties, is that there are just such limited options for President Trump to start to pick up vote. Instead, what you're seeing, whether you're in Philadelphia or whether you're in Allegheny County, is opportunities for Vice President Biden to pick up 10, 12, 15,000 votes. And I think it's largely why you see, when you talk to Democrats on the ground there, they predict that by the end of the day or by the end of the count, it's not going to be 28,000 or 35,000. It's going to be 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. And what that means, probably most importantly, is this right here, 0.5%. That's recount territory. You get outside of that, that changes the dynamic. It changes willingness to call races. And that is where things are headed right now.
0.5 is one number to watch, another number to watch. This is 28,000. 44,000 is what, Phil? It's the margin that Donald Trump won Pennsylvania by in 2016. So keep that in mind. We could pass that at some point this morning. Allison?
Okay, we are standing by for all of that. Here to discuss this and so much more is CNN senior legal analyst Laura Coates. She is also a former attorney in the voting rights section at the Justice Department. That seems to come in handy right now, Laura. So you're the perfect person to talk to. In your opinion, from this slew of lawsuits that we've seen come from the Trump campaign, do any have merit? And in particular, the one that Justice Alito has ruled on in terms of those ballots that were postmarked by Election Day in Pennsylvania but received for the 3 days after?
Not a one is going to have any meaningful impact on their election results unless for some reason the margin of victory for the person who is presumed to win Pennsylvania is somehow going to be impacted by the number of segregated ballots, the ones that came in after Election Day until the deadline of Friday. If that narrow opportunity for those particular votes will actually sway the election, then it could have an impact. Otherwise, we're talking about the Supreme Court, Allison, just weighing in to figure out in the long run whether the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court or any state Supreme Court can extend a deadline theoretically when the state legislator said that you could not. That's what they would look at. That's the sort of narrow question the Supreme Court would be looking at, not about who won the election, but whether there was somebody who usurped the authority of the people who were supposed to set the time, manner, and place of elections.
We have heard in our reporting that President Trump is unhappy with his legal team, wants them to be more aggressive or thinks they're unprepared, I think. Do you know what the problem is?
Well, the problem is everyone hates their lawyers when they have no chance of winning because the case just doesn't have the evidentiary support. A lot of what President Trump has been speaking about is the idea of drawing a conclusion and then hoping to work backwards to somehow find an iota of evidence. But when you're talking about election-related matters, you actually have to gather that evidence of whatever fraud you are articulating. Actual specific evidence about whether there's a clerical error, whether there's something about the mismanagement of the ballots, whether there's intimidation or other things. Those are things you get in real time. It's very hard to go back and try to conjure up or figure out what might have happened after the fact. You can't have a backwards approach. And so if he has none of those, and so far we have seen nothing about that. And also you have a breadth of cases, a breadth of states. Allison, we're focusing, of course, on Pennsylvania because of the very high electoral vote count. But he's having cases in at least 4 different states. And so the amount of financial investment, the amount of legal expertise, and then you also fall short on evidence. This is a huge uphill battle that, frankly, may be too much to overcome.
You need evidence in court. Let me write that down. That's very interesting.
Evidence. E-V-I-D-E-N-C-E.
D-E-N-C. Got that. Thank you. Laura, that is fascinating. What about this, the larger issue, and that is that do these lawsuits and recounts gum up the works somehow in terms of the transition? If Joe Biden wins, does all of this kind of postpone or somehow mess up the transition?
Here's how it could. If for some reason there was this essentially battled electoral count, and you had some instance where perhaps you had two different slates of electors who were going to put their electoral college votes to separate candidates, these dueling elections in some sort, it could go to Congress. It could have Congress be the ones to ultimately decide who they're going to accept ballots from, electoral college counts from. That could delay if they somehow miss the deadline by which you have these electors already in place. But realistically, that is something that's down the road and one that you shouldn't focus on yet, and here's why. Because it's all about the numbers. Basic addition is where we are right now, the tabulation, and there is a safe harbor period for each of the states where if they certify their elections in time for a particular deadline, then they can't be legally challenged after that. That's why every single state is racing right now to get to that certification period so they can avoid the idea of maybe even the House having to decide as opposed to electoral college members.
If there's something to worry about on the horizon, I'll start worrying about it, Laura. But thank you very much for explaining all of that and putting it into such great context for us. All right, up next, we are live at Biden headquarters with a look at the thinking inside that campaign and what we may hear from the candidate today. All right, we're told the Biden campaign is working on a potential victory speech as he awaits word that his lead does last in the 4 states that have yet to be called. MJ Lee is live in Wilmington, Delaware. So, MJ, what is that conversation going on inside those headquarters?
Hey, good morning, Allison. Well, it is Saturday and this race is yet to be called. That means the Biden campaign is in a bit of a holding pattern. But when you talk to the Biden campaign and people close to him, they think this is a done deal. They think it's just a matter of time before they get over the 270 threshold. And, you know, when we listened to Biden give his speech here in Wilmington last night, he basically walked right up to the line of declaring victory without just saying those words. He essentially said, look, the numbers do not lie. I believe this race is going to be called for me. He said that he believes he is going to win states like Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, all states where we are still waiting for the counts to be finished. And an important part of that speech was him addressing what is likely going to be one of his biggest challenges if he is in fact elected, and that is bringing the country together. He said there is a clear distinction between his opponents and enemies. Here he is.
We may be opponents, but we're not enemies. We're Americans. And no matter who you voted for, I'm certain of one thing. The vast majority of almost 150 million Americans who voted, they want to get the vitriol out of our politics. We're certainly not going to agree on a lot of issues, but at least we can agree to be civil with one another.
Now, even as the campaign is feeling confident that they're going to win, doesn't mean that there isn't a level of impatience. Biden also said in that speech last night he gets that it's a little numbing to watch the TV rally slowly trickle in. He also said and sort of suggested, and I think this is clear in talking to folks around him, you know, look behind me, there's the stage. It has been set up for a little while. Clearly, this is a campaign that is eager to eventually make that victory speech. I will also finally note one thing the former vice president said is that he wants to get to work even before this race is officially called. And advisors say that one of those things that he will continue to monitor is the COVID-19 pandemic, that regardless of where we are in the vote counting process, this is something he is going to be looking at and monitoring very closely. Allison.
Thank you for all of that. MJ, joining
right.
up. John,
I'm sorry.
you bring them in.
I will bring him in. Joining us now, Margaret Tyler, CNN political analyst, as well as politics and White House editor for Axios, and David Gregory, CNN political analyst. David, I want to start with you here. Why? Because, 20 years ago or so, you and I were covering George W. Bush during a recount, which is a much different circumstance. There was uncertainty in that. Right now, there's every reason to think that there won't be uncertainty, that there'll be a fair amount of clarity here. But what is similar is that Joe Biden is doing something we saw George W. Bush do, which is to begin acting like a president right away. And it seems to me this has two purposes. One, it's helpful in this time of electoral uncertainty. It gives people confidence in the voting process, but also it lays the groundwork for what happens if and when you become president-elect. What do you see?
Well, Biden has a unique circumstance that George W. Bush did not at that time, and that is there is a crisis bearing down on the country, or facing the country, which is the pandemic, of course, and the economy. So think about Bill Clinton in 1992, who told Ted Koppel in the wee hours of his victory morning, I'm going to focus like a laser beam on the economy. Biden can do that. He can do it today. He has to do it today because he has to hit the ground running when it comes to fighting the virus and dealing with the economy. The needle that I think George W. Bush was trying to thread at that time was he had a house divided, right? A deeply divided, polarized country. That's what Biden has now. This is not a sweeping mandate, but he is on the cusp of defeating a president after only one term, which is significant. But you remember, John, the advice of Vice President Cheney, which I think is also in the Vice President Biden's ear, which is you move forward fast. You don't pay attention to the division, you start leading. And again, with the pandemic and with the economy, I think Biden can do that in a very in a fast and a resolute way.
Here's the problem, Margaret. We've got 2 months. If Biden wins, we have 2 months until he's in place or more. And yesterday was the highest number of case count yet, 125,000 people in this country. The chief of staff in the White House, Mark Meadows, has tested positive. He's in a high risk group, 61-year-old man. And so we can't wait for those 2 months. And that President Trump, I mean, we haven't heard from him or seen him in more than 24 hours. He's not tackling this, and it's just getting worse.
Yeah, well, good morning, Allison. Look, I think when you heard from Vice President Biden last night, one of the passages that stuck out to me was when he said that he had a mandate to govern and to begin moving forward. And you can argue whether or not this razor thin is a mandate from the Electoral College. Certainly from the popular vote, it will be. But the reason he's doing that is to lay the groundwork for the transition that has to begin immediately. And we already know that he is in conversations on a regular basis with the former Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, with folks like David Kessler and Zeke Emanuel, who we know for years dating back to the Clinton administration, that there's an assembly of, a dozen or so folks who are advising him on coronavirus matters. And that is going to be priority number one during what we expect to be a Biden transition shortly forthcoming. And he'll be moving forward, assuming this race is called the way we all expect it to be called in the coming hours or days, moving forward on cabinet appointments and so on and so forth. But it is exactly as you said, that coronavirus that is priority number one, because by the time of an inauguration, we know that the number of deaths potentially, we've seen projections, could have doubled. We know that experts believe that Thanksgiving may be a tipping point, an inflection point for a quick rise in infections and whatever comes with that, and that the pandemic and the problems that have expanded greatly under this administration, the bill that's going to come due by the time of the next inauguration could be significantly higher than it is right now. And the way the two teams work together, if it is a President-elect Biden, will the Trump administration play nice with that transition? Will they do the kind of information sharing, laying the groundwork for a smooth transition of government? Those are real questions at this point.
And that's a critical point. I mean, Allison, I think you're onto it. We don't know what we're in for, but we can imagine with President Trump, which is no peaceful transfer of power in this sense. I don't mean calling for violence. I mean, will he cooperate with the shadow government, with the government that is in transition? Will he block their efforts? Will he have Biden over? Will he confer with him on anything? Will he even go to the inauguration? We don't know any of that, but knowing where President Trump's head appears to be, we can assume that there won't. So it could be a really volatile couple of critical months in fighting the pandemic and, of course, in dealing with the economy.
It's also, I mean, just to build on that for 1 second, it's also hard to imagine. Not only do we not know it, it's just hard to, in your head, imagine that level of cooperation from President Trump after this campaign.
This campaign, after his life.
After
any point in his life, after, this is just how he behaves. But, the impact.
But I could see people underneath him. I could see people underneath him cooperating unless he actively blocks it. But because there's a lot of levels at which that cooperation happens. But I could certainly see him being an impediment.
There's every reason to believe the apparatus of the government and the transition structure that snaps into place will continue to do so, whatever nonsense you hear from the President of the United States. And the impact on all of this is, again, on the American people. We've had more than 1,000 new deaths reported 4 days in a row for the first time in a very long time. There's one issue about the issue of mandate and margins here I think people need to know. Joe Biden is on path to win the same number of electoral votes that Donald Trump won 4 years ago, which Trump himself labeled a massive universal galactic landslide. More 306 electoral votes is more than George W. Bush ever got. It's more than Jimmy Carter got. It's a little bit less than Barack Obama got. In terms of the margin in the popular vote, Trump 16, Bush 04, Bush 2000, Carter 76, Nixon 68, and Kennedy 60 all had well less than the 4% or so that Joe Biden has right now that could keep growing. That's in the popular vote there. And you alluded to this before, David. The mandate you have is the mandate you take a lot of the times when you come into office.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think here's another way to underline that. If Biden wins, Trump's a one-term president. It's very difficult to defeat a one-term president. The only thing that I think argues against that is, look, there was a lot of energy. We know it in the media, among pollsters, in the Democratic Party, that they were going to run Trump out of town and this wouldn't be a walloping. It was not. It's a close race in the Electoral College. There may be more distance, and I take your point about the past. We also are on track potentially to have divided government. The Democrats lost House seats. So there's a lot of division in the country. But I don't think that means that as Biden that you tiptoe into office. I think any president stands up and leads and takes the American people with him or her to where the country needs to go. That's what leadership is, and he tries to build consensus. This is a tough political environment to do that, and it has been since 2020. I mean, since 2000 when we covered that tight race.
Yep. Margaret Olive, David Gregory, thank you both so much. So it is, what, 7:30 on the East Coast right now?
I've lost all sense of space and time.
And it is Saturday, just in case you were wondering.
You sure?
Ballot counting has resumed in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden is edging closer to victory. Stand by. We're going to take you to Pennsylvania, and we're going to look at the record-breaking, we've been talking about this, the record-breaking popular vote. No candidate has ever received 74 million votes, or 70 million for that matter. Stay with us. Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. Let's take a look at two of the states where things are very close this morning. First, the state of Nevada. Joe Biden has a 22,000 vote lead, 6 electoral votes up for grabs, 100,000 plus votes left to count, most of them from Clark County, which has been leading heavily Democratic. Now, the state of Arizona, 11 electoral votes. Joe Biden with a 29,000 vote lead. That vote has been shrinking. Republicans will tell you President Trump needs 60% of the remaining vote, more than 100,000 left, in order to take the lead. He hasn't been getting that. Still, we're watching very closely. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall to get a sense of where things stand. And let me preface this by saying what we're about to talk about doesn't matter because of the Constitution and the Founding Fathers, the popular vote, but it has some, I think, moral significance.
Look, I think I'll put it this way. So I spend the vast majority of my time kind of digging into each state, digging into each county. And then every once in a while you look up in the middle of going through Maricopa or Allegheny or Philadelphia or anything else, and you look right here, specifically right here. The popular vote right now, the turnout that we've seen, it started an early vote with surges across the country. And where we currently stand at more than 144 million votes that have been cast, and we are still 8% outstanding. That is going to grow. It's going to grow exponentially over the course of the coming days and weeks as all of the count is finalized. And you also look at Joe Biden's popular vote lead, more than 4.2 million votes. He is currently ahead of President Trump, 50.5% to 47.7%. So just to contextualize it a little bit, you go back in time, go back into 2016, keep 144 million in your head, go back to 2016. Nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. And again, still 8%, 7% outstanding. Go back even to 2012, President Obama versus Mitt Romney, 125 million. Go back to 2008, which was a big turnout, at least for modern era. Still surpassed it enormously. And you look at the top line, go back over to 2020, no individual in the history of the country has gotten more votes than Vice President Biden in a general presidential election. And the other interesting element, no individual in the history of the country, other than Joe Biden, has gotten more votes in a presidential election than President Trump. And it's just, it's this year, it's this moment, it's this willingness to participate that is astounding.
And you know what? Good on him, good on him, good on you. I mean, this was an election where people did come out and participate. I do want to point out this margin here, 4.1 million, it's going to grow. Yes. A lot of the remaining voters from California. Joe Biden has the potential to grow his popular vote lead to north of 5 million, which would be more than even Barack Obama in 2012. Bill Clinton in 1992 was 5.8 million. Not impossible that Joe Biden gets there. So when you think about the size of the victory from a national sense, it could be pretty big. Yeah. It could be pretty big.
No, there's no question about it. And also just one other quick fact to go back to turnout. There is a very, very real possibility that in terms of total percentage turnout, it surpasses the current high in modern era, which is 1960, which was, I think, actually, you know what, real quick, I know we're on time here. 63.8%, 1960, on the path right now to pass that in modern era. We've seen several cycles now where turnout has gone down. Something about 2020, something about everything that's going on in our country and in the world. It's a good thing.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. Go back to crunching the numbers. Up next, how the Republican Party is responding to President Trump's baseless claims of election fraud. We're joined by a former Republican congressman from Pennsylvania next. Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. They have resumed counting ballots in Philadelphia, in the state of Pennsylvania. This is where things stand there. Joe Biden leads by 28,000 votes, almost 29,000. 20 electoral votes up for grabs. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, he will be the president-elect of the United States. Much of the voting, many of the ballots come from largely Democratic areas. We are waiting for some results over the next several minutes. Allison?
Let's bring in Charlie Dent. He's our CNN political commentator and former congressman from Pennsylvania. Congressman, what's taking so long in your home state?
Hey, Allison, I'll tell you what's taking so long. The reason why this is the first time Pennsylvania ever did absentee voting without excuses. So the volume is enormous because of the pandemic. The legislature passed the law prior to the pandemic, and of course, then there was no authority for the counties to start to count those votes until Election Day. And in Pennsylvania, put it in perspective, there are nearly 13 million residents of Pennsylvania, and there were 3.1 million requests for absentee ballots, and about over 2.5 million were actually returned, and on about a 3-to-1 ratio, Democrat to Republican. And so they've been counting. This is the first time they've done it. There's nothing nefarious going on here. It's the first time, and they're getting through it.
Charlie, I just want to point out what we're seeing on the other side of the screen. This is a live shot of the counting that's going on. And I don't want to malign the counters. They are doing God's work, okay? But clearly they're on a break right now. They have not started because the entire room appears to be empty. I know they're tired. They've been at this for days. But it doesn't look like much is happening at this exact moment.
Yeah, well, I tell you, I'm sitting about 3 or 4 blocks from where they're actually counting. I'll go over there and wake them up, I guess. But they're going to get through it. They're going to get through it. And we're down near the end. By the way, Pennsylvania is. You take it to the bank. Joe Biden is going to win Pennsylvania conservatively by at least 50,000 votes. Maybe 100,000. This game is over. It's done. And people just. I know the networks have to be very cautious and conservative about calling it, but I can tell you this outcome is not going to change.
In the meantime, Charlie, supporters of President Trump and his surrogates really are casting aspersions on the counting in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia in particular. Senator Lindsey Graham said Philadelphia's election counting is as crooked as a snake. And in fairness, Philly does have a history of some malfeasance. And so what do you say to all that?
Well, it is true. There have been problems in Philadelphia over the years. I lived it in the 1990s when a state senator was ejected for massive absentee voting fraud in the city of Philadelphia in 1994. I remember it. But the counting that's going on today, it's not just Philadelphia. My home county, Lehigh County, I voted by mail. My vote probably wasn't counted till Thursday. And so all these counties are slower than we'd like because, again, they couldn't start counting until Election Day. And the General Assembly and the governor couldn't reach an agreement. They didn't allow the county workers to start counting prior to the election. They should have given them a week or 10 days. We wouldn't be in this situation had they just planned better. And I think there was a deliberate strategy by some to have this situation where we knew there was going to be that Donald Trump was going to come out at the in-person voting with an advantage, and to watch it evaporate with the absentees. And by the way, the fact that Donald Trump suppressed his own vote by telling voters not to engage in mail-in voting or absentee voting, he harmed his own campaign. It's an act of political stupidity.
Charlie, so you think that he would have gotten more votes had he encouraged people to mail-in vote? You think that not enough people showed up on Election Day for him?
Well, it may have hurt him. I mean, I just know in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Republicans have historically been better at absentee voting than Democrats. I mean, the Republican State Committee has a very aggressive program. Hell, that's how I voted by absentee. They send me my application, my whole family. They're very good at it. And Donald Trump is out there bad-mouthing mail-in voting, and I think he suppressed his vote. It may have cost him some votes. I don't know. I can't calculate how many, but I think it absolutely hurt Republican candidates up and down the ballot. It was just an act of malpractice. It was stupid. I know there are plenty of Republican leaders in Congress who are mortified when the president went off on this issue of mail-in voting.
Congressman Dent, great to talk to you. Let us know what happens when you walk 3 blocks away and when you figure out what the count is there for us. Give us a call.
I'll crack the whip. It's over. Pennsylvania, Biden won. Okay. Thanks.
You heard it here from Charlie Dent first. Okay, thanks so much, Congressman. Great to talk to you.
Thanks.
Up next, an election worker in Georgia has been forced into hiding after a viral video falsely suggests that he tossed out a ballot. We're live in Atlanta as the vote count there is almost complete. An election worker in Georgia has been forced to go into hiding after a viral video falsely accused him of wrongdoing. CNN's Nick Valencia is live for us in Atlanta. So what happened here, Nick?
Allison, the unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud by President Trump have found a home on social media, and they have turned dangerous for an Atlanta area man. A viral video was posted on Twitter after the Fulton County votes were being processed. It has been viewed millions of times, and it falsely accused this ballot poll or this poll worker of throwing away a ballot. Rick Barron, the elections director here in Fulton County, called the claims, the false accusations, shameful. He said they're flat out dangerous. They have reviewed that video, and it shows a young man working at a ballot cutting station, a ballot machine cutting station, where the outside envelope separates the inside envelope of the mail-in ballot. You do see him at one point crumple up a piece of paper and throw it away. In fact, that piece of paper is not a ballot, but a list of instructions that voters often, or sometimes I should say, return with their absentee mail-in votes. That voter, that poll worker, I should say, is now in hiding. He's not staying at home, but staying with friends, according to Rick Barron. And his personal information, including his driver's license, or his license plate, I should say, is now public. Security is being, there are discussions right now to provide him security, but I mentioned, Allison, that it is very dangerous, these false accusations that are floating around the internet right now. Allison.
That's a nightmare, Nick. That is a nightmare. Thank you very much for reporting that.
You bet.
Back to you, John.
All right, they have resumed counting in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, he wins the presidency. We are expecting some more results in a few minutes. Stick around. John Berman here alongside Allison Camerata. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and all around the world. So after 3 days, 5 hours, and about 12 seconds or so on this roller coaster, very soon, the United States is likely to have a new president-elect.
As Joe Biden's lead over President Trump continues to grow in the key states of Pennsylvania and Georgia, so do his chances of claiming victory by the end of today. Former Vice President Biden is pushing unity and patience, while President Trump is defiant and his legal team vows to, quote, keep playing until the whistle blows.
At this moment, Joe Biden sits at 253 electoral votes, the president at 213. Biden is potentially one state away from the magic number, and that's where we begin with a CNN key race alert. These are the states that hang in the balance right now. None more important than Pennsylvania, with 20 electoral votes. In the Commonwealth, Joe Biden leads by nearly 29,000 votes. There's maybe more than 100,000 ballots left to count between mail-in and provisional. Most of it comes from heavily Democratic-leaning areas. Joe Biden has been building his margin there over the last several hours. In Georgia, Joe Biden leads by just 7,000 votes, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. Joe Biden has actually expanded his lead overnight. It went from 4,000 to 7,000 when you were sleeping. Still very much in recount territory. Nevertheless, an area where Joe Biden is expanding. The state of Arizona, a very different story, frankly, with its 11 electoral votes up for grabs. Joe Biden's lead has been shrinking. Right now, he leads by about 29,000 votes. Republicans will tell you, though, that President Trump needs about 60% of the remaining vote in order to overtake Joe Biden. He hasn't been getting that. Still, we expect an update from Arizona later this morning. Finally, Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Joe Biden ahead by 22,000. He has been expanding his lead. What do we know about the remaining vote? Most of it comes from Clark County, which is Democratic. Again, Biden expected in all likelihood to grow his lead in Nevada as the day continues. Let's take a look at the map overall right now. As we sit here this morning, Joe Biden has 253 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 213. The states in white there, many more paths for Joe Biden to get to 270 than Donald Trump. The clearest path, the path where they're still counting and have already started counting this morning, is in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So that's where we'll begin with Phil Mattingly at the magic wall. 20 electoral votes. Joe Biden wins it. He is the president-elect. What are we seeing and where?
It is the biggest outstanding electoral prize, and the Biden campaign is pretty clear. They feel confident about where Pennsylvania is going, that it will end up in their tally soon rather than later. We'll see about that. But I'll tell you why. They look like they're on track, and they don't seem to be wrong when they look through where the vote is actually outstanding. As John said, there's about 100,000 votes, just shy of 100,000 votes, mail-in votes outstanding, and it's how those mail-in ballots have gone and where they are located that does give the confidence to the Biden campaign. As it currently stands, Joe Biden about 29,000 votes ahead of Donald Trump. That is a lead that is a complete reversal from just about 48 hours ago when Donald Trump was ahead by nearly 500,000 votes. So what changed? Well, they started counting mail-in ballots, which they were not allowed to count by state law until after Election Day vote was tallied. Election Day vote went heavy for Republicans with huge turnout for President Trump. Here's the problem. The mail-in ballots, even bigger for Vice President Biden. And where is still outstanding right now? The biggest strongholds for Democrats, southeastern Pennsylvania, most notably the city of Philadelphia, still 20 to 25,000 ballots outstanding. And if you take a look at the margin in Philadelphia, it gives you a sense of what may be coming in. Joe Biden at 80.8%, Donald Trump at 18.3%. And here's the thing. When you start to factor in mail-in ballots, the margin is actually higher, sitting between 85 to 88% as new batches come in. You factor that in, you push out into the other blue strongholds here in the collar counties, and you go over to Allegheny. We were just talking to an Allegheny County election official, home of Pittsburgh, said there's about 20,000 mail-in ballots left that they're tallying. He said those were going about 80-20% as well, making very clear that when it just comes to the outstanding mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has a serious advantage, not just in strongholds, but also in conservative counties. Again, going back to the fact that what's left outstanding, mail-in ballots leaning towards Democrat, not just in Philadelphia, not just in Pittsburgh, but even in those ruby red counties that President Trump has turned out his voters. He turned them out on Election Day. The mail-in ballots still leaning Democrat in those Republican strongholds.
We just talked to Rich Fitzgerald, county executive for Allegheny County, who told us about 20,000 mail-in ballots, 17,000 provisionals. I did some of the math based on his calculations. Not impossible for Joe Biden to pad his margin by 20,000 votes in this county alone. Now, Phil, if we can take like 45 seconds to a minute to talk about provisional ballots, because I think this threw some people for a loop starting yesterday afternoon, and maybe part of the reason why there hasn't been an official call yet. There may be 80 to 100,000 provisional ballots left in Pennsylvania. Isn't exactly clear which what they will lean. Will they be more like mail ballots? Will they be more like in-person ballots? We have a little bit of a sense from Erie County. Can you explain?
Yeah, we'll pull up Erie right now, and you'll take a look at a margin. This is a county President Trump won in 2016. Joe Biden is on the path to flipping it back in 2020. And we got a sense of where things may go for the rest of the state based on the provisional ballots in Erie County, which have been counted. And those ballots have gone 125 for President Trump, 105 for Joe Biden. So generally, splitting them about half and half, generally coming in line with the margin as it currently stands. Erie is a battleground county. It goes back and forth. And so when you look at what's outstanding in provisionals, Philadelphia has about 20% of what's outstanding. Based on what happened in Erie, what traditionally happens with provisional ballots, you're going to see a pretty similar margin to what each county has. At least that's the expectation based on historical precedent and based on what we're seeing in Erie. So if Erie's splitting about 50-50 in range of what we've been looking at over there, Philadelphia's got about a quarter out, and they're splitting 80-20 at this point in time. Are provisionals going to change the game given where things stand and where things are about to be standing as more of the absentee ballots come in? No. Instead, it's likely the absentee ballots start growing that 28,000 vote lead, 10, 20, maybe 30,000 votes. And provisionals probably net out Joe Biden some votes too.
Yeah, grow it less, but grow it nevertheless. Let's quickly check Georgia for a second, because I think this actually tells a little bit of a similar story. Joe Biden's lead grew in Georgia overnight. It went from 4,000 to 7,000. Not a huge number, but actually a pretty big percentage jump, and every vote counts when it's that close. It came from Fulton County. What types of ballots were they?
Provisionals. They were a mix of a few absentee ballots, which obviously have been going heavily Democratic, but also provisional ballots as well. And why does that matter? Well, you look at the margin here in Fulton County. Again, largest county in the state of Georgia, home of Atlanta, Democratic stronghold, 72.6 to 26.2%. And when you saw the provisional ballots mixed in with a little bit of absentee come in Atlanta, mostly matched up with this margin. Again, sticking with what we were seeing in Erie. Just because they're provisional ballots doesn't mean they're going to all of a sudden move away from what we've seen margin-wise in each of these counties. The counties are the same. The residents are likely the same. Maybe a different precinct, maybe went to the wrong precinct, but the provisional largely lines up with what we've seen on margins. And I will tell you, when you get a batch of 3,000 or 4,000 votes at 3 in the morning and you're standing at the magic wall, it is like Christmas. It is like Christmas. But most importantly, when you pull out and you look at Georgia, as provisionals come in, about 14,000 outstanding right now, some universe of a couple thousand military and overseas votes that were waiting to come in as well. This margin matters a lot.
Yes.
A lot. Going from 4,000 to 7,000 matters a lot because likely, almost certainly going into a recount. And a recount is not a place where you see 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 votes change. That would be a catastrophic failure to a degree on this level you just don't see. So every vote that Joe Biden adds to his total, every vote gives him more of a cushion to whenever that recount happens, the likelihood that Joe Biden holds on to the state of Georgia.
Recounts tend to change dozens votes, maybe hundreds at the tops. I can't think of a time where they've changed thousands. As for Christmas, new ballots, we could get a Keystone Christmas sometime over the next several hours, maybe even minutes. We are expecting more votes from Pennsylvania. They are counting again in Philadelphia. Allison?
Christmas in November. We like it. We'll see what happens over the next couple of hours. Thank you very much, guys. Let's go now to Pennsylvania, where more than 80,000, we're told, mail-in ballots remain to be counted. CNN's Kate Baldwin is in Philadelphia for us this morning. What's the situation, Kate?
Hey there, Allison. It's not a question of whether they're counting right now. It's why is it taking so long to finish? The short answer really is that the group of ballots that they're dealing with here in Philadelphia, that they're working with, they require extra attention. They require more review. What they call them here at the convention center, they call them problem child ballots, and that's what they say. There are about 20,000 of them that they need to be wading through. Overnight, there were 60 workers here in the convention center, we're told, that were prepping these ballots for review. We're told that part of that includes grouping those problem child ballots into buckets, we could call them, to address a specific issue at hand. We are told that they're starting that work, starting that review. They should be started right now if they're keeping with the schedule that they have laid out. They're also looking at 18,000 provisional ballots that they have not gone through yet. And we're told that they're not likely to be going through those until next week, starting with those on Monday. So the entire focus here in this massive cavernous warehouse space that they are working in here in Philadelphia, the entire focus is getting through those some 20,000 mail-in ballots that are requiring extra attention to address issues that can be a range and variety of things. So we are told that there are going to be updates coming today, but how soon and how many, there is not clarity on that quite yet, Allison.
Okay, we will try to get some answers for you and for the viewers and for all of us. Thank you very much, Kate, because joining us now is the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman. Lieutenant Governor, thanks so much. I know it's a busy day. Thank you for being with us.
Sure.
So help us set our expectations. Do you have any sense of when the ballots will all be counted in Pennsylvania?
Well, I mean, the count's ongoing, but there isn't any good news for the president's campaign anywhere in the pockets of votes that remain. Philadelphia is going to drop a big bundle at some point this morning. Allegheny County is going to have some as well, too. And those trend heavily in the vice president's favor. So, my advice to the president's legal team on the ground here in Pennsylvania is not to buy any green bananas, because I don't think this is going to be much longer.
Wow, that does give us a sense of the timeline. Is today the day that Pennsylvania pushes Joe Biden over the top?
I can't say with any certainty, but I quite frankly am unsure why mathematically we're not already there. If you just look at where these votes are coming from and the history of how these votes break, you're talking 75, 80% and higher coming out of Philadelphia. And, even if you give a 50-50 break, that doesn't gain the president any ground. And the vice president's already about 30,000 up. He's going to go up even more when those Philly ballots drop. And I want to emphasize, these are all legal ballots that can't be touched by any Supreme Court decision. And at this point, you have this sad strategy of trying to appeal these so-called late ballots that arrived after election night at 8 p.m. through Friday. And you're talking 2,000, maybe 3,000 votes all across Pennsylvania. It's an inconsequential pot of ballots. And, they had to interrupt Samuel Alito's Friday night for that kind of a ruling. I mean, that, I think, really exemplifies their desperation. And I would just urge them to just accept math.
I mean, there's more than just those sequestered ballots that you're talking about. There's a slew of different legal challenges in Pennsylvania. Are you saying that you don't think that any of them have merit?
Well, name one that hasn't been a long shot or irrelevant to the task at hand of counting these ballots that are all legally received.
In addition to the legal challenges that, as you say, are being shot down left and right, another thing that Republicans seem to be doing is criticizing your Secretary of State and saying that this could all have gone much more easily. The Philadelphia Inquirer reports State Senate Majority Leader Jake Corman accused Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar of giving faulty guidance and making unlawful changes to election rules that had undermined confidence in Pennsylvania's results. They say it had been chaotic and a faulty process and has sowed doubt.
That's categorically false. And I also would like to point out that Leader Corman also said yesterday that there is no evidence of any fraud occurring in Pennsylvania, too, as the top Republican in Pennsylvania. Furthermore, this delay can be laid squarely at the feet of the Pennsylvania GOP, who would not grant us even a 24-hour window to begin pre-canvassing, or 48 hours. And this would have avoided all of this. This would have already been over if they had simply allowed that. They orchestrated this long, dragged-out process, and here we are. But at the end of the day, it's not going to go well. And I would just urge the Trump campaign to just embrace math and allow this country to move on.
Well, on that note, it doesn't seem to be in President Trump's DNA to admit defeat. I mean, at least not what we've seen in terms of his behavior in the White House over the past 4 years. So what do you think on that higher level if the president refuses to concede if Biden wins?
All I know is that the math on the ground in Pennsylvania is the U-Haul truck to the Trump presidency at this point. You know, it's gonna end it. And I would just urge at this point that we take up a collective understanding of where this is going in Pennsylvania. You look at the ballot breakdown, you look at the trends, and you just look at the simple fact that there's a no path. And at this point, we need to start bringing this country together and moving forward.
And what do you think about what Joe Biden's tone has been thus far when he's come out to speak?
Absolutely. Joe Biden's handling it perfectly. And that's my point. But I am just stating the reality here, is that there's an optimal level of cautiousness, and we don't want to get in front of anything. But, you know, when we're over 30,000 votes and climbing from a giant pool of mail-in ballots that break heavily to the point of 75, 80% or more that are going to be added to this total, there just isn't a path mathematically. There isn't some enchanted village of all Trump voters that hasn't weighed in yet in Pennsylvania. I know this to be true. And at this point, all they're doing is hurling these smears and allegations, baseless allegations, that's undermining the democratic process, not only in Pennsylvania, but in the nation. We need to just come to a final understanding that the numbers aren't going to change. They haven't changed. Everything in this primary in Pennsylvania has played out exactly as everybody would say with the numbers and the ballots on the ground.
Look, I mean, obviously, CNN's decision desk is exercising caution and looking at all of the algorithm and plugging in the numbers and their models and everything and trying to proceed cautiously. But you're saying that if it were up to you, you'd call it right now.
What I'm trying to say is that I don't, no matter how generous of a perspective you have towards giving Trump the benefit of the doubt, where are these votes coming from? Where is this uncertainty lie? And I just also want to talk about provisional ballots. I think the majority of them are going to be individuals that chose to spoil their mail-in ballot because for whatever reason they wanted to vote in person, or they didn't trust the underlying integrity of the mail-in ballot process because there was a lot of Republican misinformation and campaigning. At the end of the day, those are going to, I suspect, break even at a small margin in the vice president's favor as well, too.
Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, we always appreciate talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go back to John.
All right, major developments overnight. Coronavirus cases reaching astronomical new records in the United States. And that number now includes the White House Chief of Staff. Stay tuned. Our special live coverage continues. The counting has resumed in Philadelphia this morning. In the meantime, as we await news from there, the country is setting and then breaking new records when it comes to coronavirus cases. Friday alone, the U.S. added more than 126,000 new coronavirus cases. That is the single highest number of cases in one day since the pandemic began. The country also saw 4 straight days of more than 1,000 deaths this week. 16 states are reporting record high hospitalizations. And former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb warned that cases are likely to explode in the coming weeks.
And also, John, we learned overnight that the White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, has tested positive for the virus. CNN's Ryan Nobles joins us now from Washington. Ryan, do we know when he got sick, who he was around, things like that?
We don't know the specifics, Allison, of when the chief of staff contracted the illness, in part because we are told that he wanted to keep it a secret. He did not want it to get out, though the White House has said that they've done extensive contact tracing related to the chief of staff and who he's been in contact with. But if you just look at where he has been in public and the way he has behaved in public over the past week, you can see that he was not taking all that many precautions to stop the spread of the coronavirus. On election night, he was here at the White House at the election night party, not wearing a mask. He has been seen at numerous Trump rallies leading up to Election Day, fist bumping Trump supporters without a mask on. He was also at the Trump headquarters on the day of the election in close contact with many staffers, also not wearing a mask. And Meadows is someone who rarely, if ever, wears masks, and even at times gets annoyed with reporters when they ask him why he is not wearing a mask, when they ask him to wear a mask to stop the spread of the coronavirus. Also, sources inside the White House say that over the past week, the chief of staff has been in and out of the White House residence. He's been in and out of the West Wing as well. We don't exactly know how he's behaving at this stage because after his coronavirus diagnosis, but we just know up until this point, at least when he learned he had the coronavirus, he was not being very responsible. And then also, John and Allison, before I go, I should point out that we haven't heard very much from President Trump as it relates to the election. Over the past 24 to 48 hours, he is now up and tweeting this morning. He is again putting out a number of baseless claims about the vote count, its accuracy, trying to undermine this process. I won't get into the details because a lot of these claims are without merit, but it just goes to show you the psyche of President Trump right now as these votes come in. It doesn't look like he's anywhere in the ballpark of even considering conceding to Vice President Joe Biden.
As we keep saying, Ryan, it's not up to him. It's up to the American people. And right now, the will of the American people is being felt. We are counting the votes as we speak. Thank you so much for being with us. In Philadelphia, the counting has resumed this morning. We're waiting to get an update from Pennsylvania. We have a sense of the shape, what these ballots look like. That's next. Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage and update on two crucial states. First, the state of Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Joe Biden with a 22,000 vote lead, more than 100,000 votes remaining, most from heavily Democratic areas. Many people think Joe Biden's lead will expand there. Arizona, a bit of a different story. Joe Biden leading by 29,000 votes, 11 electoral votes up for grabs. Biden's lead has been shrinking in Arizona, though Republicans in that state will tell you not by enough, at least not yet, for President Trump to overtake Joe Biden. Still, we're watching it very closely. Allison?
Hey, John, Arizona will be working through the weekend to try to get through the more than 200,000 ballots that we're told remain to be counted. And CNN's Bill Weir is there. He's in Phoenix. So, Bill, give us a status report. What are you hearing?
Well, Allison, we're hearing that the next big vote dump here is in a couple hours out of the Maricopa recorder's office here. And what we've seen, the metaphor I've been using is if Joe Biden's lead is a big boulder, a big rock, President Trump has been chipping away at it with hammers when what he really needs is dynamite to blow this thing up. It's just every little gain doesn't seem to be enough as they winnow down the last few 100,000 votes in this state. Yesterday, President Trump picked up about 7,000 votes here in the most populous county in Arizona, and to bring him within 30,000. But as you look around, Navajo, Pima, Yuma County, Cochise, these little trickles, little bit of advantage in each one of these dumps for President Trump, but not a big enough. Even in the Yavapai, that's McCain country, went predominantly for President Trump, but not enough to push him over. You got to wonder what the McCain family thinks about that. There's probably about, I guess the Secretary of State tells us last night, 173,000 votes in total left in the state of Arizona. About 92,000 of those are here. But also to keep in mind, 47,000 of those are provisional ballots. So these are folks who didn't have the right address on their driver's license, and they have a week to come back and correct that for their vote to be counted. So not all of those votes will be counted. People won't follow through for whatever reason. So the window of opportunity for President Trump is really narrowing. And what's interesting is a lot of state officials, Republican state officials, refused to say on a press conference yesterday that there was any sort of shenanigans going on. They refused to toe that line. You're hearing from some Trump loyalists that things are fishy. They say this is as Governor Ducey of Arizona promised the president, we can do it efficiently. We can run an election in a pandemic and get it done. They're staying away from charges of election fraud. Allison, John?
Good to hear. Very good to hear. Bill Weir, thank you for all of those updated numbers for us. All right, let's go back to John.
And let me just say, people need to stick with CNN all day long, if for no other reason to see Bill Weir do math. In the meantime, let's go to Kristen Holmes at the voting desk. Bill brought up provisional ballots, and this has become something of a major issue in Pennsylvania. Help us understand what these are and what it means, Kristen.
Yeah, John, this is one of the great things about this election. I know a lot of people are frustrated that we haven't called it, that they are being encouraged to be patient. But one of the great things about this election is that it's giving us an opportunity to learn things that happen in literally every election. So one of them is provisional ballots. And right now in Pennsylvania, there are 101,000 provisional ballots. Big deal because this is, of course, a critical swing state. So what exactly does that mean? Essentially, it is a ballot that is cast when the eligibility of the voter comes into question. Why would that come into question? It can be something incredibly simple. You forgot your ID at home. Your mail-in ballot was rejected, or you ordered an absentee ballot. When you get there, you don't have it, but you're supposed to. They essentially let you cast your ballot, and then they put it to the side. Now, here's the kind of catch to a provisional ballot. I talked to an official in Erie County, Pennsylvania. I asked him, how long does it take to actually count a provisional ballot? And he told me 1 to 20 minutes per ballot. The reason being that what you have to do, or what these election officials have to do, is go into the system and find out if you're actually eligible. Now, in a place like Pennsylvania, they have a statewide system. They enter in the information they know, but sometimes there's a catch. Your name could be spelled a little differently in the record, which means they have to spend more time finding that record and then correcting it and making sure that you are eligible to vote. So this, again, is just another factor that's playing into this election, and something that election officials are encouraging people to remain patient as they start to go through these. They have 7 days to count all these provisional ballots. John?
1 to 20 minutes per ballot, 85,000 ballots in Pennsylvania could lead to 85,000 minutes. Sounds like the worst song ever from Rent. Kristen Holmes, thank you for being with us. Thank you for explaining provisional ballots because they are very much in play. This morning, the president is lying. He's awake and lying about the election. We'll speak live with the commissioner of the Federal Election Commission to hear her response next. CNN special live coverage, 8:40 a.m. on the East Coast, and we know the president is awake and he is lying. He is on social media saying things that are simply not true about the election and the electoral process. Joining us to discuss, the Commissioner of the Federal Election Commission, Ellen Weintraub. Ellen, Commissioner, thanks so much for being with us. I'm not going to read the president's tweet because it's just false. It's an outright lie. So I want to ask you the other side of that question. Based on what you've seen, how has the process worked so far? How have our systems held up?
Well, actually, it's been quite remarkable. I and many other people were so concerned about how we were going to run this election during a pandemic. And state and local officials and poll workers throughout the country really stepped up. And there have been very few complaints about how this election has run. Very few substantiated complaints, let me put it that way. There is no evidence of any kind of voter fraud. There is no evidence of illegal votes being cast. In fact, and you don't have to take my word for it, because people throughout the country, nonpartisan election experts, have come out and hailed this election and how it was run. If you want to look at the state of Pennsylvania, which the president seems to be focused on, Senator Toomey has come out and said that he has seen no evidence of fraud there. The Republican leader of the state Senate there has also said that he has seen no evidence of fraud. They would know. They're on the ground. They're there in Pennsylvania. And there really has been no evidence of fraud. None of the complaints have attached any evidence of fraud. It's really, we should feel very proud of ourselves that we had record turnout, and people did care about this election. They turned out in numbers that were higher than any election in the last 120 years. It was really kind of amazing, and we should all feel really good about this. And when the pandemic is over, thank a poll worker, thank a local election official.
Wow, it has really revealed, actually, the painstaking work that these election vote counters are doing. We just had our reporter, Kristen Holmes, on saying that for some of these provisional ballots, it can take between 1 and 20 minutes. That's the estimate of how long it takes to count it, because they have to compare the signatures sometimes. They have to look for whatever the problem was. And so I guess, Commissioner, my question is, yes, we've done really well, remarkably, but is there some way to streamline this for the future? Have we learned some lessons this time?
Well, one thing that we could do, which some states have done, and other states, for reasons known only to their state legislatures, refuse to do, is we could start processing mail-in ballots earlier. The states that have the most experience with absentee ballots do this. As the mail-in ballots come in, they start processing them. So you don't have, on election day, in addition to having to run the in-person election, now you've got to allocate staff to start counting the millions of ballots that have been sitting there just waiting to be processed. So that, I think, would be my number one recommendation to try and streamline the system going forward. I also think, and this really doesn't go so much to streamlining as to access, there are a lot of steps that states could take to make voting more accessible, because there were still people who had trouble having access to the polls, particularly in a pandemic. There were lines that were too long. There were obstacles that were placed in the way of people registering easily and then voting easily. And there are solid proposals on the table in Congress for making these processes better, and they should adopt them.
Just to be clear, this is not an abstraction, what you're talking about legislatures allowing votes to be cast before 8 p.m. on Tuesday night. Pennsylvania Republicans blocked efforts to have that state begin counting the ballots that had been in earlier, and now we're seeing the results. We're waiting on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania Republicans made this choice. It was an affirmative decision by them to put us in the situation we're in now. Commissioner, I do want to ask you about the legal challenges to certain ballots that have been filed around the country. Save one case, which is a case dealing with ballots that have arrived in Pennsylvania after the polls closed on Tuesday night, which are being segregated. I'm not aware of any lawsuit that deals with a class of ballots or a large group of ballots. You're talking about individual ballots here or there. Is there anything out there that even in some conceivable world could overturn thousands and thousands of ballots in any state, any of these lawsuits?
No, the lawsuits seem to be, for the most part, going after a few ballots here and a few ballots there, and given the margins, it does not look like there's anything that could affect the outcome. Back before I was on the FEC, when I was in private practice, I did some recount work, and really, if the margin is more than a few hundred votes, recount lawyers know that you're not going to be able to flip the election. So the notion that a few dozen votes here or there could make a difference, it's just not going to happen.
Ellen Weintraub, thank you very much for helping us understand all this. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
All right, so with the election results trending in Joe Biden's favor, many of you are asking, why hasn't the race been called yet? We're going to explain next. Okay, folks, we know that when you look at the numbers on your screen, you can clearly see that Joe Biden is leading in those 4 key battleground states. And so many of you are asking, why, CNN? Why? Have you not called any of these states for Joe Biden yet? For that answer and for who to blame, we turn to CNN political director David Chalian and toss that hot potato right into his lap. What's
Thanks,
going on,
Allison.
David?
I love
Anytime.
this. That's great. No, seriously, it is the question everybody's asking. It makes perfect sense. We are reporting out what are clear trends in these vote counts. You see in Pennsylvania, for example, every time a batch of votes come in, especially if they're mail votes, they're going overwhelmingly for Joe Biden. He pads his lead. We've watched this for days now. Here's the issue. What our decision desk, a team of statistical experts and analysts who dive through every bit of vote information as reports occur, are looking to get to an extraordinarily high level of certainty that the number 2 candidate, in this case Donald Trump, has no way of overtaking the number 1 candidate, in this case Joe Biden, with what is still outstanding. And so part of our reporting effort is to learn everything we can about what is outstanding. What do we know about provisional ballots? Do we know if any have been counted and how are they behaving? What do we know about any outstanding mail ballots and where they're from? All of those things. And we need to see enough vote come in to confirm that our assumption about the way these votes are going to behave is actually occurring. And there's only one way to confirm an assumption, which is to actually see the votes come in until enough votes come in to get you to the threshold where you are 99.7% certain that the number 2 candidate can't overtake the number 1 candidate. That's when a projection occurs.
Even the construction crews had assumed the election would be over by Saturday because they're at work. They're at work in the Washington Bureau this morning. David, the provisional ballots. To what extent has the composition of the provisional ballots perhaps caused some pause? And again, I don't think there's anything wrong with pause because you want certainty here. But there are an unusually high number of provisional ballots in Pennsylvania. Explain why maybe it has been challenging to understand the shape of these ballots.
Well, this is related to the fact that we're doing this election in the pandemic, right, John? And that people are voting differently, specifically in Pennsylvania, which has no history of this kind of volume of vote by mail and absentee voting. And so it's not just, typically, let's say pre-pandemic in an election, provisional ballot, somebody's not on the voter roll, they get to fill it out, it gets checked later on, or a signature doesn't match. But here, people who received a ballot in the mail, but maybe didn't send it in, and then shows up at the polls. There's a whole new universe of people in a high mail voting election that may be casting provisional ballots on Election Day. Now, here's the thing we have to figure out, right? We know Election Day voters, we saw what President Trump was able to do, completely deliver a really impressive turnout of his voters on Election Day. And we know that the vote by mail voters overwhelmingly were Joe Biden voters in this election. So knowing, though, that the provisional people who are casting provisional ballots may be more like mail voters, even though their ballot is being cast on Election Day, or are they more like Election Day voters? That needs to be sorted because we haven't seen this kind of level of provisional ballot history because of the mail issue.
Do you have any sense yet what they are looking more like? Because what we're hearing from election officials and what we're seeing in some evidence in counties like Erie County, Pennsylvania, is it's right in the middle. It turns to be like the overall state turnout is what it seems to be.
Well, again, we're hearing some reports where they've looked at some. I think I heard Kate Baldwin was reporting this morning in Philadelphia, there are some 18,000 provisional ballots. They're not even going to look at those, right, until next week. So there are some places we're not going to have insight into what the provisionals look like. But I just want to stress, it's not just provisionals that are still outstanding, right? So it could be that we learn more in the next vote installment of where the vote by mail is and the provisionals become immaterial. I don't mean immaterial for the voters who cast them. They're material, they're votes, but immaterial to the outcome and the ability to make a projection. So that's where we're at right now. It's not anything other than waiting for enough vote to hit a threshold and hit that level of certainty to make a projection.
Yeah, we have to go, David, but I'm just curious, who's going to win?
I mean, Allison, clearly all the trend line shows us who's going to win this election. We just need to get to that place of certainty to make projections.
I appreciate your exercise of caution. Sure. Thank you for explaining all of that. It was really helpful, David.
Sure.
Okay, up next, the counting is underway again in Philadelphia this morning, we're told. We'll speak to one of the city commissioners live.
John Berman here, along with Allison Camerata. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and all around the world. The nation's wait may soon be over. May, but we think probably, as Joe Biden closes in on winning the presidential election.
Biden's lead over President Trump continues to grow in key battleground states, and we do expect a new round of counted ballots this morning that could put Joe Biden over the top. But President Trump is vowing to fight on in court while Biden is urging unity.
All right, the count in terms of electoral votes at this moment, Joe Biden has 253. The president has 213. Biden is potentially one state, or in this case, one Commonwealth away from the magic number. And that is where we begin with a CNN Key Race Alert. It is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with 20 electoral votes that could put Joe Biden over the top. If he wins that, he wins the election. Currently, he leads there by 28,000 votes. That number has been growing. Tens of thousands of votes remaining, many of them from heavily Democratic areas. We are expecting some information from Pennsylvania soon and some new votes to report to you soon. Other states we're watching: Georgia, overnight, Joe Biden's lead there grew from 4,000 to more than 7,000. Doesn't sound like a lot, but each vote there counts in a race so close. 16 electoral votes up for grabs. They don't have much vote left to count there. That state going to a recount for sure. Let's also talk now about Arizona. 11 electoral votes. Joe Biden's lead there has been shrinking. He now has a 29,000 vote lead. Republicans will tell you that Donald Trump needs to be winning about 60% of the remaining vote to overtake Joe Biden. That hasn't been happening. We're waiting to see what happens with the next batch of votes from Arizona later this morning. Finally, let's talk about Nevada. 6 electoral votes. Joe Biden leading by 22,000 votes. A lot of ballots left there, more than 100,000, but most of them come from Clark County, which is the Democratic area of that state. There is the expectation that Joe Biden's lead will grow. Again, waiting for more information from the state of Nevada. Allison?
Go to Pennsylvania, where we are told more than 80,000 mail-in ballots remain to be counted. CNN's Kate Baldwin is live in Philadelphia for us this morning. So what is that status report, Kate?
So you talk about the 80,000 across the Commonwealth, Allison. It's 20,000 is the key number here in Philadelphia. 20,000 mail-in ballots. That is where all of the focus is this morning. These are ballots the mail-in ballots that require extra review. They require a second look. Hence why they're being dealt with kind of later in the process, because it takes more time. The process slows down slightly. They actually call them problem child ballots here, because that's exactly what they are. They need a little extra review. Things like dates are missing. So some people put their birth date where they're supposed to be putting the current date on their mail-in ballot. They signed the wrong envelope. There is a variety of reasons for these ballots to require extra review, and that is what they're going to be getting at this morning. The last update that we had from Philadelphia was yesterday evening, when they uploaded results for a little over 2,000 more ballots. We're waiting to see how many more they will be getting this morning. We're told there will be updates and uploads to the city website that gives the unofficial, but the official count of where they stand. We're expecting updates. The count will change, but it is not clear at this moment when that will happen and by how much, because overnight they had 60 workers in the facility beside me and behind me preparing these problem child ballots for review. That review is started up this morning, and it's just the process of getting through them, how many they can get through, and when that update happens. Allison?
Kate, thank you for explaining all of that, and we will await updates from you. Thanks for all of that. John.
All right, I'm with Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. We're going to stick with Pennsylvania. We're not ignoring Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona, but we're sticking with Pennsylvania because this alone could give Joe Biden a victory. And this right now alone is where votes are being counted this morning. So let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where the votes are and what we know about them.
I'd add another additional element to it. This alone has a very, very clear trend line that is heading in Joe Biden's favor. Everybody has had all eyes. I think the entire world right now is staring directly at Pennsylvania, maybe just through this wall or through a Google map or something along those lines, to try and get a better sense of what's outstanding right now. Why has this race not been called? Why, for the time being, is Joe Biden leading by 28,000? And is that going to stick And the answer is it's probably going to grow. And we'll start with Allegheny County. It's the home of Pittsburgh. We had a discussion with an official earlier, kind of walking us through what was outstanding there. And if you're the Biden campaign and you listen to that conversation, you feel very good about what's in Allegheny County. There's about 20,000 outstanding mail-in ballots. And the reality for the entire state of Pennsylvania, not unlike Michigan, not unlike Wisconsin, is the mail-in ballots have been leaning heavily Democratic over the course of the last several days. That has been the crux of why Joe Biden has had a lead in this state. There are 20,000 ballots here. And the expectation was the spread, we were told, is about 80 to 20. You look at the ratio here, you look at the margin, 59 to 39, that's different. That's lower. And yet, because of the mail-in ballots that are coming in, about 20,000, in that area of margin right now, it underscores the advantage that Joe Biden has. And it's not just Allegheny County. It's also the other Democratic stronghold in the state. That is southeastern Pennsylvania.
You know what? Circle Philadelphia for us.
I'm going to just bring it up.
Right. Let's pause.
Yep.
All right. We're going to bring in Philadelphia City Commissioner Omar Sabir, who we just got on the line here to get a sense of what vote is outstanding from Philadelphia. Commissioner, thank you so much for being with us. John Berman here along with Phil Mattingly. Can you tell us how many votes and what kind of votes remain from Philadelphia?
Again, you know, we have approximately about 40,000 or so votes. Again, we have, 20,000 of those ballots, and then we have roughly around 18,000 or so of the provisional ballots. And so again, we're going to try our best, to get through the problem child, as they call them, problematic ballots. But again, I just want to be clear to everyone, that it's not like, a microwave dinner. It's not like you just throw around and get instant gratification. Again, it takes time. We're going to be meticulous. We're going to be accurate. And believe me, I want to go home just as much as everyone else wants to go home. But we have to take our time. We have to do it right.
Omar, Commissioner, we are so appreciative of the work you are doing there. We really are, and we know it's not easy. We want you to thank each and every one of the workers for the work that they're doing. 20,000 mail-in ballots, 18,000 or so provisionals. When do you expect, Commissioner, that you will announce or release the next batch of results?
Okay, so it'll be at some point today. Again, stay tuned. I'm getting ready to go, and I just had my coffee, just took my shower and everything. We want to go into the convention center and see exactly what's going on. But again, it's going to be at some point today. But again, I can't stress how much important it is. We're talking to America. We're talking around the world to be patient. Okay, there's a lot of tensions. There's a lot of, everybody is just going crazy right now. So again, I'm asking everybody to take a deep breath and calm down. And we're going to get through it accurately as possible. Again, we want it rapidly, accurately, and we're going to do it with transparency.
And I think everyone is calm and everyone is patient and understands the work you're going through. When you say at some point today, I think people just want to know, Commissioner, can they go get a cup of coffee? Can they walk around the block? Are you talking before noon at this point for another batch or afternoon?
Again, at some point today, again, remember the words that I may say out of my mouth affect the world. Someone just called me and said, hey, I'm in another country around the world and we want to know what's going on. There could be potential war based on the results of what happened with this election. So again, we're going to take our time. Again, at some point today, you will get the updates again. I like CNN, I love CNN. We're going to give you the information as soon as we get it.
Commissioner Phil Mattingly here again. Thanks for what you're doing. Thanks for what the entire team is doing there. I wanted to know if you had a sense of the universe of where the 20,000 problem child ballots actually come from. We've all kind of noticed, looking through the data, that there's a number of precincts that seem to have very low reporting right now in the city of Philadelphia. Is it fair to assume that the bulk of what's outstanding right now comes from those precincts, or do you have any sense of that right now?
Not right now. Again, I mean, we had meetings. Again, I'm on 30 minutes worth of sleep. So again, let me just go in, just evaluate to see exactly what's going on. We had meetings last night, and again, we're going over. We're trying to evaluate it. We're trying to get this done for everyone. And again, we'll give more information as soon as we get it.
And to Phil's point, is there any in-person Philadelphia vote left to count? Because there's been some speculation that might be part of the overall pot we're looking at also.
Okay, so there are, I think we're up to about 97%. It's on our website. Again, I can't see it, but we're almost there. We're missing a couple divisions. So we have over 1,700 divisions. It might maybe be about 2 or 3 divisions or so that we're missing. Again, I'm not looking at the website right now. But we're almost there. We're missing a couple divisions. It's not that much, which is typical, in an election. This is not uncommon.
Commissioner, how many votes are you getting through? Roughly speaking, how long does it take to process each vote or each 100 votes or each 1,000 votes? Give us a sense of the process.
Again, there's no real sense in time. Again, as we identify all the problem childs, we'll come back to the return board, and then, once they all get segregated, we'll come as a return board, and then we'll 3 commissioners will vote on the problem child, whether or not we'll accept them. So again, it takes time. It's tedious work. It's meticulous work. And again, I'd like to thank the County Board of Elections for doing this work that they do. It's phenomenal. But again, as soon as we get the information, again, it's a public process. When we vote, we'll do it right at the convention center, so everyone will be able to observe us, making the votes on these problem childs.
And Commissioner, I know you're busy, and we'll let you get back to it, but kind of along those lines, Philadelphia has been attacked by the president pretty acutely over the course of the last couple of days. What's kind of your response to that? What's your view when you hear that, based on what you've seen and what you've been involved in?
Well, I mean, listen, it's America, right? Everyone has freedom of speech. So again, he has his opinion. I mean, that's his opinion. But just because he makes an opinion, it doesn't necessarily make it fact. It doesn't make it the truth. Again, just to reiterate, in Philadelphia, you're going to get a safe, you're going to get a secure, and you're going to get an accurate election. Again, we want it rapidly, accurately, and we're going to do it with transparency.
Omar Sabir, Philadelphia City Commissioner, we thank you so much for being with us and shedding some light on the process, where we are right now. More importantly, we thank you and the people you work with for counting those votes, for helping everyone make their voice heard. So we'll get you a cup of coffee when we can. We owe you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Now to the nuts and bolts. What did we just learn? Well, not much about the timing. He said at some point today. That's going to be frustrating for people. Pittsburgh, Allegheny County earlier today told us sometime late this morning, earlier this afternoon, they're going to begin releasing more counts. Philadelphia, a lot less clarity. What we do know, 20,000 mail-in votes still to be counted. So let's do some math on just the 20,000, Phil. 20,000 mail-in votes. Joe Biden's been getting 80%. Conservatively.
That's conservative. Yeah.
Conservatively.
We'll go with that. We'll
80% in Philadelphia. I've done the math. That would be 16,000 votes in Philadelphia for Joe Biden, 4,000 for Donald Trump. That would be a 12,000 vote margin that you would be able to add to the overall total. It's at 28,000. That would put Joe Biden at 40,000, roughly.
Right.
Allegheny County, 20,000 mail-in ballots, 75 to 80%. Let's just do the same math so we don't have to do it again. Maybe another 12,000 votes. That would put Joe Biden over 50,000. This is without even counting the provisional ballots, which we think have the same rough shape. So you start to see how this adds up very quickly.
It underscores the reality that I think both campaigns have seen. The Biden campaign is willing to talk about it publicly, but we've also been talking about it pretty routinely over the course of the last 24 hours. And you also have to underscore the fact that there are other counties in Democratic strongholds where you can just kind of move around, and you see Montgomery County still 95% reporting. You look at that margin. You've got Chester County, a Democratic stronghold for the most part, if you push out into the collar counties, still 95% reporting. So not huge, not as big a batches as you have in Allegheny and as you have in Philadelphia, but everything you're looking at right now is the type of vote that will add votes on net to Joe Biden. And so when we talk about what the final margin might be, when you look at 28,000 right now, you're talking 50, 60, 70,000 potentially. And the outstanding question that nobody has an answer to is, where does Donald Trump go to find votes to counter that, to blunt that, to stop the bleeding? And right now, the answer is, we're not sure they exist.
Yeah. In fact, there is some evidence they don't exist.
Right.
But we're waiting. The counts are coming in. Allegheny County told us we could get some later this morning. We obviously will bring them to you the minute we have them. So, Phil, go back to the wall, do some math. In the meantime, we know President Trump is watching. We know he's awake because he has spent the last hour lying on Twitter about the vote around the country. 4 of his tweets already labeled inaccurate. Next, a Republican election lawyer joins us to talk about how this will play out in the courts.
Ballot counting underway in Pennsylvania. You can see it live happening there on the side of the screen in Pittsburgh right now. Joe Biden is appealing for unity and patience as the nation awaits the election results. CNN's Jessica Dean is in Wilmington, Delaware, near Biden headquarters. So what are you hearing about what's happening behind the scenes there?
Well, good morning to you, Allison. The Biden campaign and Joe Biden himself waiting like the rest of us. You see the stage that's been set up for days. It's still set up behind me. The question is, will it get used today? How will that all pan out? Everyone waiting for this race to be called. Everyone waiting for these ballots to be counted. Meantime, we did see Joe Biden late last night as he addressed the nation. And you mentioned he called for unity. He also believes firmly that when all of these votes are counted and when this race is called, he will prevail. But he's already started with that message of unity, of trying to bring Americans together and turn down the temperature. Take a listen.
We may be opponents, but we're not enemies. We're Americans. No matter who you voted for, I'm certain of one thing. The vast majority of almost 150 million Americans who voted, they want to get the vitriol out of our politics.
Biden went on to say that there's no time to waste on the crises facing the nation. He's continued to get his COVID briefings, for example. Allison, we saw him earlier this week going into one of those briefings, and they're trying to get ready to put their plan in place should he become the president-elect of the United States. We also know that, like so many Americans, he's been at home watching these results come in with family and also senior advisors. But right now, Allison, we all just wait.
It is hard to live in limbo, Jessica. We know that, but that is where we are at the moment. Thank you very much. So moments ago, Twitter flagged 4 of President Trump's latest tweets as misleading. They include multiple baseless claims about voter fraud. But as far as we know, none of his claims in the key battleground states are supported by evidence. So still, they're launching legal challenges. Will those gum up the process? Joining us now is Ben Ginsburg, a Republican election lawyer who was central to the 2000 Florida recount battle during Bush versus Gore. Ben, great to see you. I don't want to read the president's tweets because they've been labeled as misinformation, but I will try to summarize them for you. He is very upset. He seems very upset about these ballots in Pennsylvania that were postmarked they were postmarked on Election Day or by Election Day, but received in the 3 days after. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court already ruled that that was totally legal and legit. So is there a chance that the U.S. Supreme Court, since the president keeps complaining about it, as do his lawyers, could reverse that?
Look, there's always a chance, but I think it's unlikely because that would result in the disenfranchisement of a large number of voters who simply followed the directions they were given by election administrators. It would be a valid case for the Supreme Court to consider the whole idea of extending deadlines past Election Day, but not involving this election. And for Pennsylvania, there's also a interesting legal but somewhat obscure question about whether the legislature or the state Supreme Court is the final decider on elections cases.
And what's the answer to that one?
It's a good question. So the literal words in the Constitution are the legislature, but it isn't clear that legislature is not a more expansive term. You can flip a coin on it.
So the U.S. Supreme Court's going to have to decide that one?
Yeah, they can decide it. They don't have to decide it. But it won't. I think it's unlikely that that would impact this election. It is a valid ruling for the people of Pennsylvania to know for their state and legislative races in 2021.
Another thing the president brings up, and again, I'm going to paraphrase it rather than read it because we don't have any evidence of it, but I do hear his surrogates and allies talking a lot about this and ginning up or trying to gin up a lot of outrage about this. It's the so-called observers of the counters. So as far as we know, there's an equal amount of Republican observers, Democratic observers. They were supposed to stand 10 feet away from the vote counters. They, I think, won in court to be able to move closer to 6 feet. Is there anything going wrong with this as far as you know? Is there any legal legitimacy to this?
Well, no. I mean, there have been observers. That's not been a question. They want more access, closer access. They've been given that. The important thing to remember is that there are no allegations of fraud involved in this. There are no votes involved in it that would impact the ultimate count in the state. So it's a bit of procedural complaining, maybe even whining. Let the people stand closer if they think they need that. But again, this isn't going to affect the outcome.
So, Ben, what about these legal challenges? There's a slew of them, not just in Pennsylvania, but the president's team has launched them in various battleground states. And I believe we are already headed to a recount in Georgia. And so will that slow down the process? I mean, let's say that Joe Biden is declared the winner. Will any of that slow down the transition?
So that's a good question. And we should separate out recounts, which any candidate is entitled to and takes place under state processes, with any number of the lawsuits that have been filed, which don't seem to be outcome determinative and probably not well founded. So each state has a process to conduct its recounts and timelines in which it should finish up and not delay the process. But, and here's the but, none of these states have really road tested their recount laws under the stress of a Pennsylvania contest. And so in Florida in 2000, for example, it took a long time and came right up on the deadlines. So you do need certified results of the election before the Electoral College is supposed to meet. December 8th, safe harbor, December 14th, the actual meeting of the electors in the state capitol. So that is a deadline to keep involved. Think of poor Georgia, 159 counties. That's 100 more than we had to deal with in Florida. They have 2 Senate runoff elections at the same time. All that activity in Georgia is a sign that the political gods do have a sense of humor.
That's one interpretation, and I like it. Ben Ginsburg, thank you very much. Great
Thanks,
to talk
Allison.
to you. Let's go back to John.
All right, we do have reporting that Joe Biden and his team are already in the planning process for the transition. We're going to speak to the man who was in charge of the Bush transition team in 2000. That transition took place during controversy. We're going to get his take on what the Biden folks and, frankly, the White House should be doing right now. Stick around. We know they are counting votes in Pennsylvania. We've been told that Allegheny County, home of Pittsburgh, could release some results later this morning. We are watching that very closely. Now, even while they are counting, there is planning in place for the presidential transition, either for a second Trump administration or what seems more likely now, a Biden administration.
Okay, so for more on this, we're joined now by CNN political commentator and former advisor to President Bill Clinton, Paul Begala, as well as the executive director of the Bush 2000 transition team and former assistant to President George W. Bush, Clay Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I want to start with you because there are similarities in that there are also legal challenges this time around. President Trump's legal team are launching lots of sometimes meritless legal challenges, according to the judges, but still there is a slew of them. And I'm wondering if what happened in 2000 ended up bogging down the transition and stalling it somehow.
A little bit, but not much. Most candidates for president back then did not even want to utter the word transition until the election was over. They thought it was bad, would cause them to get unlucky, which is sort of silly. Bush challenged me in 16 months before the election when he asked me to be his chief of staff in Austin. And besides being chief of staff, Clay, I want you to develop a plan for what we do when I win the presidency 16 months from now. So he challenged me to take the next 16 months and plan a transition. My understanding is that candidate Biden has brought I read this morning, has brought a good close friend of his and a very knowledgeable Washington person on board to start organizing his transition 4, 5, 6 months ago. That has to happen. You have to assume you are going to win, and it's just a matter of when you start putting people into place. And so Dick Cheney said, we can't wait to find out what the courts are going to rule. We have to assume that we are going to be the president-elect. And so we opened up an office early before the votes were made official and went up there and raised some private money and established a transition office. And so and it wasn't until after the courts ruled that we moved into government offices and we could expand our staff, but we were working hard. You can't wait until someone says, okay, it's ready to go, because there's a lot of work that has to be done before noon on January 20th, and you got to start early, and you got to work through hectic times. You're deluged with a lot of input, and you just have to manage it and be prepared to govern by the time the new president is sworn in.
Look, I remember this because I was there. I was in Austin, and George W. Bush announced his senior White House staff in the middle of the recount. George W. Bush announced cabinet selections in the middle of the recount for a couple of reasons. One, because you have to, because you need to start to get the ball rolling. But the other reason is because it lets the world know that you think you've won, and it gives a sense of finality to it all. The question is the Clinton administration wasn't uncooperative with you. The outgoing Clinton administration, didn't shut the door in your face when you were transition planning. What happens if the Trump administration does shut the door in the face of the Biden team in the transition?
Well, there's not a whole lot that the outgoing current administration can do to significantly impair transition planning for an incoming administration. There are some things they can do to make it nice, like the first time that a new administration sits down in the Situation Room to deal with some major international matter should not be when the meeting is for real. I mean, the people who are going to be in there making hugely important decisions should have had some prior experience with sort of informal briefings and so forth, just to get used to the ambiance of the place and what it looks like and what a typical military presentation looks like and so forth and so on. And so that can be facilitated by an outgoing administration. But if that isn't facilitated by the outgoing administration, there are other ways you just can play catch up in the first few days back. But you can do make decisions about who your appointees are going to be. You can do informal background checks. In our case, we had a prior general counsel for, I think it was President Reagan, Fred Fielding was his name, who would meet with people that we were most high on to be the secretary of this and that, and would ask him important questions about potential conflicts of interest and improprieties and so forth, and say, tell us now what's there, and proceed forward. And if something comes up in the background check later that we're not aware of, we're going to drop you. But otherwise, we're going to stand behind you. And so we could do all the things that you could do informally that you had to do. Wait until you were officially the candidate to do it formally.
Makes sense. Paul, of course, former Vice President Biden knows his way around the White House and the West Wing. Will that make the transition easier?
Oh, I think it definitely will. He has Ted Kaufman is the guy, Clay, that he's so close to Joe. He was Joe's chief of staff for decades in the Senate. When Joe became vice president, the governor of Delaware appointed Ted as the interim senator to fill Biden's seat. That's how close. He's the closest person to Joe, whose last name is not Biden. And with rich experience. They're operating, as Clay knows, under the Presidential Transition Act of 1963. That was beefed up and the funding increased by a bill written by interim Senator Ted Kaufman. So they don't have a choice. They, by law, must allow agency review teams, for example, these, the landing teams, you just call them landing parties, go into each agency to review what's going on there and changes that you might want to make. There are background checks that must be done. There are legal requirements. Now, of course, this president thumbs his nose at all norms and legal requirements. The first call is made actually by the head of the GSA, General Services Administration, who, by law, can release the funding. It's about $6.5 million right now for the income, if there's an incoming president, and I think there will be. She makes that call. Erin Murphy is her name. She was in the Bush administration. She's a Republican, but was confirmed unanimously, so the Democrats really have had no complaints with her. She has not released the funding yet, and I don't blame her. But very soon she should. She's not waiting on the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not going to be in the middle. So I heard Ben Ginsburg's interview. I suspect she's waiting for Chalian in the decision desk to to make the call, just like all of us.
Who isn't? Paul Begala, Clay Johnson, thank you very much for walking us through all of that. Really interesting.
Thanks.
Okay, so moments from now, John, we are expecting a new batch of vote counts to come in from Georgia and Pennsylvania. Of course, that could put Joe Biden over the top, so stand by.
All right, this is CNN's special live coverage. Let's take a look at where things stand in the state of Georgia. As of now, Joe Biden leads by 7,000 votes. 16 electoral votes up for grabs. Biden up by 7,000. That grew, relatively speaking, substantially overnight from 4,000 to 7,000. And the size of that lead might play into the ultimate outcome there. So we're watching that very closely. We are still waiting for votes in Georgia. Some of those votes are the military and overseas ballots. CNN anchor Brianna Keeler knows a ton about this and has been following it very, very closely, not just in Georgia, but around the country. But let's start with Georgia. What do we know about this vote, Brianna?
Yeah, let's start with what is new, which is that we know about 900 military and overseas ballots came in by close of business yesterday, which was the deadline in Georgia to receive those. Now, that 900 came in Fulton County, which, yes, is the most populous county. What about the other counties? We don't actually know at this point in time. But you would add those to the 18,008 military and overseas ballots that have already been received and counted in Georgia. These are the ballots of service members, of their spouses and their family members, of other Americans who are overseas. And what we knew as of yesterday afternoon from the Georgia Secretary of State, John, was that there were about 8,400 outstanding ballots. It would be very weird for all of those to have come in. Those were the ballots that were sent out and had not been received back. Some of them would have been in transit. We know that from the 900 that came into Fulton County, but some of them just aren't going to be cast. That's just what happens. In 2016, about 1/3 of the absentee ballots sent out to military and overseas did not come back. They were not cast. So that is not unusual.
And again, it makes up military ballots and overseas ballots, and there's every reason to think that they might behave differently. But people sometimes make assumptions about military ballots. President Trump says they're missing military ballots. There aren't. But he seems to be implying or think in his head that there'll be some huge advantage for him among that group. What do we know about that?
That's right. That might be an outdated assumption. Back in 2000, during the recount in Florida, it was probably a safe assumption, as Republicans wanted military ballots there to be counted, that would favor them. I think that is something that would be accepted looking back by Democrats and Republicans. But there's actually a recent poll by Military Times of active duty military. This is something that was completed in August. It was done in July and August, which I should also note was before the Atlantic piece came out that showed the president had referred to war dead and wounded as suckers and losers. Would that have maybe impacted this? We don't know. But this poll was done before then. And what it showed was actually that active duty service members were trending towards Joe Biden. I know a lot of people maybe aren't putting a ton of faith in the polls right now, but the apples to apples numbers in that Military Times poll showed that from 2016 to 2020, there was an erosion of support for Donald Trump among service members. So he shouldn't bank on the fact that this is something that would help him. But also, there are no missing ballots, just to be clear. That's what I outlined was the outstanding ballots. There are ballots with military folks, with overseas folks, and with regular Americans who vote absentee that they just don't always send everyone back. That would be weird if they did, actually.
Yes, it would. And in terms of military and overseas ballots received after Election Day, what does the law say about this, Brianna?
Well, they are protected. So when President Trump is saying that ballots received after Election Day are illegal, he's actually calling, John, for a scenario where you would have service members and their families and other overseas Americans casting ballots that by law should be counted, but he's saying that they shouldn't. So you could actually have a situation where there are military members who are actively defending a country that they can't vote in if you took what the president said to the bank. Now, that's not what election officials are taking to the bank, because these are protected votes, right? Just like all of our votes are protected. And while Georgia had till close of business for them to come in yesterday, other states are actually giving longer. By law, right? Nevada and Pennsylvania, these votes can come in until Tuesday, November 10th. When you look at North Carolina, it's even longer, Thursday, November 12th. So again, they have to be counted by law, right? They have to be counted.
Your vote counts. Brianna Keeler, really important information. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Allison?
Okay, John, Joe Biden is up by more than 22,000 votes in Nevada right now. So we'll take you there live to find out when election voters might finish the count. That's next.
Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. Let's take a look at the crucial state of Nevada. They are still counting there. 6 electoral votes up for grabs. Joe Biden leading by 22,000 votes. Now, more than 100,000 votes remaining in Nevada. What do we know about them? They mostly come from Clark County, a heavily Democratic area. It's very possible Joe Biden will expand his lead there, but we're still waiting for some new numbers. Allison?
Okay, John, so those are the numbers at the moment. Let's get an update on what's happening on the ground. CNN's Erica Hill is there. So, Erica, tell us the status. What's the timeline?
Hey, good morning. So we will have another update at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. local time here today. We're getting these updates now twice a day from Clark County, which is good news. There had been some grumbling about not getting information quickly enough. So the Secretary of State will update the latest numbers this morning. And then we're going to hear directly from the Clark County Registrar about an hour after that. And then we're going to get a second information dump now here in Clark County that we should have sometime before 7 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock Pacific. They're not going to be guessing an exact time on that. What we do know, though, as John pointed out, more than 124,000 ballots that still need to be processed in this state. Just under half of those are mail-in ballots. Remember, every active voter in the state was sent a mail-in ballot this year, and 70% plus of voters in the state of Nevada are right here in Clark County. 90% of all outstanding ballots also here in Clark County, according to the Secretary of State. So we're hoping for some more numbers today on those 58,500 mail ballots that we know of. There are also these same-day registration provisional ballots that need to be processed. So we're looking for some more information on those. Some of them can't start to be processed, though, until all the mail-in ballots are processed. So we're told that in Clark County, mail-in ballots that are in-house should be processed by tomorrow. We know another 241 came in yesterday morning's mail. More can come today. In fact, more ballots can arrive up until Tuesday, November 10th, because here in Nevada, as long as that mail-in ballot was postmarked on Election Day, November 3rd, it can be received until the 10th and then processed. So we're not done yet. That's the short answer in a long way.
We'll stand by to stand by. Erica Hill, thank you very much. Okay. On the other side of your screen, you're watching live pictures out of Pennsylvania. I think we can pull those back up. And Georgia, we have for you. Vote counting is underway for a 5th day, and soon those states are expected to release a new batch of results. Stay with us for CNN's live special coverage.
We're awaiting new results from the crucial presidential battleground of Pennsylvania. Thousands of votes may finally decide this election. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're back here in the CNN Election Center. Former Vice President Joe Biden says he has no doubt he will win the White House and defeat President Trump. But the numbers aren't quite there yet, but they could be very, very soon. Vote counters are back at work in Pennsylvania, and we expect new vote tallies to drop at any time. We also expect new results from Arizona and Nevada in the hours ahead. But only Pennsylvania could put Biden over the top on its own. Its 20 electoral votes would give him more than the 270 he needs to close the deal. Let's go right to a key race alert. And let's start off in the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, which we're watching oh so closely right now. 20 electoral votes. Joe Biden is ahead by 28,833 votes. He has 49.6% to 49.1% for Donald Trump. 96% of the estimated vote is in. We're also watching Georgia, where 99% of the estimated vote is in. Biden's lead has jumped up a bit to 7,248. He has 49.4%. Trump has 49.3%. In Arizona, which has 11 electoral votes, Biden's lead is close to 30,000, 29,861, 49.6% to 48.6%. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Biden maintains a steady lead, 22,657, 49.8% to 48%, 93% of the estimated vote in Nevada is in. Let's walk over to John King, who's watching all this as closely as anyone on earth right now. It's getting closer and closer.
Day 5. Good morning. How you doing?
Yeah.
It's look, day 5. So you say, why is it taking so long? Well, day 5 could very well, because of Wolf just outlined, be the decisive day. And why is that? Look, here's the national map. Joe Biden building an impressive lead in the popular vote as more are counted. That's a moral victory, an important victory for the Democratic Party. But what Joe Biden needs, as you noted, is just to get over the top. 253 electoral votes. We have not changed that in 2 days as these states count through. But today we do know Pennsylvania, Wolf noted 28,833. When you see both candidates above 3.3 million votes, just shy of 29,000 votes, does not seem like a big lead. But now we are down to fewer ballots left to count. So what are we waiting for? We're waiting, number one, to see if we get another installment out of Philadelphia right here. Philadelphia and the suburbs still have a modest amount of ballots, but they're counting those modest ballots. Here's the question. We know in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been running up impressive numbers. There are so-called provisional ballots. You want some of those to be reported so you can just match it up. Is the math the same, or is President Trump somehow making up ground? Most unlikely. He's going to make up ground here, but you want to see the votes. We expect some anytime later this morning. Another big important allocation of votes. They've been counting votes out here in Allegheny County. This is Pittsburgh. And again, late last night before we left, we got some votes from here. And again, Joe Biden overwhelmingly winning these late ballots. You want to watch a few more installments here. It's a comfort zone factor. It's a giant state. More than 6.6 million votes count when you added them all up. So you see 28,000. You want a little more evidence that the trajectory is solid. We could get that. Within minutes, but certainly within hours. You also noted, Wolf, I just want to bring this up. Georgia, the Secretary of State yesterday said most likely to head into a recount. So you look at this, 7,248 votes in a state that is 49.4 to 49.3. That's actually quite significant. The Biden lead grew by nearly 3,000 votes overnight, and a recount lawyer will tell you. In a recount, maybe a dozen votes change. Every now and then, 100 or so votes change. When you can add 3,000, if you're going to head into a recount, you're at 7,200 now going up. It would tell you that's quite significant. It makes it much less likely that there would be any change. And again, sometimes there's human error writing something down. It's not about anything nefarious, but you go through, you recheck the votes. Sometimes it doesn't change, maybe 100. A 7,200 vote lead is pretty solid. And then you mentioned, obviously, there's a lot of impatience in the country. We get that. We share it. But they're trying to count votes. So you move out to Arizona. They're still counting votes. A 29,861 vote lead. This is the one state. In Pennsylvania, when they count votes, Joe Biden expands his lead. In Georgia, when they count votes, Joe Biden expands his lead. Out here in the West, the president has made some gains. It's been a little bit of a seesaw. Sometimes Biden does. Sometimes the president does. But the president has made gains here. He's cut into a lead that was larger than that at one point. So you want to keep counting the votes. And then Nevada, we expect in a couple hours more results. You see how close it is, 22,657 statewide. We expect more. This is the decisive county. You see it there. More than 70% of the vote, as much as 75% of the vote when they're all said and done in Nevada will come from Clark County, and we expect more votes today. So if you've been with us the last 5 days, you understand and you're waiting, but we are potentially at that decisive moment, because if we get votes out of Pennsylvania that confirm Biden's lead continues to grow, that would do it. That's enough right there. 273 would make Joe Biden not the Democratic nominee anymore, the Democratic candidate anymore. That would make him president-elect. And then, as we've said, he has the potential, will count for the rest of the day, but we may well know by the end of the day if Joe Biden can get that high, 306 electoral votes. That appears to be his ceiling. That would match the president's total from 4 years ago. But this one here is the one that matters most right here. It's 20 electoral votes. It's the largest prize on the board. And so if you come over here and you just zoom in, that's what we're waiting for. Every vote matters in every state across the country, but this is the state that at any moment could put Joe Biden over the top.
Let's check in with Brian Todd. He's in Pittsburgh for us right now, Allegheny County. Brian, understand votes are about to come in where you are?
Wolf, we expect another batch of vote count to come here probably within the next couple of hours. They're not really giving us a timeline. They just started counting behind me a little over an hour ago here. I'll move to the side here, and our photojournalist Jay McMichael will take you into where the ballot counters are working. They're working on those 29,000 misprinted ballots that came in that they had to correct and mail out back again to voters with the correct information on them. So those came in a little late. So they're working on those. We were told by Rich Fitzgerald, the executive of Allegheny County, that they've got about 20,000 more of those to go through of the 29,000. So that's what they're doing right now. They've been at this pretty much all morning. The observers are here in the foreground. And these, according to Rich Fitzgerald, these ballots will take longer to get through because they have to open the envelopes. They have to check to see if the ballot in question is maybe a duplicate or not. They have to go through some other things on that ballot to make sure it's the correct ballot. Now, these ballots, as we said, had the initial ballots that were mailed out had bad information on them. They had some candidates that were mailed to voters, some candidates that were not really running for office in those districts, so they couldn't vote for those people, but they could vote legitimately for the president. So some of those ballots, they have to check to make sure that the votes that they cast were for the president and not for the incorrect candidates down ballot. So that's one of the issues that they're checking to see if the vote coming in is correctly filled out. So it takes time. And we're going to get probably some additional votes maybe in the next couple of hours, Wolf, as we monitor the situation here.
So just remind us, Brian, how many outstanding ballots are there in Allegheny County where you are around Pittsburgh? And are they all mail-in ballots?
Yes, they're almost just about all of them are mail-in ballots. There are at least 20,000 outstanding ballots in Allegheny County that they have left to count, and they said it might take into the weekend, but we hope to get a significant amount of them back within the next couple of hours. Maybe not all of them, because they've been giving them to us, Wolf, in just small batches of a few thousand here or there. So we expect that will probably happen today. But by the end of the day, we hope to get a pretty significant amount of those vote counts in.
Brian Todd, we'll get back to you. Thank you. John, 20,000 ballots in Allegheny County. You can see it's a pretty blue county over there around Pittsburgh. We're going to get those numbers, I suspect, fairly soon. Almost all of them mail-in ballots. And we know that Biden does really well. Trump does not do that well with these mail-in ballots.
Right. You see the overall percentage here, 59 to 39. That's Allegheny County. It's Pittsburgh and the suburbs around it. And you see, if I come back out to the statewide look, President does pretty well, very well, in western Pennsylvania. The city of Pittsburgh itself, blue-collar, labor unions back Biden. So you do see the Democrats winning the city area, the urban area. But the president does all right. But what we have seen consistently is in this county and statewide. You see the president at 39% here in Allegheny County. You see him at 49% when you go statewide. Look, you see all that red. The president has strong support in Pennsylvania, but what we have seen consistently over now the last 3+ days is when they count these mail-in ballots, Joe Biden routinely, disproportionately. His total statewide is 50. He'll get 60, 70, sometimes more than 80% if we're talking about southeast Pennsylvania here. Out here last night when Brian Todd and the executive out there were bringing us votes, Joe Biden was consistently above 60 and 70% in the mail-in ballot counts. Why? Democrats voted by mail in this unorthodox, unprecedented pandemic election. Republicans tended to turn out much more on Election Day. So what is left to count tells you, we know it favors Biden because that's how Democrats voted, not just in Pennsylvania, but across America. So when you have more than 6.6 million cast and a 28,833 vote lead, what we're looking for is just proof that this trajectory, slow build continues, because it will be a narrow victory. But for anyone out there saying, wow, the president carried the state by 40,000 votes 4 years ago. It's a very competitive state. The president did a good job. He got more votes this time than he did last time. The Democrats have just done a better job, and they're inching up to the finish line, Wolf, as we come. And again, Brian says those could come any minute. I'm just going to move the state up for you here. We also know, as I said, right here, it's this, if you look at the size of Pennsylvania, you think this is the tiny southeast corner. This is the population center. Democrats need to run it up here. And if you go through these counties, you start first in the city of Philadelphia. Sorry about that. I want to cross the line here. You come here, you start in the city of Philadelphia, and you come up, look at that, 81%. And in the mail-in ballots, it's been higher than that. You come up to Bucks County, it's the more competitive of the counties, suburban collar counties, but in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been well ahead of that. So we have a couple hundred here, a couple thousand there. They're going to start to come in this morning. Joe Biden inching closer to a decisive moment. And again, this would be fitting for Joe Biden. It would be poetic in some ways. He was born in the state, number one, and number two, when he announced his candidacy, he said his mission. He believed he was the strongest Democrat to take Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin back. He's got 2 of the 3 prizes. If he gets the 3rd, he's president.
They retain Minnesota as well. Kate Baldwin's in Philadelphia for us, watching all this unfold. So, Kate, what are you hearing about Philadelphia? That's the largest batch of votes potentially out there.
That's exactly right. And we have just received an update on timing. I'm having a mixed minus issue, guys, so I'm going to take this out of my ear. We're just got an update on timing and amount. We are told by sources that we should expect between 2,000 and 3,000 votes to be counted and updated to the system soon. One source telling us by noon, another source saying it could be more like early afternoon. And as we have seen throughout this process, Wolf, that the timing of uploading and finalizing, getting these votes into the system and counted, the timing can slip. There are a lot of factors that go into getting it from the beginning to the end, and so the timing can slip. But importantly, especially on this day, with 20,000 mail-in votes left outstanding here in Philadelphia, at least the first update of the day will be coming soon. 2,000 to 3,000 is what we're told by sources. One source saying by noon Eastern, another saying it could be early afternoon. And this very possibly is not the final update from the day. We know they're getting through these ballots. They're beginning that review process that is a slower, more labor-intensive process, but they're definitely up and running now. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Kate. Let's talk about that in Philadelphia right now. And in Philadelphia, you see how Biden has 80.8%, Trump has 18.3%. Potentially, if these mail-in ballots come in Philadelphia, he might wind up Biden getting 70, 80, maybe 85% of those ballots.
You're exactly right, because he has consistently exceeded the numbers in any county, even in the red counties where President Trump is winning. You look at Joe Biden's number, then they count the mail-in ballots, and with 1 or 2 exceptions, as we've gone through this dozens of times over the last 3 days, Joe Biden exceeds that number, matches it or exceeds it. So 80%, 81%, if you round up in Philadelphia. We have had reports, installments of votes come in, where he's getting 87% and higher. And so that's the key point. So Kate Baldwin just mentioned 20,000 votes outstanding here in the city of Philadelphia. So number one population center in the state by far. So you get 2,000 to 3,000 of those. There's 20,000 out. You get 2,000 to 3,000 of those. So it's 10% or more, maybe, of what they have left, right? And so Democrats are asking, why haven't you called this race, right? It's 3.3 million votes, 3.3 million votes. Joe Biden said 28,800. You think about a universe of roughly 100,000 left. If Joe Biden gets above 30,000, starts to build beyond that, then you feel more comfortable, because you've seen out here in the western part of the state, then a new installment here in the southeastern part of the state. Joe Biden getting 60, 70, 80% or more of those votes. At some point, the trajectory gets you past any probability that the president of the United States is going to come back. And for those who say, well, you're already at that point, the president is attacking this process, right? That's not how we have our own rules. We have our own process. But especially when the process is under attack, sticking to the rules, using your building blocks, methodically getting to the finish line, and being cautious is a great way to do it. If they start bringing in some more votes, we will know the outcome in Pennsylvania, perhaps sometime today. But we completely get the frustration and the anticipation out there. It's just important to have rules and not bend them, especially at a time the integrity of the system is being unfairly attacked by the candidate who, if he loses this state, is a one-term president.
Yeah. All right. We're watching this and we're embracing for more numbers coming in fairly soon. Let's check in with Jake to see what else is going on. Jake?
Thanks, Wolf, and hello, world. We're back again, day 5 of election night in America, and we do think that there will be some resolution today. We do think that there will be some indication of what the future will bring for the United States. As you note there, you see on the side of the screen, there are 4 states. The margins in Georgia are getting better for Biden. The margin in Nevada is getting better for Biden. The margin in Pennsylvania is getting better for Biden. And in Arizona, actually, it's gotten a little bit worse for Biden, a little bit better for President Trump. Let's check in with the campaigns right now. Jeff Zeleny is covering the Biden campaign. He's in Wilmington, Delaware. And Jeff, a lot of impatient Democrats out there, understandably so. How is former Vice President Biden doing?
Well, Jake, good morning. I'm told by talking to a variety of Democrats, Joe Biden is actually very patient. He's very calm, much more so than some of his supporters and donors and others who are growing impatient about this. But I am told that the former vice president is looking forward. He believes that victory is at hand, and he believes, and his advisors believe, it will happen at some point during the coming hours or sometime today. But he is looking forward, specifically focusing on the challenges ahead of coronavirus. He is going to move forward through his transition. I'm told he's not going to be deciding on any members of the cabinet for a few weeks, but he will be focusing on coronavirus, and look for some type of announcement on that to come in the very soon hours or days after he declares victory, which he expects to do at some point. And it is because of these rising challenges, the rising numbers. As we've been talking about election numbers, of course, he's been getting briefings every day, sometimes a few times a day, on the rising cases of coronavirus. So I'm told he's going to put in place some type of a Biden COVID-19 task force like the one we saw in the White House, which we've not seen for days or weeks. So that is what his focus is on, even as Democrats, of course, around him are waiting for that victory speech. The stage, as you can see, Jake, you've seen all week, is still set up behind me here. It is the anticipation that they would still use it for some type of a victory speech. But as this goes on further, the reality and the challenges here are the important moments. So do these fireworks still seem appropriate given the deaths in coronavirus cases? That is something that the Biden team is talking about. But the transition, even though it's not being talked about, is well underway behind the scenes, Jake.
If, in fact, he wins, he will have a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to rebuilding the economy and trying to contain the coronavirus. Jeff Zeleny, thank you so much for that update. Let's go now to the White House, where we find Jim Acosta, who's been covering the Trump White House and the Trump campaign. And Jim, there has been this mad scramble by Trump and his supporters to try to find evidence, try to find any reason why the ballots and the vote counting should be questioned. I have not seen anything. Have they found anything even remotely credible yet?
Not yet, Jake. And I will tell you, I just spoke with a Trump advisor about this just a short while ago. And as the president is tweeting all of these unfounded rumors and baseless accusations, a pretty stunning admission from one Trump advisor I'm speaking with. And this person is saying, we have found nothing concrete. Quote, nothing concrete in terms of allegations of voter fraud. I think that is significant, Jake, because as the president is saying these things publicly, there are people inside the campaign, inside Trump world, Republicans up on Capitol Hill, Republican operatives that I speak with, they are all telling me the same thing, that the president is making baseless allegations about voter fraud that at this point simply don't exist. And so even though the president is flailing at this point and wanting this thing to be dragged out, it doesn't sound like they have anything in terms of hard evidence that would, hold up in any kind of courtroom or anywhere for that matter. And so this is just the president, I think, at the end of the game, trying to cry foul, try to complain about the refs, complain about the officials as much as possible to see how long he can drag it out. We should point out, just a short while ago, he did leave in his motorcade from the White House. We suspect he may be heading off to the golf course, which I suppose there are going to be officials inside the campaign and so on who are going to be relieved if they can somehow separate him from his smartphone for a brief period of time, because obviously, there are people inside the campaign who just feel like he's making matters worse. And on top of all of that, Jake, we should point out This White House is once again looking like a hot zone for the coronavirus. More cases of the coronavirus were discovered overnight, including the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. That's something else that we're tracking over here, in addition to, what is going to happen with the resolution of this election, is whether or not it's even safe to work inside the White House, which is sort of an incredible commentary on where we are right now, Jake.
Yeah, this would be like something like the third or fourth outbreak in the White House of the coronavirus. They're not exactly sticklers when it comes to wearing masks, I think it's fair to say. Jim Acosta,
Really
thanks so much.
That's right.
Appreciate it. We're going to come back to you as matters develop. It's sad to see the president tweeting these lies, one after the other. But at this point, frankly, it's almost irrelevant. We're at the point now where one of these states, data is going to come in, and we're going to be able to call it. And there's not one of those states trending red right now.
Right. I agree. The only thing it is relevant to, or the only people, those tweets which are lies about things we won't even talk about, are people who, the tens of millions of people who read his tweets and believe what he says. And, we've lived through this kind of alternate universe for 5 years now. But when we're talking about one of the basic tenets of democracy, which is the peaceful transition of power, it takes it to another level. And let's just hope that this is the transition period, or as one of his advisors told me yesterday, his grieving period, and he'll get to the other side when the numbers become more clear, because the people who listen to him have to be brought along to the notion that this was not illegitimate, that this was not laden with fraud, that this was done appropriately.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the president needs to bring his people along to get to that conclusion. What he is doing right now is not helping. Mm-hmm. It's hurting that process. And there, at some point, will need to be, as you've said repeatedly, a real intervention from Republican leaders with this president about what's going on. But I think people might be confused as to why that hasn't happened yet. And I think the answer is pretty simple. This is still Donald Trump's Republican Party, whether he is reelected or not. And Republicans in Washington, some of whom were just reelected to their offices, some of whom are facing reelection the next 2 years or 4 years, they know that they will need the president's supporters. Yep. And so there's a fear, a real fear in Washington right now about how to handle this, how not to alienate these people, and what will happen if President Trump is not reelected and he's no longer on the ballot to help them out, to bring these people out to the polls. So that's what, you talk about a grieving period. There's a grieving period happening for the rest of Washington as well on the Republican side. But at some point, the fate of the country has to come before that. And I do think it will. It's just a matter of time.
There's you see some of that in statements from Republican leaders, the more sane ones, like Senator Mitt Romney or Congressman Adam Kinzinger, people who understand that maybe the fat lady hasn't sung, but she is, sure, clearing her throat. And the idea that it's time to start praising President Trump's accomplishments. The Republican Party had a fantastic night, other than at the top of the ticket. They picked up seats in the House. As of right now, they've held on to the Senate. They've held on to all their legislatures, et cetera. President Trump has a number of accomplishments that Republicans can be proud of when it comes to Supreme Court justices, when it comes to tax cuts, when it comes to deregulation, when it comes to criminal justice reform. It is time for Republicans to start praising Caesar and preparing to bury him, both, because it is very clear what is going on. Yeah. It is not helpful, as you note, that there are Republicans competing for the MAGA voters who are ginning up and following Republicans, by the way, who know better.
Yes.
Like Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Lindsey Graham, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, people who know better, who know that there is no evidence of fraud.
That's exactly right.
And it's time for them to come back to planet Earth. It looks as though the Trump era is in its last throes. I mean, anything could happen, I suppose, but it certainly looks that way. And it's time for them to start doing what's best for not just the country, but also themselves.
So I agree with you that the Trump era might be coming to a close now, but the Trump grip on the Republican Party is nowhere near over. And that is the calculation that those lawmakers have been making for a long time. And look, I mean, there's already open speculation, informed speculation, that if, in fact, the numbers continue to go where they go and the president is a one-term president, the first since George H.W. Bush, that he will run again in 2024. I mean, that is not a wild thought, because that is something that he, is talking about. Maybe he's joking, maybe he's not, but we can obviously see that happening. And so that is the reality that these Republicans are living in right now.
Don't go anywhere. We are waiting for new numbers, votes from Pennsylvania that could put Joe Biden over the top and into the White House. Stay with us. Our special coverage continues next.
Welcome back. We're watching 4 key battlegrounds right now, and they are Georgia. Biden is ahead there by 7,248 votes. Nevada, Biden is ahead there by 22,657 votes. Pennsylvania, Biden is ahead there by 28,833 votes. Arizona, Biden is ahead there by 29,861 votes. 4 key battlegrounds. Pamela Brown, you're at the CNN voting desk. Where are the outstanding votes right now, especially in Pennsylvania?
Well, there are 4 key states that we're looking at, Wolf, as you well know. And this morning, we could be getting the release of data from these mail-in ballots in some of these states that could put Joe Biden over the edge. And we're looking at Pennsylvania first. We're starting there because that is the state that could do it this morning. It has 76,000 ballots outstanding, 101,000 provisional ballots. Philadelphia, we're expecting to release more results this morning, perhaps, as we have reporting that they could release up to 3,000 by noon. Now in Georgia, looking there, approximately 12,770 provisional ballots there in Georgia, up to 8,400 overseas and military ballots. Now, I want to mention that these are ballots that were sent out, but we don't know the number that has actually been returned there in Georgia, and we know the deadline for that was on Friday. There's also counting underway right now in Gwinnett County, right outside of Atlanta, another Democratic stronghold. In Arizona, we're also expecting an update there, and its largest county, Maricopa. It has 126,000 ballots altogether in Arizona, 47,000 provisional ballots. So we'll wait for that update for Maricopa. That's an important one there in Arizona. And finally, you have Nevada, what we're keeping a close eye on. 124,500 ballots there, 60,000 provisional ballots. And we are expecting an important update from Clark County at 12 p.m. Eastern time. That, again, is another important county there in Nevada, the home of Las Vegas. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. But really, right now, so much attention is on Pennsylvania, Wolf.
Certainly is. All right, Pamela, we'll get back to you. You know, John, if Biden were to win all 4 of these contests that we just discussed, he would wind up with 306 electoral votes, which is exactly the same number that Trump won 4 years ago, 306 electoral votes. He won Pennsylvania by about, 44,000 votes. Right. Yeah, he called that a landslide 4 years ago. But it would be intriguing that if he wins all 4, Biden, 306, Trump won 306 4 years ago.
Right, and you're remaking the map, and that's the political statement a President Biden would like to make. This is Pennsylvania. We're waiting for this to come in. As Pam just noted, could be any minute. More votes out of Pittsburgh, more votes out of Philadelphia. That could get you to the decisive point. But to your point, Wolf, number one, Joe Biden believes that is a statement. More votes than any candidate for president in the history of the United States of America. That's likely to go over 75 million. The president is number 2. So Dana made this point earlier. His grip on the Republican Party, he may well lose the White House, and he may well know that within a matter of hours. Donald Trump can say, I got 70 million votes. I still have a grip over this party. It's the Trump party. It's not the Republican Party anymore. And that will be a dynamic that continues even if Donald Trump has to leave the White House. But to Joe Biden's point, 75 million votes. Last night he said he thinks he has a mandate to govern. Look, the Republicans may still control the Senate. We don't know that yet. 2 runoffs in the state of Georgia. 2 runoffs there to control the balance of power. Still an evenly divided country if you look at the House elections, you look at the Senate elections. So how does Joe Biden make that case? Well, number one, to Democrats, he says, I'm your leader because I did what I said I would do. I said I would flip Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania back, and we're still waiting on the final one there. But if he's successful, he can say, this is why I ran. I was right. That helps in politics. It's very important when you're trying to sway people over, reach compromise, get some people, say progressives, who want him to be more ambitious and more bold on climate change and other issues, to get them to be more patient and to take his way. This would be another statement, as would this. When you're a new president, you want to be able to get in the room with the Republicans, who will still have a lot of power, and say, the American people just told you to listen to me. That has been a Republican state. Not since Bill Clinton in 1992 has a Democrat carried it for president. That has been a Republican state. Not since Bill Clinton in 1996, in an election running against Bob Dole and Ross Perot, has a Democrat carried that. So it gives you some political leverage to go into the room and tell Republicans, your voters are turning on you. You should listen to me. Now, that doesn't mean it works. Washington is an incredibly polarized place, but it gives Biden some leverage as he goes into it. And that's the point he's trying to make as he remakes this map a bit. Not a fundamental wow change in the map, but an important change in the map. This gives him credibility with Democrats. This gives him a little bit more credibility with Republicans. Just one perspective, Wolf. I always look at this, and Democrats get mad at me when I do this, but I like to show this because the polarization of America is going nowhere. Joe Biden may well, by the end of this day, have a very impressive win for the presidency. But just like Barack Obama and just like Donald Trump, he will become president of a very divided country. You see all this red. That's how America voted by county. Now, Democrats at home are already saying nobody lives here. They're right. These are less populous counties, but these states still get 2 senators. Right? And those senators, overwhelmingly from this part of the country, are Republicans. That's what complicates the politics. This is the fight over the Senate. This is the fight over the Electoral College. This is the fight over should you have the filibuster. I get it. All those fights will be waiting for the new president. But if you look at the map, you see Democrats incredibly strong on the coasts, incredibly strong on the coast. That's why when you come out of this, that's why this is significant to Joe Biden. To get a win in Georgia, to pick up in Arizona would give him some more leverage. How much? That's what the next 100 days, the first 100 days of the administration would teach us. But this map, it tells us red and blue. It also tells us a lot that America is still in a tug of war and the politics are still evenly divided. But again, if you can, that's a statement. That's a statement. You set out on day one saying that's what I would do. If on the decisive day you can prove you did it, that matters in politics. Gives you credibility.
And we heard Biden say last night, one of the major thrusts of his speech, he wants to unite the country now, try to bring the country together, assuming he becomes president of the United States.
Just quickly, that's a fascinating dynamic because we do know, let's assume Mitch McConnell stays as the majority leader. Again, there will be 2 runoffs. 2 runoffs in the state of Georgia that could well determine
runoffs for the Senate.
For the Senate, whether the Democrats get 50 and then Kamala Harris would break the tie as vice president. We don't know that yet, and we might not know that until the middle of January. Joe Biden does have a relationship of trust with Mitch McConnell. I'm not saying they're friends. I'm not saying they agree on much. But during the Obama administration, when they were cutting deals with McConnell, Biden's word was good in the sense that if Mitch McConnell gave Biden his word, he trusted him. And if Biden gave Mitch McConnell his word, he trusted him. That was a long time ago. You say it's only 4 years ago, right? It seems like a very long time ago and how Washington has changed. But there are little things. The question is, again, to that point, so Biden has a relationship of trust, not policy agreement, but trust with McConnell to cut compromises, which is what Biden says he wants to do. How much leverage does Mitch McConnell have to do that when he got 70 million votes? And even if he's gone from the White House, any of you been on social media? He has a Twitter presence. He has other ways of making clear what he wants Republicans to do. So today could be a decisive day in the presidential race. It also will turn the page to what will be a fascinating new chapter in politics.
We're expecting, John, a bunch of votes to come in from Arizona fairly soon. Bill Weir is in Phoenix for us right now. So, Bill, what's the latest over there? What are you hearing?
Well, they're at their places here in Maricopa County as we expect a new set of numbers in less than half an hour here today. And there will be 2 big number dumps today, and that'll pretty much make it all over but the shouting. We have seen since the Associated Press called this state, Joe Biden's lead eroded by more than half as these counties like Navajo and Yuma and Cochise and Yavapai, John McCain country, start to give the president more and more votes. Last night, he picked up another 7,000 here in Maricopa. But of course, the 2 biggest counties are the last to finish voting, and that is Maricopa, that is Pima County. And this election, of course, in Arizona is thrown upside down by the president's own behavior. Typically, because so many people here vote absentee, Republicans would get their ballots in earlier. They verify those signatures, so those get counted first. And then Democrats would wait till the last minute, get them in, and you'd see a blue surge at the end, the way we're seeing around the country. This year, because the president, injected so much doubt into the mail, we don't know what these last ballots are going to bring us here. And so it could go down, if Joe Biden holds on to Arizona, as the biggest example of sort of political self-sabotage ever.
All right, Bill Weir, we'll stay in very close touch with you as well. We'll get those numbers coming in, we assume, in about a half an hour. John, stand by. We're expecting also lots of results. Thousands of ballots in Pennsylvania could be coming in very soon, and that could decide the race for the White House. Our special coverage continues right after this.
And welcome back. We continue to watch the votes being counted. We anticipate getting more numbers in very shortly, and perhaps some form of resolution shortly as well. There you see the numbers in Georgia, a 7,000 lead by Biden, but it is Pennsylvania where so many eyes are on and where we have been seeing Vice President Biden's lead just increasing hour by hour over the last several days. Gloria, if it is Pennsylvania that gives Joe Biden the presidency, there would be some certainly significance for the Biden family in that. First of all, today, November 7th, in 1972, Joe Biden was elected to the Senate for the first time.
At the age of 29.
48 years ago today. So there's certainly for Joe Biden, there would be relevance in that. And as John mentioned, Pennsylvania is the state that got him there. It's the state that he was born in. There's a lot of memories for him there. It's the state that launched his campaign for the presidency. And he really framed this race as a battle between Scranton and Park Avenue.
He did. You know, he was born there, and his family was forced to leave Scranton because his father lost his job. And the family moved to Wilmington and eventually, but, you know, he sees Scranton as his home. And he is a son of Wilmington, obviously a senator from the state of Pennsylvania, but very close. From the state of, from the state of Delaware. But he feels very close to both states. And I think for him, it is where he believes his values come from, that he is the son of somebody who struggled financially. They lived in this very modest house with his aunts, his uncles, his mom, dad, brothers, sisters. And that is where he says he was born politically to a degree. And it is why he says he believes in what he believes and has, as you say, framed the campaign as someone who understands Main Street against somebody who understands Park Avenue.
And the argument that Biden will make and has already said is that he has rebuilt the blue wall.
Yeah, look, I think there's something to that. I've been thinking the last few days, and this will irritate some Democrats, but could another Democrat have done what he did here? I think it's very questionable. He did have reach into to voters and areas that perhaps other Democrats didn't, particularly in the industrial Midwest. And I'm reminded of the fact that one of the many reasons that Barack Obama chose him in 2008 was because there was this recognition. We just parked him in those states because he knew how to talk to folks there. He felt culturally akin to them. So, I think he has a real claim to that. The question for the party is what happens post-Biden. But right now, he was the right guy to put this back together.
His complaint about Hillary Clinton's campaign was that she didn't campaign in those states enough that you're talking about. And that's why
But it's not just that she didn't campaign there. She really didn't connect there.
That's right.
And Biden culturally connected with constituencies that she did not. He obviously got mamboed in these rural areas, but he did get 8% more than Hillary Clinton did among white non-college voters, and he ran up the score in suburban areas where his moderation was actually a plus with independent voters.
Is mamboed one of those
mamboed? I was
political word.
Mamboed.
It's a political word. I'll send you the whole dictionary.
Okay. Is that like, anyway. For Pennsylvania, you yesterday were talking about the numbers in Pennsylvania and looking at them, and I know you continue to look at the numbers coming in, and what does that tell you about these allegations?
Well, I'm looking at it candidly. I'm looking at for evidence. Is there any monkey business going on to see if there's something that sort of sticks out that that they stacked the vote or there's any anomalies?
Which is what the allegations being made by Richard.
The allegations, so if we're going to make those allegations, obviously you have to prove them with facts. But also, it's good to look at what do the numbers show, that if there are anomalies in the numbers that show that that's the case. And so I was just looking at them, and because we're getting these from Allegheny County. Joe Biden is doing 2.5% better than Hillary Clinton in Allegheny County. Now you'd say, wow, I mean, that's Western Pennsylvania, and it must be the city of Pittsburgh. But in a suburban county next to Westmoreland, which is Trump country, big number, he's doing 2.5% better there too. You go north, his last big rally was in Butler County, which is where I lived most of my childhood. He's doing 3% better in Butler County than Hillary Clinton. You go to Washington County, which is south, again, Trump country. He's doing 2% better. Beaver County is only doing 1% better, but the idea is he's doing better everywhere down there, and Allegheny County is not an anomaly. And so, again, if you're looking for fraud, you'd have to look at, well, where are they moving numbers sufficiently that would look outside what the norm is? And again, I don't see it.
The numbers don't show it.
Doesn't mean it's not happening. Yeah. And then on the other side of the state, so that's southwestern Pennsylvania, southeastern Pennsylvania, which is Biden country, he's done 7% better in Chester County, which is a wealthy primarily a wealthy suburban county. Montgomery County, 5% better. Delaware County, 4% better. Bucks County, 5% better. Wow. Philadelphia, where the fraud is supposedly taking place, he's doing 4.5% worse than Hillary Clinton.
That's crazy.
And in the suburban counties, the vote is up 10 to 12%. In Philadelphia County, it's only up 3%. So again, if you're looking at, well, I know these are a lot of numbers, and maybe I'm not explaining it well, but I guess
it's interesting.
It shows to me that in the areas that you would expect the fraud to occur, the big cities, you don't really see it. You see Philadelphia, actually, Trump did better, and the machine didn't crank out their vote like the rest of us.
David raised the question of could any other Democrat have done what Joe Biden did in Pennsylvania? You know the state well. What do you think?
Look, I campaigned for George Bush. I was the chairman of his committee in 2004. And look, I've run a lot of campaigns in Pennsylvania. I've never seen, including my own, I've never seen a better campaign in the state up until that point. We did everything right, and he lost. And the reason he lost is, I hate to say it, a Texas oil man never quite connected. And I would make the argument that was true for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. She never connected to the middle of, the swing voter in Pennsylvania, the lunch bucket voter. Donald Trump connected and did really, really well there 4 years ago. He still connected. He did really, really well there. But Joe Biden connected enough. I lost a race in 2006 to a guy, I don't know where you're doing this because I'm on the network, but if you're having him on a lot, Bob Casey, I lost him. And the reason I lost him is because I ran against liberals in the past, and I was able to beat liberals because that's not Pennsylvania. And in the case of Bob Casey, he connected because he was from a Casey family.
And Biden did that as well.
Yeah, and so Biden is of that same image, and that's why I think he did well there.
All eyes on Pennsylvania this morning as we await results from thousands more ballots. It could propel Joe Biden to the White House. Our special coverage continues right after this.
We're getting a slew of new vote totals from make-or-break battlegrounds. This nail-biter election is nearing the finish line. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're told former Vice President Joe Biden believes this is the day he will become president-elect and seal a victory over President Trump. That could happen sometime soon, as Pennsylvania vote counters are very busy right now tallying ballots in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. We're standing by for new results from the Keystone State at any moment. They're also making a big push to count outstanding ballots in Arizona. We expect thousands of votes to be revealed in the state's largest county at any moment. We're awaiting new results in Nevada as well. It might be all enough to give Joe Biden a new win or wins that would bump his electoral vote count from 253 to the winning number of 270. And Trump, with 213 electoral votes, is not in a position to stop him. Let's get a key race alert. Let's start off in Arizona. Some new numbers are just coming in. You can see Biden still maintains his lead, 28,052 over President Trump, 49.5% to 48.7%. 95% of the estimated vote is in Arizona, 11 electoral votes. In the critically important battleground state of Pennsylvania right now, Biden maintains his lead of 28,833, 49.6% to 49.1%. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania, 96% of the estimated vote is in. Let's talk to John King about what's going on. This is crunch time for these candidates, and it's looking closer and closer for Biden.
It is crunch time. I was just looking at the vote count in Pennsylvania. You see 28,833 in a state where 3.33 million. 3.30 million. When you're going that deep into the decimal points, that tells you have a very close race. A lot of people think, wow, how competitive that is. This was a heavyweight fight. It was a heavyweight fight 4 years ago. Donald Trump won it by 44,000 votes. It is a heavyweight fight this time as Joe Biden moves in. We expect new votes any moment now. We know there are new votes coming from Philadelphia. We know there are new votes coming from Pittsburgh. What do those two share in common? You can see they are Biden blue on the map. The question is, can Joe Biden build up a little more to that lead to get to the point where then the math tells you it is virtually impossible for the president to catch up. This has been a very impressive win. Again, you see it so close, and you think, well, it's competitive. That's not a blowout. No, it's not a blowout, but that's what makes it such a great fight. It's a heavyweight fight in the 15th round. You see in Philadelphia right here, 555,000 to 125,000. That 81% of the vote. This is where a Democrat has to have the big building block in the city of Philadelphia. But it's not just there. It's the suburbs around Philadelphia. But Senator Santorum was talking about this a little bit earlier. Wolf, you move around the state. No big Biden shifts from Hillary Clinton. No, he didn't go in and steal away tons of Trump voters, but he turned out Democrats. This is where he was born, Scranton, Lackawanna County, 53%, 54 if you round up to 45. You go back to 4 years ago, 50% there to 46. See the 50.2. You just get a little bit more. You just get a little bit more, right? So you're not blowing it out. It's not a game-changing election, but you move the dial a little bit in a close state. That's what makes the difference. You can also move down here. You come down here to Northampton County. It's not a very big county. You see 85,000 votes to 82,000 votes. It's almost a wash, right? So you think, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say, let's go to Arizona right now. We're about to get a whole bunch of new votes from Arizona as well, and it's a critically important battleground state that we're watching. In Maricopa County, the largest county there in Arizona, Phoenix area, the vote is about to come in, and right now we see Biden maintains his lead of about 28,000 votes over Trump, but that lead has shrunk a bit over these past couple of days.
Yes, over the past couple of days, if you rewound the tape, you'd see a Biden lead of just shy of 50,000. It was 47,000 plus not that long ago. So as these votes have come in, Donald Trump has been slowly narrowing it. And you look at the map, you see all the red, not much population in the red, but the president, just like in Pennsylvania, has very strong support in rural America. And then you move in here, this is where the people are. 60% of your vote is going to come right here, Maricopa County. And you see it's competitive, right? 50 to 48, if you round that up, about 95% in. This will be the game right here. Maricopa County, you have more votes also down in Pima County. Phoenix, Tucson, suburbs around them, the two biggest population centers in the state of Arizona. So that's how you settle the race. But if you come in...
Hold on one second. I want to go to Bill Weir. He's in Phoenix for us. He's getting the votes right now. Update our viewers, Bill.
Yeah, Wolf, this is the last big significant dump of the biggest county here in the state of Arizona. My math's privileges have been revoked, which is a good call by the decision desk. So, John, I'll just give you the raw numbers. Biden-Harris, now 1,023,516 votes. Trump-Pence, 977,495. Doesn't look like the president made up as much ground as he needs to.
Yeah.
So
he certainly did not make up that much ground. You can see what's going on over there. Those are the total numbers that we're talking in Maricopa County right now.
Right, the numbers in the map. You see the numbers here in the map. We have to match this one up here. So you see Joe Biden goes from 04, right, 04 up to 23, and you see the president jumps right here up a little bit. So you're just trying to see, are we getting to a point where the president can narrow the lead a little bit? And they'll post up there in just a minute. Let me just move this up out of the way a little bit so people can see what we're talking about here. You got 60% of the vote right here. And the question is, you're looking at percentages. Are you making up the percentage that you need?
We got the actual numbers. Biden got 19,513.
So let's blank it out. We'll get to the new numbers there. That's the way to go. At the
19,513.
Okay.
And Trump got 26,992.
Right. So again, the president there, he's obviously netting more votes. That's the important point. If you're the president, you're looking at this and you're saying, I'm netting more votes in these counts. But then, so that's good. You're making up ground. But then you come to the bigger question, and you come out statewide. Sorry about that. You bring it out here. Are you making up enough ground? That's the question. So now you see it down to 20,573. It was 47,000. The question is, can you narrow it to catch up the gap? Is the question.
It's down to 20,573 right now. Still a lead, but it's shrunk once again as these votes come in from Maricopa County.
Right, and as the votes come in, let me just move this out of the way again. So you look at Maricopa County. This is very telling and it's very helpful. It's a great tool, but sometimes you have to dig in. Just remember, Maricopa County is 60% of the vote. You see 50-48. That's very competitive. 4 years ago in Maricopa County, it was very competitive, and it was the president on top. We were just talking about this in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden is not going into counties and flipping them. We're not seeing 10-point swings in votes, but 49, 46, if you round there 4 years ago. Right now it's a flip, 50-48. That's what you move the dial to 1 point, 2 points, 3%, percentage points, excuse me. That's how you can flip a state. But we need to count. We need to continue here because this is the one in the other states, especially Georgia and Pennsylvania, as they count the late votes, Biden lead stretches. In Arizona, as they count them, Biden's lead has been shrinking.
So Biden still is ahead by 20,573, but it helps explain why CNN, our decision desk, decided not to project a winner in Arizona. We wanted the numbers to come in much more thoroughly.
Right. We get the frustration out there, but we spend months, actually years, looking at census changes, look at voting registration changes, and you make a set of rules. Here's our metric. We need to see this before we call the state for either candidate. Those are the rules. They were the rules the day before Election Day, so they have to be the rules on Election Day and in the 5 or 6 or 7 days after. You can't change the rules. We know if we call a certain state or two states, it's over. But we can't do it just to do that, right? The rules have to be in place. You can have all your fireworks in place on July 3rd. You don't light them until July 4th. The clock has to reach the point. You have to, again, you just have to stick with the standards. You can guess. We have probability. Those of you at home can do math. A lot of very smart people in both the Democrat and the Republican Party on social media and elsewhere are publishing the percentages and the metrics and the likelihoods. That's all great, as long as that math is correct. But we have rules. We need to follow them.
So it's clear we're not going to project Arizona right now. So let's go back to Pennsylvania, where the vote, we're waiting for some more votes. They're supposed to come in any minute right now. What are you looking for, John?
Well, number one, you're just looking again if the percentages match up. Because let me go down here to Philadelphia, and this is where we know. We know that there are about 20,000 votes out, and we believe within moments we could get 2,000 to 3,000 of those votes. That's what our Kate Baldwin on the scene has said. Pam Brown has backed that up with her reporting from the voting desk. So we're looking at a universe, maybe 2,000, 3,500 of those votes. They have about 20,000 out. So we're going to get 10% or more of those votes. Statistically, that tells you something. Joe Biden getting 81% of the votes. Number one, you get new votes. That means it's a smaller universe of outstanding votes. So you're getting closer to knowing the final number. Number two, you're looking for consistency, right? Is Joe Biden continuing to perform? Or the president in Arizona, the point we were just making. The president is continuing to chip into the lead. You're looking at the ratio. How much is he cutting it by? Here, for Joe Biden, it's been how much is he building it by? So he's getting 81% overall in these late ballots, mail-in ballots that they're counting. Joe Biden has been exceeding that. So does that continue? Do you continue to see math where Joe Biden is matching or exceeding what he's getting? And then you're counting on how many votes still outstanding, what percentage is Joe Biden getting, and how high does that raise the bar for President Trump to catch up? So you're watching it there. And again, you come out here, it's more competitive, but it's the very same dynamic. The votes we received this morning from Allegheny County, Joe Biden got higher than that percentage. So Biden is building, Trump is not catching. That's the dynamic you're looking for. And again, our great decision desk people, they know how many votes have been cast now. They have a statistical model that tells them if we reach this point, you declare a winner, no matter who that winner is. You declare a winner, you reach a certain point. Joe Biden is inching up to that metric. He's just not quite there yet, which is what you're looking for as you go through. Right before we went to Arizona, Wolf, I just was talking about how Joe Biden has moved the bar here, right? Again, you look at it so competitive and you think not a lot changed. Well, number one, Democrats turned out. But little things like this is Northampton County, 49.8, 48.9. You think, okay, what's the significance of that? Well, let's go back in time. Donald Trump carried this county, again, very narrowly, right? But in a heavyweight battle county like this, he's a little on top, she's behind. That matters, because if you go back in time, in 2012, this is one of what I call the pivot counties, about 206 of them across America. Obama wins them twice, and then Trump wins them. If you study politics, that's what you want to know. How does that happen? How do people vote twice for Barack Obama and then flip for Donald Trump? That was Trump's appeal. So you see it here. Obama gets 51. Again, it's a very competitive place. Obama gets 51. Trump gets 50. Biden is about to get 50 there. And again, you say that's not such a big deal, but if you do it in Northampton and then you do it in Erie, there are 3 pivot counties in Pennsylvania. Right now, Joe Biden is on the verge of flipping 2 of them. It gets you 10,000 votes, 5,000 votes here, 10,000 votes there. That gets you 28,000, almost 29,000 there, and you build your path until you hit the line, and we're getting really close to it.
And there's not a whole lot of votes outstanding in Pennsylvania right now. But what the votes that are outstanding are in the Pittsburgh, Allegheny County area and in the southeastern part, that heavily Democratic part of the state.
Right. We talked to Brian Todd earlier. He's right there in the room, too. Let's emphasize that, especially at a time when the President of the United States and his allies are stirring up all this dust about irregularities. We have reporters in the room. Organizations have, other organizations do. Democrats and Republicans, importantly, have people in the room. There are cameras in the room. People are counting votes. People are counting votes. It's fully transparent. If you see anything wrong, go to the right place and file a complaint on paper with your evidence. When you hear people talking about this, on either side, we just need to discount it. The proof is in the pudding, if you will. But here you go. We've been watching this for days. Joe Biden getting 59% countywide in these late mail-in ballots, significantly higher. Again, that's what gets you closer to meeting your metric, and we're expecting more votes from here shortly. And then again, the major population center of the state, I'm going to move Pennsylvania up a little bit, is here. And we know 20,000 votes still outstanding in Philadelphia, and Pam Brown can correct my figures, but there's just a couple thousand when you go around here. Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and you come back here to Philadelphia City. What are they in common? They're blue, slightly different percentages. Joe Biden is running it up huge in Philadelphia County. You come up to Bucks County, it's the more competitive of the suburbs in that collar right around the city. But Joe Biden's, winning it. This is the more competitive one. But in the mail-in ballots, winning it higher. So you just go county to county. They're counting the votes, a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there. What we're waiting for, just to see another batch that confirms the trajectory to make sure there's no late disruption in that. And guess what? 28,000 votes there. You get Joe Biden at 30,000, heading toward 35,000. Then the math is pretty convincing. We'll see when these votes come in.
Well, they might be coming in Allegheny County. Brian Todd is there in Pittsburgh for us. So, Brian, you're there in the room. We will be getting those numbers, we understand, fairly soon, right?
That's right. Well, fairly soon. No strict timetable yet. We think it's going to be in the next couple of minutes. We believe that we're going to hear from David Voy, who's the election division manager for Allegheny County. He's going to step to this podium, we've been told. So we're anticipating that. A lot of anticipation, as you and John are talking about. Allegheny County is so crucial to, whether Joe Biden is going to boost those margins to what he needs here in Pennsylvania. The counters have been here all morning. They've been kind of doing different briefings with the observers. At one point, the observers asked to get a little closer to where the counters were. They were allowed to do that. And so it's been a very transparent process here the entire time we've been here. And it's important to note at this kind of crucial moment here in Allegheny County, Wolf, we have asked repeatedly to people like Rich Fitzgerald, the executive for Allegheny County, and David Voy, who was about to give us this briefing. We have asked repeatedly, have there been any abnormalities? Have there been any complaints from observers? Have there been any glitches, anything at all? We have repeatedly been told no, that everything has been going very smoothly, everything is transparent. I think it's important to point that out at a time like this when so many are hinging on, these few thousand votes that we think we're going to get. The executive for Allegheny County, Rich Fitzgerald, did tell another news outlet a short time ago he expects maybe about 7,000 votes to be revealed here in the next few minutes. So that could be very significant, guys.
Could be extremely significant, and you are there. You're going to get us those numbers as soon as they come in. Stand by for a moment, Brian. We're going to get back to you. But if we get 7,000 votes right now coming in from Allegheny County, that's a huge number, and presumably mail-in ballots, which are skewed disproportionately for Biden.
Right, and the executive also said this morning some of these ballots they're counting are military ballots. That has been one thing. Again, the campaigns call us, and that's fine. They're working the refs. I remember this 4 years ago. The Clinton campaign was saying, don't call Wisconsin, don't call Michigan. We think there are votes in Milwaukee. We think there are votes in Detroit. We need to listen to them. That's our job. We're reporters. We listen to everybody. And so the campaigns are working the refs, and one of the things the Trump people have been saying, and they have every right to say this over the last couple of days, is don't call these states. Remember, there are military ballots out there, or there are other ballots out there from overseas, and we think we're going to win those. Okay, fair point. What we have seen when they announced the Allegheny results earlier, though, the gentleman said there are some military ballots in there, and Joe Biden still had a lopsided percentage. So, again, you're just sort of going through your box. What are the issues the Trump campaign says to watch? What are the issues the Biden campaign says to watch? More importantly, what metrics did we have in place before the election? What are our rules? Are the people we have, and they're fantastic people. You see us on television. I cannot tell you how many people in this building are busting their you-know-whats to help us do this right. And they have their metrics, and they check their boxes. And guess what? Caution is a good watchword. But yes, if you get a batch of votes that size, and again, if it reaffirms Joe Biden continues to get 70% of them or high 60% of them, then it tells you your trajectory is solid. There's no interruptions in your line. The president in Arizona, for example, Joe Biden had a big lead. Well, the president makes you pause, right? Hit the pause button because the president chips into it. That's when you stop for caution. The challenge for the president now, as we get so close to decision point in Pennsylvania, is to prove he can slow that trajectory, and we don't see it. And just one more quick thing. I just want to reinforce this, because Brian's in that room. It's not just reporters in that room, and it's not just the government officials, the employees in that room. There are honest Democrats and Republicans in that room. Brian says that nobody's raising complaints. There are very good Republicans from Western Pennsylvania in there. If you're a Democrat, you may disagree with their politics, but they're hardworking people who are volunteering. Those observers are volunteering, and it's very important what Brian just said. There are Democrats and Republicans, hardworking Americans, our neighbors, our friends, our doctors, our farmers, who are in these rooms watching. The president is complaining. He's not in the room. The people in the room, members of his own party, people who voted for him, are not raising their hand and complaining. And that is an incredibly significant point as we go through this process, because those are honest, hardworking people. I don't care what party they're in. They're counting votes.
They're patriotic Americans, and we're grateful to them.
Right.
Allegheny County, we're expecting several thousand votes momentarily to be released. Also, let's go back to Philadelphia right now. Kate Baldwin is there. We're expecting a batch of votes to come in from Philadelphia as well, Kate.
That's exactly right, Wolf. We're expecting relatively soon to have the first batch of votes of the day to be counted and uploaded to the system. We're told by officials, we're told by sources that it will be between 2,000 and 3,000 votes. One source telling us it will be before noon, which, as you're looking at, we're in the 11 o'clock hour now on the East Coast. Another source saying by early afternoon. The focus here is on these 20,000 outstanding mail-in ballots that are requiring extra review. As it was put to us, there's also 18,000 provisional ballots that are out there, and we were told to set aside and put out of our mind for the moment those provisional ballots, because right now the focus is on those 20,000 mail-in ballots that are requiring extra review. We know that since 7 o'clock this morning, they have been in there reviewing, observing, and churning this out. We were told by a source there are 10 people processing the ballots, 6 top officials hovering over them. So they are working on it. We are expecting that this update will be coming very soon. It will not be the last update of the day. We're of course, pushing to get more information of what those numbers could look like throughout the day. But they are churning it out as fast as they can, as accurately as they can. As one top official put it, when they know that the world's eyes are on them, Wolf, they said, you move too fast in this process, you look reckless. You move too slow in this process, you look like you're cooking the books. They said they're just getting it right. They're going through each ballot as they would in any election, and this is the process that it takes. But we are expecting an update of 2,000 to 3,000 additional ballots to be counted and uploaded to the system very soon, Wolf.
All right, Kate, as soon as you get a heads up, let us know. We're anxious, really anxious to get the results in Philadelphia, to get results in Allegheny County, John, and Pittsburgh as well. So several thousand, maybe 7,000 in Allegheny County, 2,000 or 3,000 in Philadelphia. Let's say another 10,000 votes come in, and presumably Biden will be doing really well.
And the presumably part is the important part, that if he matches his metrics of what he's been doing, then again, it gets you closer on the trajectory to get there. And you mentioned Philadelphia. Look, he's getting 81% of the vote, right, in the total vote. He's been winning higher percentages when they count these smaller batches of mail-in ballots. But to Kate's point, just think about it at home. You know, if you got 20,000 votes out, if we get 2,000 to 3,000, then you're taking 10% or more off the table. And if it matches what you had in the previous batch, which was a couple thousand, you go back and look, does it match what you had in the previous batch, a couple thousand? Then you're seeing a consistency that makes you more comfortable in making a projection. If you see something that goes in a different direction, it's not an anomaly, it's math. If something comes in, you say, oh, okay, all of a sudden the president is posting more votes, then it gives you pause. So what you're looking for is just, you know, a consistent track. And out of Philadelphia, there has been a very consistent track. And I just want to reinforce again, just, you know, this is a very competitive election, right? Joe Biden has a possibility of getting over 300 electoral college votes. But when you go through these battleground states and you watch what's happening, so every campaign is based on the last campaign, right? Look what Joe Biden is doing. 81% in Philadelphia. They're still counting votes. 555,833. You go back in time, 584,025. The Clinton campaign lost Pennsylvania 4 years ago. Their biggest issue in the postmortem was not really Philadelphia. There were other cities like Detroit and Milwaukee where they felt like urban turnout, including African Americans, was down, and they were worried about that. This was not one of them. They thought they did a pretty good job here. You always want to turn out more votes. You always do. But the Clinton campaign said, we did it. We met our metric here in Philadelphia. So the challenge for the Biden campaign was to do the same. And they're right on path to do that as they count these remaining votes. They're almost matching it there in percentage as well. So then that's the idea. So, okay, so Trump beat us here last time. What do the Democrats have to do? Number one, match that, because at least match it because it was a strong performance, and then build on it.
All right, hold on one second. Kate Baldwin, I go back to Philadelphia right now. Kate, what are you getting?
Well, we're just learning from a source that they are momentarily going to be posting this new batch, and it will be 3,000 ballots. I'm literally refreshing my phone as we speak. It has not updated to the system yet, but we're told it will be posting momentarily. It will be 3,000 additional ballots added to the result from Philadelphia, Wolf.
And Kate, it's John. Wolf stepped away for 1 second. Let's just walk through this. You mentioned it could be 3,000 ballots, which again could be decisive in the state of Pennsylvania. Walk our viewers through, who might not have been with us through the hours into yesterday or the day before, as to this is, so there's 3,000 ballots of the 20,000 remaining, and these are mostly mail-in ballots or all mail-in ballots?
Exactly. These are all mail-in ballots, John. These are, and I know you know this, but for our viewers to explain, these are mail-in ballots that they kind of keep to the end of the process because they require a second look. They have an issue that needs to be reviewed and addressed. How they talk about them here in Philadelphia, they talk about them as problem child ballots. It's just kind of the way they term it. These are things, I'm just going to continue to refresh, John, as we talk. These are things like there's a missing date. People put their birth date in the place where they're supposed to put the current date. They have missing home addresses. They signed the wrong part of the envelope. These are all issues that have to be addressed to double check to make sure they are accurate before they are counted. These also include, John, even it sounds simple, but it's quite a real thing. The ballot is overly creased, and it has to be dealt with manually because it can't get through the actual system. So this will be a 3,000 batch vote that will go into the system. Where we are right now in terms of the number of ballots cast by mail that have been counted are 339,933. It's always a lot of numbers, John.
Right.
You are much better at the math than I, so I'm not going to do it. But it'll be a 3,000 additional count for just contact for people. That is very similar to the batch that we received yesterday evening. It was a little over 2,000, so it seems that is the increments that they're working in now, John.
I'll do my best when the numbers come in, Kate, but don't underestimate your math skills. Listen, this could be decisive, so I want to get to a point here. It's Philadelphia, where the Trump campaign has had a couple of news conferences in recent days, jumping up and down, screaming about things. They actually won a battle. They went to court in one case. The observers were so far away watching the votes, and they won a court battle so that they could get closer to watch that. The Trump campaign has been stirring up these allegations that in Philadelphia, especially Democratic City, cooking the books. As you've watched this process play out, just like we just had this conversation about Brian in Allegheny, there are Republicans and Democrats, people who voted for President Trump in this room watching, correct? Plus live cameras.
Yes, John, you're talking to me, yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if there was another voice. There's always too many voices in our heads. Apologies. Yes, there are people in the room. There are poll watchers in the room from both sides, Democratic and Republican. They have been in there the entire time. I was actually told by someone, as the president was saying at a press conference that they weren't letting poll watchers in. Someone texted me and said, I just left the room. They are in there right now. They have been in there the entire time. We know that they have been. There's also there's been a live stream camera that has been up the entire time. We've spoken to sources and we've asked continuously. There has been they have no reports of glitches or problems. This is the process playing out. And these are hardworking people who have been trying to get it right this entire time. And they're processing. The reason it's taking longer, as you know, John, is because of this influx of mail-in ballots that they have not had before in a general election like this, and also the restrictions that the state was under. The fact that they could not open and prepare the ballots until election day morning, which is.
All right, stand by. We have a key race alert right now. New numbers have just come in Pennsylvania. Biden has increased his lead over Trump right now, 30,908. Biden has 49.6%. Trump has 49.1%. The lead has gone up by a little bit, around 2,000 right now. John King, go ahead.
Let's go, Wolf. I want to walk through these numbers here of what just came in, and I'll write them out for you here. This is from Philadelphia, as we said. The vice president and Democratic nominee, former vice president Democratic nominee, gets 2,431 of these votes. The president of the United States in Philadelphia gets only 356 of these new votes. That is 85%. 85% of these votes. 85%. So let's look at the significance of this. Again, number one, it adds to that statewide lead. It gets Joe Biden above 30, heading to 31,000. That is what we have been looking for, consistency in the trajectory of the count, because you see 3.33 million count, 3.308 million count. Now you have Joe Biden with a 30,000 vote lead. These new votes are coming to us. Just talking to Kate Baldwin. She's right here in the city of Philadelphia. I'll move this down a little bit. Again, what are you looking for as you go through these metrics? Joe Biden gets 85% of this new batch of ballots, just shy of 3,000 votes. He gets 85%. Well, he's been getting 81% when you round up in Philadelphia. So what are we looking for as we go? Is Joe Biden at that decisive moment? Is he continuing to match or exceed the percentages he is getting? That is critical as you start to build your statistical model as you take more votes off. Now under 100,000 votes left to be counted in Pennsylvania. So 24-31, that's 85%, right? I'm going to move this off now and put it into context. So Joe Biden adds to his lead in Pennsylvania by running it up more in Philadelphia. We know we have more ballots coming shortly in Allegheny County as well. The rest of the outstanding ballots, the overwhelming majority of them, right down here, southeast Pennsylvania, in this blue collar, right around this part of the state. Wolf, as you look at these numbers right now, you're building and building and building.
After 4 long, tense days, we've reached a historic moment in this election. We can now project the winner of the presidential race. CNN projects Joseph R. Biden Jr. is elected the 46th president of the United States, winning the White House and denying President Trump a second term. We're able to make this projection because CNN projects Biden wins Pennsylvania, the former vice president, in his third run for the highest office, pulling off a rare defeat of a sitting commander-in-chief. With this victory, Kamala Harris is set to become the first woman and the first person of color to be the vice president. Again, CNN projects Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States. And Jake, he is now President-elect Joe Biden.
What a moment in history. We have all been waiting on the edges of our seats since Tuesday. It is the end of a tumultuous presidency, a time of some accomplishments, no question, a time where many Americans throughout the country in shuttered steel towns and in rural America, they felt, for the first time, they felt heard, which is important, but it is also, Wolf, it has also been a time of extreme divisions. Many of the divisions caused and exacerbated by President Trump himself. It's been a time of several significant and utterly avoidable failures, most tragically, of course, the unwillingness to respect facts and science and do everything that can be done to save lives during a pandemic. It has been a time where truth and fact We're treated with disdain. It is a time of cruelty where official inhumanity, such as child separation, became the official shameful policy of the United States. But now the Trump presidency is coming to an end. To an end. With so many squandered opportunities and ruined potential, but also an era of just plain meanness. It must be said, to paraphrase President Ford, for tens of millions of our fellow Americans, their long national nightmare is over. Dana?
And let's talk about Joe Biden.
Yes.
5 decades in public service, 3 times running for president. He finally got there. And he's the most conventional of politicians. But in this election cycle, his path has been so unconventional. Remember, he beat out the biggest, most diverse field in the Democratic primary. And he is an older white man who did that. He lost Iowa, the oldest. He lost Iowa. He lost New Hampshire. And it was Democratic black voters who saved him and propelled him to this point. And that started in South Carolina. And he made a comeback just this year like we've never seen. And also remember, Joe Biden is defined by his personal loss. His calling card is knowing how to heal himself. And what he ran on and what he says he is going to do is try to heal this nation. Now he's got to turn his attention to that. And can you imagine a more arduous task?
Yeah, and he defeated a president who was not easy to defeat, as we all know, a political force who really shocked the world 4 years ago. But it was, as you said, Dana, a white, old man who did it and who was chosen by an increasingly young, diverse party to do one thing. That's regain the ground that was lost 4 years ago in parts of this country that have been traditionally Democratic. And he did it in a way that was always underestimated by even members of his own party. This is a man who is not known for his discipline, who ran an incredibly conservative, disciplined, understated general election campaign. And it is for that reason that he was elected today as president of the United States. But I just want to say one more thing, Jake, as you said, tens of millions of Americans, for them today, this moment is a huge sigh of relief. They've spent 4 years, a majority of Americans spent 4 years being governed by a president they did not elect. Today, that ends for them. And I think it is a cathartic moment. We have to give credence to that, a cathartic moment for millions and millions of Americans.
And one other thing, just we have to acknowledge, not only did Joe Biden pull off what I think very few people would have predicted a couple years ago, that he was going to be able to beat this incredible Democratic field, the strongest Democratic field in a long, long time, if not ever. And he was able to pull it off. He was able to do so with decency. He was able to do so on his terms. He ran as Joe Biden. I'm a guy that wants to bring the country together. I'm a guy that wants to govern from the center left. I'm a guy who feels your pain, who cares about you.
Yeah, he ran as his authentic self.
And he ran as himself. And I would like to also take a moment to acknowledge that the United States of America just elected its first woman and its first woman of color as vice president. Kamala Harris, the daughter of immigrants, one from India and one from Jamaica. Once again, an amazing sign of what this country can be.
Yeah, in some ways, this country always seems to act on a pendulum. You go from one extreme to another. I think we're seeing the other extreme of the pendulum today. Kamala Harris represents so much for millions of people in this country. And even her path to this moment, I think, is fairly unconventional. She was one of the first major candidates to drop out of the Democratic field, but was someone who I think in the party believed always had so much promise. Even Barack Obama believed she was a major rising star years ago. And one of the roles that she will play for Joe Biden is helping him bridge that gap between the Joe Biden who has been in Washington for decades and decades, the old guard, the 70-something-year-old white man with the younger part of the party that is clamoring to be heard. They feel like they have been, that their futures are on the line, especially after the last 4 years. And I think a lot of them are looking to Kamala Harris to give voice to that.
Yeah, and just to echo what you said earlier in the week, the Democratic Party has been alive on the backs of and through the hard work of Black women for many, many years, and now they finally see representation. And that is a huge thing. I want to just also, I was thinking about this, put some numbers and historical reference on the Kamala Harris moment. 100 years ago this year, women got the right to vote. 55 years ago this year, Black Americans were told that it could be easier for them to vote with the Voting Rights Act. That was after so much bloodshed, so much protest. And now, after all of that time, a Black woman has made history.
And the son of Scranton and the daughter of immigrants are headed to the White House. It is a sign of what can happen in this country. You can become anything you want to be. Anderson?
And it was the state where the Commonwealth where Joe Biden was born. And it is on the same day, 48 years ago, that he was first elected to the Senate, November 7th, 1972. Van, what are your thoughts?
It's well, it's easier to be a parent this morning. It's easier to be a dad. It's easier to tell your kids character matters. It matters. Telling the truth matters. Being a good person matters. And it's easier for a whole lot of people. If you're Muslim in this country, you don't have to worry if the president doesn't want you here. If you're an immigrant, you don't have to worry if the president's going to be happy to have babies snatched away or send dreamers back for no reason. It's a vindication for a lot of people who have really suffered. You know, the I can't breathe. You know, that wasn't just George Floyd. That was a lot of people that felt that they couldn't breathe. Every day you're waking up and you're getting these tweets and you just don't know. And you're going to the store and people who have been afraid to show their racism are getting nastier and nastier to you. And you're worried about your kids and you're worried about your sister. And can she just go to Walmart and get back into her car without somebody saying something to her? And you spent so much of your life energy just trying to hold it together. And this is a big deal for us just to be able to get some peace and have a chance for a reset. And the character of the country matters. And being a good man matters. You know, I just want my sons to look at this. Look at this. You know, it's easy to do it the cheap way and get away with stuff, but it comes back around. It comes back around. And this is a good day for this country. I'm sorry for the people who lost. For them, it's not a good day. But for a whole lot of people, it's a good day.
Gloria?
You know, and as long as I've been covering politics, we talk about character. And a lot of campaigns, character didn't count. Other things mattered more. And I always ask myself this question, this race, would character matter? Would values matter? Would that go to the top of the list? And COVID became part of that, became part of the character issue, how you handle something that has killed more than 200,000 people in this country. It became a matter of character and values. And you look at Joe Biden, and that is who he is. He's a man of empathy. You can disagree with him on all this, you know, politically, you can say he's a socialist, which of course he isn't. He was very hard for Republicans to pigeonhole because he's had more than 4 decades in public service in which he refused to be pigeonholed. And what's so fascinating about what's going to occur is that during the campaign, or at least early on in the campaign, we always heard Joe Biden talk about himself as a transitional candidate because he is old. Now, as a president, he's going to have to be transformational because so much needs to be done in this country, whether it's about COVID, whether it's about the economy, whether it's about race, whether it's about climate. You can go down the list. So this man who was the youngest man, one of the youngest, I should say, ever elected to the United States Senate, will now be the oldest man ever to take the presidential oath.
That's America.
Think of that. Think of that.
David?
First of all, let me say, watching Wolf make that announcement threw me back to when I was in the war room in 2008 at the campaign headquarters, and I heard him say the words that Barack Obama would be president of the United States, and I was overwhelmed with emotion. I'm sure that's the feeling of people over in Biden's headquarters and many people across the country. And Van just so eloquently and movingly expressed that. Joe Biden, we tend to correct in our elections for the deficiencies of the person in that office. And in this case, those deficiencies went to character, went to decency, went to a lack of empathy. And these are qualities, as Gloria said, that Joe Biden has in abundance. And that made him the right candidate to run against Donald Trump. I think when he said last night that he wanted to bring the country together, that he wanted to be the president of all Americans, that he fundamentally believes that. He grew up that way in politics. But we should also recognize today, and I'm sure Rick will speak to this, that there are a lot of Americans who think that will see this as a gut punch because we are in a very divided country. And for all the tasks that Joe Biden faces now, President-elect Biden, whether it's dealing with the virus or dealing with the economy or myriad other problems, the greatest challenge is going to be to deal with a deeply divided country and try and find a common language and a common set of concerns that we can work on together, even if we disagree on many, many issues. And that, I so fervently hope for the country that he is successful in moving us forward in that way.
Rick, do you think that's possible?
Well, first, let me just congratulate Vice President Biden. He looks like he's going to win this election. I know there's a lot of conservatives, the White House, Republicans, who still think this race isn't over. That they're going to continue this effort to determine whether there was sufficient irregularities in the election to overturn this. So I think that's going to continue. How long it will continue, as David and I talked about yesterday, will depend upon the margins in some of these states. I mean, this Pennsylvania, it was just called. If Pennsylvania ends up at 50 or 100,000 votes, it's going to be very, very difficult. If let's say Arizona, Nevada, if you're not fighting just in one state, if you're fighting in 3 or 4 states, it's going to be harder to figure out how you can put an effort together to be successful. So from the Republican point of view, we're not convinced it's over yet, and we're going to wait and see how the rest of these states play out. We have, as you can see from the board, a lot of still very, very narrow races. So let me just say, there's not the feeling yet that this is over. Obviously, Van, very moved, and I can understand how people are feeling the way you're feeling right now. I think, as we've talked about before, it's a very divided country, and I think a lot of folks on our side are feeling the fears that you have been feeling the past 4 years. On the economic side, people are afraid that Joe Biden is going to do what Boris Johnson is doing and Angela Merkel are doing in Europe and shut down the economy. There are a lot of blue-collar people, and again, we've been talking about this, that a lot of blue-collar Americans felt that neither political party really cared about them, and that they were the ones who were losing their jobs. They were the ones who, that whether it was technology or trade or globalism, that they were sort of left behind by both political parties, Republicans for big business and Democrats for tech and the environment and all these other issues, and that the working class people were sort of left behind. And so they're worried about, going back to global agenda and not worrying about what's going on here in America. There are a lot of people of faith who are worried about religious liberty. They're worried about whether there's going to be, speech codes and hate speech and a limit on what they're able to say. So as much as people are concerned, I understand you're feeling relieved. There's a lot of people now are on our side who are feeling concerned.
Van, just before we go, just the challenge ahead for this president is enormous.
Yeah, It is, and I think that people should take very seriously what the senator just said. The grievances and those working class folks who felt that neither party cared about them weren't wrong. People were sacrificed for an agenda that didn't help a lot of people. And I know poor folks in Appalachia and poor folks in South Central, they got the same problems. And culture wars notwithstanding, there's a moment here. Do your lawsuits, that's your right. But there is a moment here where we can reset. And I think Joe Biden wants us to reset. And I will do everything I can. We got a lot of fear and a lot of pain. We got a lot of promise, too. And so do your guys. And if we can sit down at the same table, we can get something done together. Gloria?
I think that the country has just elected a man who is the polar opposite of the man who currently occupies the office. And his norm-shattering presidency, which I think we can all agree it was in one way or another, is going to give way to a presidency that will be all about respecting norms and institutions and making them better and uniting the country, not dividing the country. And I think as Trump becomes the first president, I think in almost 30 years, not to win a second term, it will be hard for him to accept. It is hard for him to accept. But in the end, I hope he is gracious and can muster some graciousness when it comes to Joe Biden and him becoming the next president.
Let's go back to Jake.
Well, it has been quite an ordeal covering the election these last few days, and I know a lot of people out there have been eager for us to count the votes and make calls even before we were ready to do so. I want to make sure that people understand that we were taking our time because we wanted to be 100% sure of the projection. And, it's interesting, Abby, because while President Trump has been out there attacking the very fundamentals of democracy, he's been benefiting from the counting going on in Arizona. I want to go to Jeff Zeleny right now, who is covering the Biden campaign for us, of course. Jeff, obviously, Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris have been eagerly awaiting the media to make these projections. What is the plan?
Jake, good morning. Joe Biden, I'm told, was at his home here in Wilmington, Delaware, when he saw the news that CNN and other networks projected him as the 46th president of the United States. He had been anticipating this moment with patience, perhaps much more patience than some of his Democratic supporters. But now he is looking ahead to the speech that he will deliver here this evening. It will indeed be a speech for history. It will also be the first step in his quest to try and unify this country. We've heard glimpses of what he is going to say. We've heard these words before, but the weight of these words he will deliver here this evening will be the first test for his quest to unify this nation. He said it last night, Jake. He said, we may be opponents, but we are not enemies. We are Americans. That will be a central theme of his message here, and it will be at the same spot where he, of course, accepted the Democratic presidential nomination. But this campaign has changed dramatically since he started running it. This country has changed dramatically since he served 8 years as the vice president. But he will use all of that learning, all of that history from his years in the Senate, right here from Delaware, and of course at his time in the White House to deliver that speech. I am told by friends who have spoken to him over the last several days that he is going to give President Trump a bit of time. He is going to give Republicans a bit of time to digest this before he goes forward with his transition plans. First and foremost in his transition is going to be focusing on coronavirus. The challenges that are facing this country are steep. We've sort of set aside these daily cases of coronavirus to watch election returns, but he has been getting briefings every day, sometimes a few times a day on this. That, I'm told, is going to be his first step. But for tonight, at least, he's going to deliver a speech, and his supporters and advisors are all already sending the message out. This is not a time for gloating. This is a time to accept and feel and celebrate a victory. There will be fireworks here, I'm told, this evening. There's also, I'm told, going to be what is scheduled to be a light show with several drones, perhaps dozens or scores of drones in the air, delivering a type of light show here. And after that, the hard work begins. So for now, I'm told we are not expected to hear or see the former vice president before that address this evening. That could always change. Of course, we might see a message from him on social media, but he is going to be delivering this speech that this stage has been waiting for the last several days. Of course, we should always also point out, we will hear from Senator Harris this evening here as well. A history-making move in its own right. Tremendous move for the country, of course, and we'll see their partnership together beginning here. So even as he's taking in this victory, Jake, I can tell you the transition is already underway. We are not likely to see any announcements in the coming, at least the coming hours, but in the coming days, we certainly will, as he begins to assume his role as president-elect, will be the 46th president of the United States.
And
Jake?
Jeff, for people who are just tuning in for the first time to find out that Joe Biden is now President-elect Joe Biden, and Senator Kamala Harris is now Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. It's probably a good time for Republicans to learn how to pronounce her name. I would like to note that if they are confused by the honking going on behind you, that is a mark of the new COVID era, where Joe Biden would have drive-in rallies, and instead of applauding and cheering, people would honk.
Right. And Jake, it was at this parking lot right behind me here. We saw one of the first drive-in rallies during the Democratic convention this summer in August. It was really an extraordinary moment as he was inside the Chase Center here delivering that acceptance speech. There were hundreds of cars outside with people, coming out of their convertible rooftops or sitting on their hoods honking. And then we've really seen that throughout the last several months of campaigning. So that is what we will see here tonight. But the honking is the sound of the new applause. But Jake, I can also say hundreds of people gathered here last evening in Wilmington, Delaware. I assume the same will happen this evening. People from Delaware wanting to see their favorite son out giving a speech. So it was one of the largest Democratic gatherings that I've really seen since this pandemic began. So the Biden campaign, of course, will have their official event here at the drive-in rally, but there are people gathering here in Delaware. But Jake, we should point out that he will also be the oldest president elected. 2 weeks from yesterday, he turned 78 years old. But that is just one of the history-making things. Also, the second U.S. president who's Catholic. So he often goes to Mass or to church here in Wilmington before a big moment in his life. I would expect that today as well, Jake. So many moments of history. Senator Harris, of course, making many, many moments of history here. She will speak first this evening, I'm told, and then Joe Biden will speak after. Again, both having a unifying message here. This is more than just a speech. This is the first step in their next chapter of trying to lead this country through this challenge and turmoil, Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. It is such a such a historic moment, such a moment of import. The idea of democracy, that the people get to decide every few years if they like what they have or if they want to stick with it or if they want to change. The American people resoundingly, with what looks like a popular vote margin of at least 4 or 5 million votes for Joe Biden, and also what looks like it will be ultimately a significant win in the Electoral College as well. The American people saying to Donald Trump, thanks, but you should go. We want new leadership. And Joe Biden could not be more of a polar opposite from Donald Trump.
No, you're exactly right. One of the many fantastic storylines, and this is obviously this is an objective thing to say, of this election is how many people engaged, how many people went out and voted. It is just remarkable. Not only is Joe Biden somebody who has gotten more of the popular vote than anybody in history, as far as we know. Donald Trump also.
I want to share, just let me interrupt for 1 second. That's right outside the convention center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, a city that Donald Trump has been attacking unfairly for a long time. He even got into a fight with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2018 after the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Philadelphia delivering the margin of victory for Joe Biden that allowed CNN to call Pennsylvania and then, therefore, call the presidency for Joe Biden. Philadelphians realizing the significant role they played in this election, taking to the streets in celebration in the birthplace of liberty, we should say, in this country.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
I had to say hi to my friends.
And I completely understand. And by the way, that's happening in a lot of the cities around this country. I'm getting texts from friends who are saying that they're out and about and they're hearing cheering and honking. Let's be clear, that is obviously happening in about half the country right now, because the other half, as I was mentioning before, less than half, because otherwise Joe Biden wouldn't be president-elect right now. Donald Trump did extraordinarily well. It's just that more people voted for Joe Biden. And there are still about 70 million people, a little under that right now, who Joe Biden is going to have to find a way to reach out to. He says it all the time. He talks about being the president, not just of blue states, of red states, but of the United States, borrowing a famous line from Barack Obama. But now the tough part comes. Now he's got to find a way to actually make that a reality. And it's not going to be easy, because this polarized country is going to take a very, very, very long time to heal.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is absolutely an incredibly polarized country, but I've been sitting here and I've been thinking about how difficult this year has been for so many Americans, and it hasn't been felt evenly in this country. There are millions of Americans who were disproportionately hurt by this president's failure to deal with this coronavirus crisis. They were devastated economically. They were dying at disproportionate rates, getting disease and sickness at disproportionate rates. And I do think that they voted in their interest. They voted for their lives. And that's one of the reasons why you saw Joe Biden successfully bringing out Democrats in this election, because Democrats who are more likely to be Black and Hispanic and non-white were disproportionately hurt by what was going on in this country over the last 8 months. And, you know, I also think about the fact that we've had so many Americans really acting heroically when their government would not act for them. Doctors and nurses and EMTs. And now this week we're seeing election workers literally risking their lives to simply count the votes. And at the end of the day, I think the American people's voices have been heard. No matter what happens in Washington, we wait for their votes.
Yep.
We call the election based on how they voted.
Yeah.
And millions of Americans who have really suffered, especially this year, said today that they wanted something completely different.
And that suffering, particularly when you're talking about COVID, isn't going to go away anytime soon. Joe Biden says he has a plan. When he actually gets to the point where he raises his right hand and takes the office, he's going to be able to implement that plan. But, you know, it is not going to be an easy task. What is also really palpable right now is that people are exhausted. People are exhausted by the chaos. It's not just the substance of what needs to be done. It's just the feeling of wanting to get some rest, wanting to not wake up and say, what is happening on Twitter right now? What is happening, in a world that is going to bust norms in a way that maybe even people who voted for Donald Trump didn't expect to go that far. And so Biden gives a promise of normalcy, again, getting to that point when you have so many people who really like President Trump still making that heard in this election is going to be fascinating to watch.
You know, a lot has been said and done about the fact that this was, in 2016, was the first time Donald Trump ever ran for any office. And I want to contrast that with the fact that this is the third time Joe Biden has run for president. The third time. The last time that a president won on their third attempt was Ronald Reagan, who ran in 68, ran in 76, and then finally won in 1980. There is also a special kind of pluck, of gumption necessary to think that, okay, I ran for president in 1988, and I didn't even make it to 1988. I dropped out in 1987. Okay, I ran for president in 2008. I dropped out immediately after Iowa, where I got clobbered. I'm going to give it one more shot. And it worked. It worked. This time.
It did.
I mean, it is a lesson not just about politicians. Now every politician is going to run for president at least 3 times because Joe Biden can do it. Why can't they do it? But it's also just a lesson for people out there watching.
Don't give up.
Don't give up. If you believe in yourself, you can actually achieve what you want to achieve despite all odds.
You're exactly right. And he had given up. I mean, in 2016, when he was... it was made clear to him that this is Hillary Clinton's time, he thought it was over. He didn't think that there was going to be another opportunity, and it was genuine. I mean, he has said that, and it isn't just spin. It wasn't just, oh, I feel like I need to do this for the country. That's why I'm coming out in the 2020 cycle. It was real. But it was because what he saw happening that he felt like he maybe singularly can make a difference. And that is probably one of the biggest reasons why he beat out the biggest and most diverse field in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because every politician thinks that they are the one who is chosen to be the person of the moment. And it just so happens that Joe Biden was the guy for the moment.
Right.
And he had to wait until the very end of his political life, his time in public life, for that to actually be true. But it's because Joe Biden had spent a lifetime building up this reputation as the everyman's man. And you heard David Axelrod say earlier, they parked him in the upper Midwest back in 2008, just to be a relatable force for people who were being asked to vote for the first potentially the first black president of the United States. So he's been in this position before, but I do think it has taken his entire lifetime for him to have the credibility to withstand what came at him, which was unprecedented attacks against his family, among other things.
Let's check back with Jeff Zeleny, who's covering the Biden campaign for us. He's in Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff?
Jake, we have just heard the first words from Joe Biden, the president-elect of the United States, sending out a message on social media, on Twitter. Let's take a moment and read this together. He says, "America, I'm honored that you have chosen me to lead our great country. The work ahead of us will be hard, but I promise you this. I will be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. I will keep the faith that you have placed in me." And those are the first words from Joe Biden here as these results are coming in, as he's taking them in his home here in Wilmington. Those are his first words, and also putting out a statement or a video as well to accompany this. And this is something that it really is going to be a central theme of his speech tonight, I'm told. This is going to be something he will talk as well about his mandate, his popular vote total. And I'm told now by my producer, Bonnie Kapp, that we also have a full statement from the former vice president. I'm going to read that to you as well. He says this: "I am honored and humbled by the trust the American people have placed in me and in Vice President-elect Harris. In the face of unprecedented obstacles, a record number of Americans have voted, proving once again that democracy beats deep in the heart of America." He goes on to say, with the campaign over, it's time to put the anger and the harsh rhetoric behind us and come together as a nation. It's time for America to unite and to heal. We are the United States of America, Mr. Biden says, and there is nothing we can't do if we do it together. So those, of course, the first words from Joe Biden as he is taking in this historic moment for him here in his home of Wilmington. And that statement, of course, will be the central backbone of his challenge and the backbone of his speech that he will deliver here this evening. But Jake, I am told that something else that Mr. Biden has been doing, and has been doing for several days, is thinking about the challenge ahead in trying to reach out to Republicans. If the Senate of the United States holds in Republican hands, he will need that old friendship with Mitch McConnell to help him build his cabinet. That is something that Democrats may not want to hear at the moment, but if the Senate majority holds in Republican hands, he will need that for governing. So among the phone calls that the president elect is going to be receiving here today, he'll be getting world leader calls, no question, and sending out calls. Mitch McConnell remains an important part of this equation as we go forward. So we'll let you know if we hear when those two old friends in a Washington respective friendship speak. But you'll remember in the Obama administration, Mitch McConnell and Vice President Joe Biden cut many deals that frustrated many on both sides of both aisles. So that is one of the dynamics at play. But for now, at least, this is the tone that Joe Biden is trying to set. So look for Democrats to talk again about that mandate in the popular vote. As this popular vote continues to be tallied across the country, he could be surpassing 4 million, 5 million, even more than that in terms of popular votes. And if these states hold in Georgia, Arizona, et cetera, they do believe they have a mandate. You can hear horns honking behind me here in Wilmington. I suspect there'll be a lot more of that to come. Jake?
Yeah, Jeff, I mean, we'll see how much, assuming he is the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, we'll see how much he actually intends to work with Joe Biden. He may have cut deals with Joe Biden, Dana, but let's also remember he was determined to make Barack Obama a one-term president. He did not succeed, but he was not somebody who worked particularly well across the aisle with President Obama. We'll see how he does with President Biden.
And we have a tweet in from Kamala Harris, now Vice President-elect Harris. And here's what she said. This is the first thing she has said since having that title. This election is about so much more than Joe Biden or me. It's about the soul of America and our willingness to fight for it. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Let's get started. And I'm looking at the tweet here on my iPad, and it's on top of a video, which is, from the campaign with just a series of regular Americans, very diverse group.
Yeah. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about a little bit about 4 years ago, and the reaction 4 years ago to President Trump being elected was that we need to listen to the people who elected him. I think the lesson today is that we need to listen to the people who just elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. It is the expectation of this country, contrary to what has happened in the 4 years, that the president leads all Americans. So that is no surprise that you would hear that from Joe Biden. But I do think that we do need to listen to the majority of Americans who voted against Donald Trump 4 years ago and voted for Joe Biden now, that they are saying that they want decency back. They're saying that they want, as you said, normalcy back, Dana. They want to be able to breathe again in some way. And I do think that as much as Joe Biden knows he has to reach across the aisle, I'm reading this and I'm reading what he is saying in his statement, and it says effectively, we're gonna go back to being, we're gonna go back to decency being the norm in America, not some kind of exceptional, some exception to the norm.
Yeah, and it takes two to tango. We'll see how much congressional Republicans are willing to meet President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris on this field of decency and normalcy. It's not just President Trump that has been eroding norms of decency and
He's
truth.
had a lot of help.
He's had a lot of help from a lot of people on Capitol Hill, and we'll see whether or not they want to come back to planet Earth and be good boys and girls and be decent and normal and adhere to facts and truth. I would say, as a journalist trying to uphold, along with everyone here, those norms. Come on in, the water's fine, but we'll see what they're ready to do. Anderson?
And Jake, work of the transition has already begun, obviously, for the Biden campaign. David Axelrod, I mean, they have been preparing for this for multiple different possibilities.
Yeah, and look, the thing is that what he does from here on in these next days and weeks are important substantively, but they're also important symbolically. Who he calls, where he goes, the issues that he highlights, the words that he uses are all going to be examined closely. And I guarantee you that a lot of thought has been given to how to orchestrate these next few days to send a strong signal about how he intends to govern. So making those calls to Mitch McConnell, making those calls to which foreign leaders are you calling? What is the nature of those conversations? Where are the first places you choose to go? What are your first appointments? I expect you'll see very quickly first his White House staff. Probably it'll be a few weeks if he follows the pattern, certainly of the administration we were part of. It'll be the end of November before we'll hear about cabinet members. But all of them are not just substantively important, but symbolically important. And a lot of thought has gone into it, I'm sure.
Just to follow up on the foreign leaders, I was told during the campaign, I asked a senior advisor, who is Joe Biden talking to? Which foreign leaders is he talking to? He said, we're not talking to any. They're calling us during the campaign, but we are not. We have told them we are not going to speak with them until he's elected. Because they felt, given what had gone on with the Trump campaign, Flynn, General Flynn, et cetera, that they could not do that. Now, he will clearly be reaching out to these leaders he was not able to speak with during the election.
But the path ahead, though, I mean, it's not just, Jake was talking about Republicans on Capitol Hill. It's also Democrats and the liberal wing of the party. And, people, you talked about sort of sending signals.
Yeah.
The cabinet choices, that's going to be a battle for
I
this
listened
president.
with interest to Abby talking about Kamala Harris as sort of an ambassador to the younger voters, to the left, and so on. That's going to be an enormous pressure because you have a situation where we'll likely have a divided Congress. You're going to have to make compromises. Biden himself is more moderate than some Democrats would like. And so there's going to be a lot of tension that they have to navigate there. But the bigger one is in the country itself, I think. I think Joe Biden believes with every fiber in his body the words that he is speaking now. I believe in those words. But it does require, Rick talked earlier about, there are a lot of Republicans who don't necessarily believe that he has won yet, or they question whether he has won yet. We have gone through presidency after presidency where half the country views the president as illegitimate. That is corrosive, and we have to try and find a way through that.
Yeah,
and we just heard, Hillary Clinton has just tweeted, and she said the voters have spoken, and they have chosen Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be our next president and vice president. It's a history-making ticket, a repudiation of Trump, and a new page for America. Thank you to everyone who helped make this happen. Onward together. Interesting tweet from Hillary Clinton, who finally gets to say Trump has been repudiated, from the woman who, of course, lost to Donald Trump. And she and Joe Biden, as you know, David, have not, Joe Biden didn't get in the race last time because Hillary Clinton was in the race and he held back. And now she is congratulating him for winning this. And also, she did not become the first woman president, but now congratulating the first woman vice president.
Well, look, there's two things that are happening. One is at the top, Biden is trying to figure out how to get the transition done. But to your point, there is a big movement that expects to be treated with respect and inclusion.
You're talking about the left.
I'm talking about the left and the grassroots, not just the left, but the grassroots of this party, the people that you see out here. This was the Avengers versus Thanos. Okay, this was not just a mano a mano kind of a situation. You had every grassroots organization standing up, and so groups like Mi Gente, Lucha, Mi Familia Vota, the Latino Victory Fund, Maria Teresa Kumar and her organization, that's the Latino grassroots. They expect to be having a seat at the table. Native American, by the way, you see those little blue dots in Arizona? Those are Native American reservations. The Native American community played a tremendous role. The Native Organizers Alliance, Intertribal Council, the NACARE. These are groups that expect to be treated with respect because they are responsible for the victory. And then also, the African American community threw down. And you have a new infrastructure in the black community. Colorofchange.org, which I helped to start a long time ago, has become a superpower. And also, by the way, defending this victory, Vanita Gupta from the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, Sherilyn Ifill from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund are defending this victory right now in court. So you have a massive movement around Biden that's going to want to be respected and seen and included. And not just left, but bottom up. And I think part of what has to happen is the bottom-up inclusion from the left does not have to come at the expense of bottom-up inclusion from working folks and Trump country. Those things can go side by side.
When it comes to cabinet selections, I mean, there had been talk about does Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren, do they want to be on the cabinet? That's something which, I mean, how much control do Senate Republicans, Mitch McConnell, have over that, you think?
Look, I traditionally, although that changed candidly in the last 4 years, but traditionally, the Senate gives the president the cabinet he wants. Okay. And unless there's people that are clearly unqualified or have ethical problems or other things. So I think Mitch McConnell and the Republicans will give the president the cabinet he wants. So I don't think that's going to be a big issue. Can I just make one point? Because everyone's talking about unity, and I think Americans clearly would love to see this country a little bit more divided. but everyone seems to think that unity is accomplished by tone. That, if you just are nicer and if you don't say nice things, that you aren't mean to people, that somehow you're going to unify the country. That's not enough. I mean, I'm not saying that's not a good thing. It is a good thing. And you've heard me criticize the president for his tone. Tone is important. But I will tell you, in my opinion, what will be the biggest determiner as whether Joe Biden will be able to accomplish unity is the state of Georgia. Because the state of Georgia in the next 2 months is going to go through an election process that will determine who controls the United States Senate. And if one or two Republicans get elected from the state of Georgia, Joe Biden has a much greater chance of unity because he'll be forced to work together with Republicans to get things done.
I agree with you
if
on
Georgia, that. If Georgia, for some reason, elects 2 Democratic senators, you will see the left, and Van has every right to say they were the ones that were the energy, they were the ones that deserve it. But they're going to be pushing for D.C. statehood. They're going to be pushing for packing the court. They're going to be pushing for Puerto Rican statehood. You're going to see a big tax increase. You're going to see things that will not unify the country that Joe Biden is going to have to push for if he has the means to do it. So, Georgia, you're on my mind. And so I'm hopeful,
sing, all right?
I'm hopeful that the state of Georgia will do the right thing and provide an opportunity for unity.
Can we just say something about these pictures we're looking at? I mean, it's kind of remarkable, these people who have taken
it's
to the
interesting.
streets.
I mean, obviously, look, in any election, there's going to be, people who are very happy, and there's going to be people who are not very happy. And so we're certainly seeing people who are very happy coming out into the streets in Washington, D.C. by the White House. The sense of relief that you sort of get from a lot of people who are coming out is particularly interesting as sort of, I guess it's a hope that of a changed, to Rick's point, tone and obviously policies as well.
Go ahead.
I think policy is going to be hugely important, but tone, I think, and Van talked about this so eloquently earlier, is the sort of sense of exhaustion and not having to wake up every day wondering what's going to happen because something's been tweeted that's so divisive, that somebody has been called a name. This president has been calling Joe Biden all kinds of names throughout this, and that was sort of something you got used to in a way. And there was so much coming at people every day that what you may be seeing there is some sort of steam coming out of the teapot.
I just want to say, go ahead.
Just make one point on it.
At some point I want to talk.
You're speaking for people who, I hate to say it, are the elites in our culture.
Oh, please don't say that. I shouldn't have let you talk. Can I say something? You can insult us in a minute. I want to brag on these people for 1 second, if you don't mind, Senator. Please.
Let me make a real quick point.
Okay.
When you talk about the president and how tough he is, and how you're talking to people who watch CNN, who watch the news,
it's not
who
true.
are constantly in there. Most people are living their lives and not really paying attention.
That's not
true.
Yeah,
but he lost by 4 million votes.
My point is, tone is not as important for them. Policies that affect their lives are more.
Of course, but
Rick,
I'm going to talk. I don't like what you're saying. I don't like that, and I think we're going in the wrong direction. The tone mattered to my children. And my children are not elites.
I don't disagree.
Listen, this was. I think the big mistake that the Trump administration made, for all the good that they did on criminal justice and opportunity zones and other stuff that I was proud of them for, is that they failed to understand that, actions speak louder than words if you're a normal person. But when you're the president of the United States, your words speak louder than your actions. And his words every day made America a nastier place and a more toxic place. And what you're seeing here is this is not just coming for today. The politics of joy as a weapon. Groups like Sankofa, cultural groups, were going to the polls with music. They were going to the polls with entertainment, and this was a part of the resistance, a beautiful part of the resistance. And I just want to say, you trying to cut me off?
No. Go.
So I just want to say that there are a couple of things to get us to unity. Tone is very, very important because when people are just getting smashed upside the head, they can't think clearly. So that's got to go away. And then on the policy part, I think that anti-poverty, I think that criminal justice, mental health, addiction, infrastructure, family leave, there are economic policies that can bring us together. There's going to be some cultural war stuff that pulls us apart. But I think we have a responsibility to put forward those economic ideas and support this president.
David, do you expect to hear from Joe Biden today?
Yeah, Jeff said we won't hear from him until this evening when he speaks, and that's probably appropriate. I think the reason they sent the messages out they did was as a placeholder until he speaks to the country. But I just wanted to Rick's point, I think you're wrong about this. I think there were some portion of people who agreed with Donald Trump on policy, but simply couldn't tolerate the way he behaved and the way he treated people. Gloria used the word exhaustion. I heard that word, in focus groups, and I just heard it used so often. It was a chore because you had to wake up every day wondering about the tweet or the tantrum or the fight that was going to happen that day. And it was wearing on people. And even some people who were inclined to support Donald Trump on policy just could not tolerate it.
I agree. I agree with that. I'm not arguing with that. I talk about that a lot here. I guess.
But it wasn't just the elites. All I want to say is you got people who were working in restaurants, people who were working in hair salons, who the tone would affect them. It would come into their lives, not just the elites.
I guess my point is that the vast majority of Americans don't wake up every day listening to what the president has to say. That's my point. And that,
it was inescapable.
That the people here represented on this panel, we listen to the president every day, and we're skewed by that because most Americans don't. And I'm just saying, most Americans are much more concerned, not that they liked what the president was saying. I'm not saying they liked what the president was saying, but I'm saying that they're less concerned about that than they are about the policies that happen.
It's a profound misunderstanding on your part. A little bit later, just in terms of what you expect to see happening today from Biden, from Kamala Harris.
I think that they've gotten a head start. They've been involved in transition work for quite some time. I don't know whether he's going to announce who's going to be in his. I just am hearing from somebody on the campaign. Hold on. I'd asked about what they were going to do in the transition, and I was told, kind of excited right now. We'll get back to you. So I think Biden knows on his major positions, national security advisor, who he's going to appoint.
It's also a remarkable moment. I mean, just to the sentiment that person you're talking to on the campaign expressed, for a campaign which really was not a campaign in any traditional sense that we are used to, and was also such a gamble in terms of choosing not to have people going out knocking door to door, and not to have the candidate out there, and to see President Trump out there and still resist that.
Well, look, I think it goes further back than that. I think it goes to the beginning of the campaign. They had an inspiration, and their inspiration was that the country wanted what Biden was off. The country wanted to be healed. They wanted to essentially fire Donald Trump, that he was the counterpoint to that. That was right, and many of us sat on this panel and other panels over the primary campaigns when he was in some degree of distress, wondering if it would happen, because he wasn't the perfect candidate for the emerging Democratic electorate, and it wasn't clear he could survive it. But what became clear in the general election, and particularly when the virus struck, was that those qualities of Biden were most resonant. And the decision not to do the rallies, and the decision, I think they paid some price for it, actually, but the symbolism of not doing it, the symbolism of him treating it seriously, I think ultimately netted out for them.
And don't forget, one of Biden's top advisors is Ron Klain, who was the Ebola czar. Ron Klain could well be the next chief of staff. And they were getting their guidance not only from doctors, but from Ron, who had been through an awful lot of this with infectious disease. And I think it was a risk, but it also provided this different view from Donald Trump that people could watch. And I think that became important because Biden was listening to science and Donald Trump was listening to, I don't know, Scott Atlas? I have no idea.
Go back to Jake and Wolf in Washington. Jake?
Thanks, Anderson. We're just watching the scenes of celebration at cities throughout the country. This is Washington, D.C. Right now. And I think it has to be said, a lot of this is relief.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of this is not, oh, great, now the minimum wage will go up to $15 an hour, which it probably won't because Republicans still control the Senate. A lot of this is not necessarily about the Green New Deal. A lot of this is, I'm not going to have a president much longer who dislikes immigrants or says things that are racist
or doesn't believe in science,
or isn't doing everything he can do to try to protect us from the virus.
Look at all of these young people. I mean, they're in the streets. We were just showing what is now Black Lives Matter Plaza. We are watching the continuation of what began over the summer of an enormous amount of activism in this country showing up in these very same places with some of these very same people who came out to say, we want things to change. And there's been so much talk about whether there is enthusiasm for Joe Biden or more enthusiasm for Donald Trump. What you're seeing is, yes, relief, but enthusiasm for a new day,
Yeah,
a
for change.
change,
Yeah.
and a change particularly for young people who, it's not, as Rick Santorum was saying, just about tone. They do care about policy. They do believe in science, and they do believe that climate change is an important thing. They do believe that systemic racism exists. That is about policy, and I think that is why you're seeing them in the streets.
It's like a pressure valve is being released slowly across these cities. And I say cities on purpose because this is where this is happening in the largely Democratic places. But I think Senator Santorum has done us a tremendous service in walking us through what's going on, particularly among Republicans in Pennsylvania, where he, place he knows so well. But these are not elites. It's not about being elite or not elite. This is about, and not about beliefs. This is about a particular feeling of a yearning for normalcy, and for a lot of people about their children and wanting their children to feel comfortable with having the president as a role model.
Yeah.
And I want to say, we need to, as we watch these scenes of celebration, pardon me, we're also seeing people wearing masks.
Exactly.
And mostly wearing masks. They are not socially distancing. I hate to be a scold here, but we just had the highest day of infections in the United States. I believe yesterday was 125,000 Americans with new coronavirus infections. That was the third straight day of more than 100,000 infections. It's good to see people wearing masks, although for some of them they're slipping off their face. People also need to socially distance themselves, and the masks are significant, though. I mean, they are the thing that doctors say is the most important.
But I can see Sanjay Gupta having a lot of heartburn right now.
Yeah, there are a lot of public health officials watching this right now and feeling agita, feeling concern because of the crowds. But again, at least they are wearing masks. It also underscores another reason why people are happy with this victory is because President Trump surrendered to the virus. I mean, like we praised him on the show for Operation Warp Speed, looking for a vaccine, and for the sped up approval process when it comes to therapeutics. But when it came to trying to control the infection, he gave up, and he led the charge against it. And you were talking about all the people who are out there for policy reasons. They want criminal justice reform. They want the Green New Deal, or at least some effort to combat climate change. And I don't disagree with that at all. But I think sometimes it's also just more basic. The number one job of a president is to protect the American people. When it comes to the coronavirus, the president failed. It's not the job of the president of the United States to necessarily unite the American people. It would be nice if that was a job.
Yep.
That's certainly what Joe Biden thinks his job is. Donald Trump thought his job was to divide and conquer. After George Floyd was killed, murdered by police, there was a moment there where it looked like President Trump got it. That moment quickly disappeared, and he was back to retweeting smears of a dead man, smears of George Floyd. And I think that's also part of it. Look, we contain multitudes, right? I mean, like, people can be out there celebrating for any number of reasons, but like we're in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of a time of racial injustice and reconciliation, and the president didn't lead, and these people want someone who will, and whether or not that's Joe Biden, they know it wasn't going to be Donald Trump.
Yeah, and the fact that you rightly pointed out that what we're seeing isn't the safest thing in the world for people to be out there. It is great that they're wearing masks, but the fact that we are seeing people in 2020 in the streets, almost all masked, is such a stark illustration of the task that Joe Biden has ahead of him. That, yes, he has been preparing. He has been getting briefings even this week as he waited for the results of this election. But having a plan and executing it are two very, very different things. But one of the reasons why he got the nomination and ultimately won the presidency, I firmly believe, is because he actually has the experience of doing things like this, of taking the government and all of the parts of the government and using it to create a program and a plan to address this thing in a way that, frankly, yes, President Trump was on it on the therapeutics, has been on it pushing for vaccines. And Joe Biden and the American people are likely going to benefit from that. But the fact that the president refused to wear masks, refused to tell people to do so while we wait for those remedies is something that we'll never get back, and a lot of lives that
Not just
will never get
refused
back.
to, led the charge against it. He held super spreader events all over the country.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a transition like no other we've seen in this country, not just because of what President Trump may or may not do, but because we are entering a phase in this country where the virus is surging and people are looking for direction. And will Joe Biden step into that gap? And if he will, how will he do it? I think is going to be such a big question for him. But I do want to raise one thing that just is coming up here.
Can I just take 1 second to acknowledge that Philadelphia is just,
your
I think,
people are in the streets.
Wait, Jake,
Jake,
are you from Philadelphia?
Jake's people are on the screen right now.
They're very happy.
I do want to bring up one thing, a little bit on a lighter note, but no less important as we talk about how different this is going to be for the next 4 years. Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, just tweeted out a photo of the two of them. This is happening on a Saturday midday, so they're in casual clothes going about their lives. But he is now about to be the first second husband of the United States, second gentleman of the United States. I don't know what you want to call it.
Second dude.
Second dude of the United States. But their family, I think, is such an interesting thing. Kamala Harris is a biracial woman, married to a white Jewish man. They have a blended family of stepchildren. This is going to be different in a lot of ways, but just the Harris Emhoff family is, I think, something really extraordinary that this country has not seen. But it will reflect, actually, I think, a real reality for so many Americans who are blended families, who are biracial in many ways. And you're seeing a little bit of that here.
Yeah, and I actually, when I interviewed the now Vice President-elect last month, I think it was, we talked about that, about the fact that she is a stepmother. And she came into her stepchildren's life midstream. They were teenagers. Which is not easy. It is not easy to do. And has established a relationship with them and also with her husband's first wife, which is a modern family, which is actually happening more across the country than people realize. And that representation is going to be happening at the highest office in the land. And, people relate to their leaders, not just on a policy level, not just in terms of character, but also on a kind of an emotional level. And that is a new phenomenon that people will be able to see.
And can I just say one more thing about Senator Kamala Harris? People can have policy disagreements with her. People can have political disagreements with her. Whatever, that's all fair game. There was an attempt by a lot of people on the right to smear her personally, to go after her personal life, to use the most vile, misogynist, sexist tropes and words to attack her. I mean, people like Rush Limbaugh. I mean, plenty of Republicans out there, Republican officials and Republican party operatives, just with the most disgusting and sexist smears which are, I know you guys are not unused to that sort of attack because you're prominent females in an era of social media. But it is absolutely time for the United States of America to stop that crap. Yeah, and the American people ignored it for it looks like. I mean, at least in terms of the election results. But it is time for that to go.
And this is going to sound so, maybe you'll be surprised by this, but I just have been dying to say this. You know what I loved about 2020 and watching all these women run? You know what we didn't hear anything about? We didn't hear anything about what they were wearing. Nothing. It's all we heard about with Hillary Clinton. And it was nothing about it. It was about what they were saying and what they believe, and that is very refreshing.
Yeah, some people talked about her sneakers.
Her sneakers are kind of a comment.
That was kind of a thing that, frankly, she interjected.
Yeah.
But it didn't define who they were.
And I think she, I think she is in control of that part of her narrative. If she wants to wear interesting sneakers, she can, and it's fine. But I do think
like Biden's aviators.
Right, it's like Biden's aviators. I mean, I do think, or Hillary Clinton's pantsuits to a certain extent. She was able to sort of take something that had been used against her and turn it into something that she defined for herself. But Jake, you're so right that in this country we have gotten so normalized to sexism just being a thing that we just have to internalize and accept, and that we accept that the electorate to some extent is going to hold women to a different standard, even holding black women to a different standard. We don't have to accept that. Other developed countries in the world have elected women leaders at the highest levels, and we are behind the curve. And I do think that we should acknowledge that this is one step in the right direction, but we have a long way to go on this.
And when Joe Biden makes his first address to Congress, generally when a president-elect speaks, it's not a State of the Union, it's an address, but it's the same imagery. You're going to see Joe Biden, and then you're going to have two women behind him for the first time in history, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and the Vice President, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and that's a step forward, but we do also need, at some point, a woman at that podium.
You said it. I'm glad you made that
point. We'll get there at some, whatever the party, we'll get there at some point. Let's go back to Wilmington, Delaware, where Jeff Zeleny reports on the Biden campaign for us. Jeff, what's the latest?
Jake, we are getting word that the Joe Biden, president-elect of the United States, will be addressing the country tonight at 8 p.m. here from Wilmington in the on the stage that we've seen all week long. And it's going to be a celebration, I'm told, complete with fireworks and a light show and a drive-in rally that we have seen. So that will be tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time here in Wilmington, I'm told. And it's unclear if we will see Mr. Biden before then. We do not expect to hear him speak before then. But we are getting word that he is fielding phone calls from friends, allies, and his soon-to-be new Vice President, Senator Kamala Harris. She tweeted out a video just a few moments ago that talks about, it shows her on the phone with him. And she said, "We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States." So that is something that was a moment of history as well. And for the first campaign that I can recall coming on social media, on Twitter, sharing that, as we can see right there. In casual clothes, as Abby was saying earlier, Senator Harris was out with her husband for a morning walk, as they often do, and giving him that phone call there. And Jake, as we see cheering and signs of elation from Democrats at least, and maybe some independents across the country, we're also hearing those horns honking here in Wilmington, and a crowd is gathered here as well. A bit of history in Wilmington as well. Jake, it was 48 years ago today, this very day, November 7th, 1972, when Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was elected to the Senate for the first time. He was not expected to win that race. It was an uphill battle. He won by some 3,000 votes or so. So 48 years ago today, of course, he is elected or named president-elect, projected that today. So a bit of history there as well. A few other things. I am told, again, his victory speech has been written for tonight. Of course, they've had several days to work on it. And we know what his message is. His message is clear about unifying the country, saying it's not a time for anger. But he also will give voice to the mandate that he does believe he has because of the popular vote and because of the, he will have received more votes than any other president in the history of the United States. So that is something that he will be leaning into as he gives that speech tonight. But Jake, otherwise, I have to say it is, a moment of jubilation here from Biden supporters. They have been expecting this, but when it finally arrived, it certainly was something, which was taken with much appreciation. Campaign manager Jen O'Malley, who is a rare woman campaign manager, I believe only the second woman to have a winning presidential campaign. At first, Kellyanne Conway was for President Trump 4 years ago. She was out for a run this morning when she heard the news. Her mother called her and said CNN has projected Joe Biden as the winner of the presidency. She was coming into the hotel. You can see behind me here. She said she was ecstatic over this, about running this winning campaign during a time of a pandemic when many questioned the Biden campaign's approach here to going all virtual. So that is just a bit of color here from Wilmington, Jake.
So the last two presidents have been elected with female campaign managers. Maybe something for politicians to think about. Kellyanne Conway and now Jen O'Malley Dillon. Now, there's a different story going on right now at the White House. Let's go to Jim Acosta, where President Trump is. I don't know if he's heard the news yet. Last I heard, he was out golfing, Jim.
Yeah, Jake, I can tell you, standing here on the White House grounds right now, we can hear the cheers coming from outside the White House grounds in all directions. And the president is not here right now to listen to those cheers. He's out on the golf course right now. You're looking at what we believe to be some live pictures of the Trump golf course out in Virginia. He's out there today. But I can tell you the president has reacted. People inside the campaign have reacted. And what we're hearing, first of all, the president is saying in a statement, we're not going to read it to you because it's full of false information, but the president is saying in a statement he's not going to accept the results of this election right now, that the legal challenges are going to proceed starting on Monday. But I've talked to sources inside and outside the campaign, and they say don't expect the president to accept the reality of this anytime soon. Don't expect him to concede this race. And just as we heard the president complain about fake news and fake polls while he was running for re-election, he's now complaining about fake election results, and he is in fact the one spreading fake news right now. But Jake, no further reaction from the president or the campaign at this point, but I can just tell you, standing here on the White House grounds, it's an extraordinary thing to listen to the cheers and the jubilation coming in from all directions. It's not just Black Lives Matter Plaza. It's coming from 17th Street on the west side of the White House grounds, 15th Street on the east side of the White House grounds. Jake, you know this territory very well. It is not often in the nation's capital when you hear these kinds of cheers just erupting from all sides of the White House. And it's an extraordinary thing. And obviously the cheers are not for the 45th president. They're for the 46th president. Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta at the White House, keeping an eye on things there, even while President Trump is out golfing. Thanks so much for that. It is kind of, I have to say, I mean, nobody knew when the call was going to happen, but we certainly have been leaning into the idea for a bit now that we were going to make this projection this morning. We thought that the ballots were going to come in, and we wanted to be clear. It is, I don't know, symbolic that President Trump, who has golfed more than I think any president in modern American history as president, despite saying when Barack Obama did it that he would never do such a thing, that he's out golfing. He's certainly entitled to get some fresh air and exercise, as it were. But here's Atlanta. Oh, boy.
Electric slide.
That city's... It's going to be off the hook in Atlanta tonight.
So speaking of President Trump, I've been thinking about this, for the past 4 days as we've been getting to this point and as it's becoming more clear that Donald Trump would be defeated in this election. And what I was thinking about is that in my 20 years covering presidential campaigns, the moment that stands out the most to me that I will remember forever was being in Phoenix on November 5th, 2008, when John McCain gave his concession speech, which was the best political speech I'd ever heard. And the reason why it was so powerful is because he said, I urge all Americans who supported me to join me, not in just congratulating him, meaning President Obama, but offering our next president our goodwill and earnest effort to find ways to come together.
Yeah.
That was a remarkable moment. And it is not a moment I don't think any of us imagine that we will see. Let's hope. Hope springs eternal. But I don't think any of us is holding our breath, waiting for anything close to that, this was extraordinary, but it is more typical to hear. Even 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gave a gracious concession speach.
Yeah, I'll say it again. In this country, the expectation is that what John McCain did that because he knew that would be written in the history books about him. So, your move, Donald Trump, about what you do, but I have to say, the president being on the golf course right now, I only imagine that this is sort of staff trying to give him a stress relief valve, right? This is where he goes when they need him to be a little bit away from what's happening. a little bit away from what is playing out literally right outside the White House. There are people in the streets outside of the White House that he would be able to hear if he were in that building.
Yep.
Now he is on a golf course, and it's because his staff probably want to facilitate the president being a little bit away from bad news. But at some point, he's going to have to confront this moment. This is where the rubber meets the road, I think, in the history books. Where do you, when you're president, it's how you act as president, but it's also what you do when your time is up. Going all the way back to George Washington. When your time is up, do you walk away gracefully or do you try to hang on to power? And now is President Trump's moment.
And that's just not how Donald Trump was brought up. He was brought up by a father who told him that you're either a fighter or you're a loser, and there's no one in between. And today he is a loser by definition. He is not going to go on for another term at the White House. One thing I will say is I've been communicating with some people who are familiar with discussions going on in and around him. We talked earlier about the process.
Yeah.
They think they have to get him through. And I was told that process is in motion. How long that process is going to take is the big question.
Look, it's not easy to lose a
it's
presidential
not.
election.
And
Talk
to
to
lose
Mitt
the White
Romney or
House.
Hillary Clinton or John McCain would talk about it. He said after he lost, he said, I slept like a baby. I woke up every hour and cried. But not to be callous about it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he puts the country through, what he tries to put the country through, and whether or not his minions, his lawyers, start filing more frivolous lawsuits or whatever. It's over. The Trump era is over. Now maybe he'll remain as a force in Republican politics. We'll see. But his presidency is coming to a close. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. I want to talk with former governor of Ohio, John Kasich, who is joining us. Governor, you supported Joe Biden. Your thoughts on his victory, President-elect Biden?
Well, Anderson, there's not been a Republican over the last 4 years that did more to say that Trump was not doing a good job. Remember, I didn't go to the convention, the Republican convention. And then I spoke at the Democrat convention, and I've been very vocal about this. But I want to be clear. Now is the time for Democrats, and I believe Joe Biden will do this, to begin to listen to what the other half of the country has had to say. I think that the other half of the country, in many respects, has felt as though they have not been listened to. They feel stuck economically. And it's going to be up to the Democrats to listen. Things like perhaps improving the earned income tax credit for working families, to think about what we can do to fix their schools, to think about what we can do to give them access to the internet. There's so many things that can be done to talk to that part of the country. And remember, this is broken down sort of, Anderson, as an urban and country division. And it isn't good enough to just declare a great victory. And I'm very pleased that Biden's won. I put everything I had on the line well, not everything, but a lot of things on the line to do this. I'm pleased he's there. He needs to be a unifier, but we have to listen to what those folks, those Republicans all across this country has had to say. And frankly, those Republicans have to understand what Democrats want to do, because if they want to improve health care, that doesn't mean they want Medicare for all. There is no socialism in Joe Biden. If all sides can begin to really listen and think, this country can be healed, in my opinion.
You know, both being a governor, but you know Washington well. Do you think that's possible? I mean, everybody always talks about healing, about coming together at election time, and obviously, this day, the next day,
Anderson,
reality sets in.
The best thing that's happened to Joe Biden is the fact that the United States Senate is either going to be Republican or very close, and it will allow Joe Biden to do what he does best. It allows him to govern as a moderate. It allows him to do the things that I've always hoped he can do, and the far left can push him as hard as they want. And frankly, the Democrats have to make it clear to the far left that they almost cost him this election. That people in this country are basically center, center-right, center-left. They're not far left, and they're also not far right. And we got to hope that the far right will act responsibly now that this election is over. But do I think it's possible that you can get something done on climate? Yes. Is it going to be, some new Green Deal? Of course not. But there's reasonable things that can be done. what can be done with taxes? Okay, if you're going to focus on any sort of a tax cut, it ought to be for the middle and the lower income people in this country. Are there things that can be done with infrastructure? For sure, but making sure broadband's available to everyone. I think those things can happen. Are there going to be fights? But yeah, there's probably going to be fights, but you will have incremental steps. And I've always said that this election in 2020 was not a big vote on ideology. This is sort of getting back to normal. The big debate will come in 2024, but that's a long way off.
Yeah.
And today's the day that Biden's been declared as president.
Well, Governor Kasich, what was it about Joe Biden that made you felt he was the person for this moment?
Well, I've known him a long time, and just a couple years ago, he and I sat on a stage. He invited me to the University of Delaware, and we had a couple hour time together speaking publicly and spent a lot of time privately. And one of my dear friends was John McCain, who was one of his best friends. And I know what the guy's all about. And he is, when I say a throwback, I don't mean old. I mean a return to the fact that we need to communicate. We need to be patient. We don't need to demonize our opponents. Figure out a way to see the best in them. That's what I did throughout my entire career. And I resonate because I know that's what Joe has done. So I think actually he's in a better position today because being pulled from the left isn't going to work. They will not get those things done. And that congresswoman from Virginia warned the Democrats. You want to talk about defunding the police? You'll have no support. And I think this is an opportunity for Biden to talk about the center right and the center left of this country and what can be achieved. Because we have enormous problems with debt, Social Security, Medicare, health care. Little steps, little steps.
This campaign was unlike, obviously, any we have seen before. The turnout was unlike any we have seen before as well. When did you worry that, the decisions that the Biden-Harris ticket made to keep him somewhat, to keep him off the trail, to not have large crowds gathering, to not be knocking on doors for months as the other campaign was doing. Did you worry that might make it impossible for him to get elected?
Well, I felt that age was a factor, and I know there are some people who voted for Donald Trump because they were worried about Biden's age. But what I was more concerned about, Anderson, was the fact that they did not come out early and talk about the violence in the cities. They waited too long on that. They did not, in clear terms, reject, really clear terms, the defunding of the police, and very clearly say, are you kidding me? I'm an American. I don't favor socialism. If there'd have been more strength in that, I think that perhaps he would have done better. But look, he's won, and it makes all the difference in the world when they put a W behind you, but he's probably learned from this. One other thing, one Democrat told me at some point, if they'd have been more clear in rejecting the hard left, they would have appealed more to Americans who I believe essentially live in the middle. That's where Americans are. And by the way, you can't take care of one group over another. If you're going to cut taxes for those at the top, you've got to make sure that those who are the hardworking people in the middle and the bottom, that they get relief. It has to be a balanced program where everybody feels as though they can be included, Anderson. That is what success is in politics. And forget the popularity and all the what party you belong to. Do what makes sense.
Governor Kasich, appreciate your time. Van, I heard you.
Thanks for letting me be on with you, Anderson.
I appreciate it, as always. I heard you sort of agreeing with the governor, talking about reaching out to Republicans or listening to Republicans.
I've spent the past 4 years, trying to find some kind of common ground. There's some stuff that's going to be battleground issues. You're talking about, immigrant rights and religious freedom for Muslims. Those are battleground issues, and we can't give an inch on that. But there's been some common ground issues, whether you're talking about addiction and the opioid crisis, whether you're talking about opportunity zones, anti-poverty, whether you're talking about criminal justice, where I thought there was more room for us to work together than people were recognizing. I think that the grace that, frankly, had not been shown the past 4 years, we need to start showing right now. We know what it feels like to feel like the president's not on your side and to want the president to send you some signals. There's a danger that we might start saying, well, don't send any signals to those guys, they were mean to us. I don't want us to become what we're fighting. I don't want us to feed what we're fighting. I believe that Joe Biden is correct. If we reset this conversation There is common ground. You got people you got a bunch of older, white, heterosexual guys who are some of the best people in the country. They know a trade, they raised a family, they started a business. We need those guys to help rebuild this country. And they need to know that we respect them. They voted against us, that's fine. Vote against us again. But we need you. We need you to help us rebuild this country. You got kids in this country who need your example. If we start talking that way, I think we can get past some of these fears. And if we don't, we're going to be in another loop and another loop and another loop.
I'm just wondering, Gloria, when you see these pictures, what do you think?
I think it's remarkable. I think that, again, it's like the steam has gone out of the teapot, and people are just, those people are relieved. I think the challenges are obvious. We've all been talking about the challenges. But one thing is that they believe that Joe Biden can change things, can change the way they feel and the way life is. And another thing I want to say, given all we've been talking about, will he be able to work with the Republicans? Will he be able to work with the liberals? The difference with Joe Biden is that when he tells you something, he's telling you the truth. And I know, Rick, that you know Biden. And he can talk a lot and get on people's nerves and all the rest, and you can talk about that. But he's a man who's devoted his life to public service. And he is a man who is known as somebody who told you the truth when he was dealing with you, and that matters.
Well, he calls himself a transitional president,
right.
And the question is, will it be a transition from an era of compromise and good faith compromise, or will it be a transition from that era to an era of zero-sum politics? I totally embrace what you said, Van, but what we have seen is a penchant to weaponize our differences rather than search for common ground. Yeah. And the political rewards have been there in the parties for that. You can't in a democracy ever get 100% of what you want. And the question is, are you willing to take 80, or are you not going to take 80? And are you going to make the differences, exploit the differences for your own political profit, or are you going to come together? And we'll see. That's certainly Biden believes that in the first.
It's also so, we've just come through a campaign where on the Democratic side, you did not see large gatherings of people.
Right.
Obviously, during the protests this summer, there were large gatherings of people in the streets. But to see these crowds this morning, the diversity of the crowds, a lot of mask wearing, which is certainly a good thing. Obviously, not social distancing, and over the last several days, there hasn't been, because we've had this election, but it bears repeating. We are in the midst of
this country's been a pressure cooker for the last 4 years. Donald Trump has had his hand on that dial, and this is a sense of relief there.
Totally.
And the great thing about it is, it's coming out in joy. And I use that word joy over and over again because that's like a word in the movement. The young people, there's Adrienne Marie Brown is this young kind of Instagram star who's been talking about this politics of joy. And these artists have been going out. Remember all those long lines? They're bringing the pizza. They're also bringing music. They're bringing dance, all these memes and stuff. They've created a basis of a positive culture. And so I think that's good. And again, so you got to look for the good, look for the positive, look for the hopeful. These are hopeful. They're not out there mad. They're not out there. They're out there celebrating democracy. Let's build with those people. And the people right now who are mourning, let's make sure they know they've got to play. If you want, come out to the party. Come out to the party. This is about America. It's not about versus Trump. It's about America. Come out to the party.
I'm sure Joe Biden loves seeing this, but it wouldn't surprise me if he also told everyone, you know what, celebrate apart rather than together right now because
of social distancing.
Because of the pandemic. I think that, that has been his message, and these are people who clearly want to celebrate, and they are masked, I'm seeing, but, who knows? They're close together. But there is a celebration going on. Change sometimes brings that out in you, and I think, look, if Donald Trump has won, his supporters will probably be celebrating too. I'm not saying that this belongs to one side or another, but.
There would be the same sense of relief inside of his supporters and the same sense of,
more trucks.
Possibilities.
There'll be more trucks because they have the trucks and the caravan and stuff like that. But look, I just think